welcome to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw.
And I'm Russ Evans.
Last week, you talked about the idea of doing an episode about prophecy and prescience. A good way to start would be just to kind of fix some definitions. When I think of prophecy, I think of vague futuristic predictions that come from some kind of insight or inspiration from some kind of religious prophet, hence the word prophet. And then I think of prescience as being able to have foresight about the future, actually being able to see the future. Prescience is more definite. I think prophecy is more vague and more open to interpretation.
Yeah, and I think the thing that underlines both of them is something that was very well crystallized in Shock and Horror, the Dune books. And it's something that Leto Atreides II says, which is that once you know the future, you are trapped by it. You'll never be able to escape it. And I think that what you have, the difference there between prophecy and prescience is in prescience, you don't have a choice. It's whether it's been forced on you or it's a burden because of just your natural state of being. But then there's prophecy, and prophecy is a fun one because prophecy is in a way faith-based. And so when people believe really hard in something, they essentially still trap themselves in that future, in that potential future. And I think that, I think I spoke about this just kind of jokingly months and months ago when we first starting this endeavor, which is in Star Wars Episode 1, 2, and 3 are possibly the greatest argument against prophecy. Because Qui-Gon Jinn is like, oh yeah, no, I got told that someone's going to bring balance to the Force, and it's this kid. Yeah, this kid's going to do it because I think so. I've got no other real solid facts. I've just met this kid who's pretty special, and I reckon it's him. And then skip forward to like all of the Jedi dead, and it's the idea that he forces that on people. Those films could be a lot more interesting if it was essentially viewing Qui-Gon as a rogue Jedi that's a bit crazy, and he's like, right, okay, calm down, mate. Like, are you sure about this? Because he literally goes against everybody to try and make sure that his version of this prophecy comes to fruition. And like, even to the point of his dying wish is like, to Obi-Wan is like, now you're going to have to look after this kid now.
In a way, if it wasn't done so badly, that could be really interesting as a story can see, is that, okay, we've got a prophecy and it needs to come true. Yeah. So, I mean, when I think of prophecy done right, I think of something like The Matrix.
Yes.
And what I like about The Matrix is Keanu Reeves is the one, right? But then if we're looking at the Save the Cat structure, like all his lost moment is when he realizes, okay, that's not me. I'm not the one. Mm-hmm. And it's almost because he's not falling into this prophecy that frees him. And then all of a sudden he gets amazing Keanu Reeves powers.
He's the one. He's the individual. And when he finally asserts his individuality and like makes his own choice, that's the beauty of that bit of writing. That's like, yes, self-actualization. Yes, that's what makes you what you are, and that's what gives you the ability. I love prophecies that are essentially bullshit and trials that actually turn the main character into what they need to be, just not in the way that was imagined.
I'm just thinking of like a really bad example of prophecy, and I'm now preparing for my Twitter to be bombarded. But Harry Potter, the prophecy in that. When I used to do journalism, we had this thing that was called jigsaw identification. It was usually in relation to identifying people who'd been victims of sex crimes, because obviously you're not allowed to identify them in the press. You could give a couple of details. You could say, a woman from this part of town was raped or something like that, and that would be the extent of it. You couldn't say a woman who went to this school, and give so many little details that it can't be anyone else, or it narrows it down to about 3 people or something.
Yeah, like you're saying everything but their name.
Yeah, with the Harry Potter prophecy, it's almost like, what was it? It's like the child of someone who betrayed 3 times in the
mark of the enemy or something like that.
Yeah, and it's like, there's someone born on the 7th month. It's like, well, it's got to be this kid.
Yeah, it's the idea of like, oh, so your protagonist is the protagonist then?
Yeah, and I'm comparing that to something like, going back to Game of Thrones, the Azor Ahai prophecy in a Game of Thrones, where Melisandre is convinced that Azor Ahai reborn is Stannis Baratheon.
Mm-hmm.
And with all these markers, because like that's more of a vague prophecy. I mean, that's got stuff about, I'm just trying to think back to the books, like there's something about the comet, like the comet that comes at the start of book 2 is, you know, that is a sign that, oh yeah, something like the red star weeping, or,
yes.
you know, it's like literally that vague, and it comes in salt and fire and dragons reborn.
You need room for interpretation, don't you?
There's a lot of interpretation, and Melisandre is so convinced by Stannis Baratheon that she gives him these powers, and it says that this guy is going to have a sword called Lightbringer. So she gives him a sword and calls it Lightbringer.
Yeah.
And there's all these little things where it's like she's really forcing this prophecy. And
she's a Qui-Gon Jinn, goddammit.
Yeah, and that's when it's done well, and it's really interesting. Prophecy is good, especially when it doesn't come to fruition, or if it does come to fruition in an interesting way. And I'm going to use an example of a book that I know you've probably never heard of or read. And this is by a mate of mine called T.S. Brothers. And it's called Dorothy and the Cane of Destiny. And it's about an elderly woman living in an old folks' home who, when she was a child, was told that she was the chosen one, that she had magical powers, and it never came to be. But then it does when she's in her 70s. So it's...
Yeah, the subversion of prophecy, I think, is far more interesting than the prophecy itself. And when you get people who believe so hard that they try and make it happen, it's very similar to time travel and paradoxes. I really like paradoxes in stories, that it's going to happen and it will find a way to happen no matter what you do. In the fact that, like, it makes... That's the beauty of a paradox, is that it was always going to happen and always does happen.
I think I mentioned last week, I was thinking of, like, you know, Back to the Future, where Doc Brown says, okay, your children in 2015 need your help. But then I was thinking, actually, that's because of all the paradoxes and because of how complicated the timeline gets in Back to the Future 2. It's not actually prescience, it's something else, because the timeline isn't certain, and he just witnessed one possibility.
This is where we start getting into things like multiverse theory, isn't it? Where it's like, are things fixed, or do they create separate timelines? It does go into it, doesn't it? Because he then goes back to an alternate 1980. Is it 1984? Is the original time?
85, I think.
85, yeah, because he goes forward, and then he comes back, and there's an alternate 84, 85 even. This is where writing time travel gets all screwy, isn't it? Because they can just do as they please, and as long as it's good, you don't care.
Have you ever read a story by Robert Heinlein called All You Zombies?
No.
Okay, this is great. It's a time travel one where the guy is sat in a bar and is visited by this guy, and it ends up that all the people he talks to in this bar are himself in different future iterations.
Okay.
But because of the way it works, he's his own daughter, his own father, his own mother. It's like there's all these different things, and because of the time travel, he makes it so he's his own parents, and it's just like, it's just the wackiest story, and it ends with a great line of like, okay, I know who I am, but who are all you zombies, you know?
Yeah.
But they're all the same person, and have all done things like gone through sex changes to create this situation where he's his own mother, father, daughter, blah, blah. It's spoiler, by the way.
Yeah. It's one of my favourite paradoxes is Fry in Futurama, because he's his own grandfather. Like, it's the idea of the paradox is that would have always existed because he would have always been his own grandfather. That doesn't just happen. It's this thing of that time is it's a line with loops in it. If and when time travel becomes possible, then paradoxes are inevitable. But then it's also the logical argument against time travel is that if it existed, we would have already seen its results.
But then, of course, you got the argument, well, of course we have. We've already seen the results.
Yes, I know. Yeah. It's, that's the wonderful thing about paradoxes. They're like little Zen koans that you're like, what? Oh, okay. What? Oh, I see. I think it's just me and my enjoyment of those sort of moments of the struggle against what is essentially a fixed point. It kind of gives time a sort of personality of itself, in and of itself, that it's like, no, certain things will always happen. And they're always going to happen, and you trying to avoid them is actually what makes them happen. So again, it's this idea that once you know the future, you are trapped by it because you know that that's going to happen, and whatever you do, your actions make that happen. Again, going back to June, what I love about that is that most people struggle against their fate and often make it worse instead of making it maybe the most benign version of it. But in June, Leto knows what's going to happen, and he accepts his fate and acts for the greater good of everybody else, unbeknownst to everybody else, because they still see him as this worm space tyrant. That which also plays into my joy of benevolent dictators and bad guys who actually turn out to be the good guys, but they just decided to not go for the popularity vote. It's just one of my most favourite things in fiction and storytelling, and it can be done very badly as well. Like you pointed out, like it can just be almost just like signposts that are just like, oh, right, okay, so this is going to happen. I mean, like, one of my favourite things you say about Harry Potter is that there's a great fan theory where the Child of Prophecy could have been Neville Longbottom, because I don't know whether J.K. Rowling kind of put it there as a red herring. Neville's life is very much an analogue to Harry's life, except that he just doesn't get given the attention of being the protagonist. His parents are taken away from him by Voldemort. Like, I don't know, I'm not a massive fan of the book, so I can't sit here and tell you everything beat by beat that happens to Neville. But when I read that, I was like, yeah, you know what, that's a really fun coincidence. And if she'd maybe played on that a bit more, it might have actually been a lot more interesting.
I suppose it's about the reader expectations. I mean, we did the episode about knowing your reader, knowing your audience, and maybe having that would have been not necessarily the best idea for the audience. Maybe the audience all along is rooting for Harry and wants it to be Harry, and having Neville as a thing would have been, it is a bit of a sophisticated thing, but it might have just been seen as a bit of a swerve rather than something that's built up to in a satisfying way, and is actually going to be disappointing for the readers when they're like, oh, we've been following Harry, or why haven't we been following Neville,
Yeah.
So I could see that as okay, for more of a sophisticated reader, that would be a good idea, but I think for the younger reader, maybe, okay, Harry is the hero.
Yeah.
I think the theme of prophecy and prescience, especially prescience, does bring on the debate about free will and determinism, and I think there is a deep fear within us, and this is why maybe you're drawn to these stories, is there is deep fear in our psyches that we have no control, that we are determined. There's a lot of things in our life that we have no power over, and these are almost kind of wish fulfillment things of, okay, this is the explanation why things are so bad or why things happen in the way they do. It's because, okay, I've got no control over my life. And almost the fight against that is, again, fighting against this determined thing. Yeah, I think it is just part of our natures in a way. What do you think of the prescience in something like Terminator? Sarah Connor knows what's going to happen because someone has told her.
Yeah.
She almost tries everything she can to stop the inevitable. But whatever she does, it's not that she's stopping it. It's almost like time finds another way.
Well, it's this idea I mentioned a bit earlier of as time as a character, or as a almost like an entity with its own will. It's like, no, this is going to happen, and you can't stop that. And a lot of stories do that as well. They say, like, the time travel stories say, no, like certain events cannot be changed. You get these things of it's a Star Trek Voyager episode where it's Michael Ironside, great actor. He is a captain on a ship, and that ship has the ability to travel through time. And his wife is killed in a war, and it's called the Year of Hell. And Voyager gets trapped in this bubble, essentially, of him repeatedly changing things. They start to figure it out, and they become immune to it, but only within the ship, and everything else around them changes constantly because of what he's doing, because he's trying his hardest, he'll be like, I'm going to destroy this planet, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that. And Voyager is constantly buffeted by the effects of what he's doing, and it's having a more and more negative effect on them because they literally spend a year going through this. And it's this thing where eventually the resolution is him realizing that he can't change it. It's just something that's never going to be changed, no matter how many variables, or he can't either go far enough back, or he's never going to have the ability to find the exact variable he needs to change to avoid the death of his wife. And he eventually has to just accept that. And when he does, it actually has the best outcome possible. But part of that is that he doesn't get to be around to experience it. And that's one of my favorite stories about like certain things are fixed points. And no matter what you do, and again, it's this thing, it's sometimes having to accept that we are not in control of our fate, that no matter how much we learn to exert control over it, we're not gods, we're not omniscient, and we don't have the ability to, as humans, conceive of what we need to be able to conceive of in order to change things on such a scale in regards to, say, time and such. And I think it ends up being a more human story and one of the best Voyager stories, because actually in the end it's about him just giving up and accepting that. And when he does it and essentially undoes everything he's done with this sort of ability to change time, it actually does create the best, most positive timeline. He just doesn't get to be there to experience it, which makes it like a great human tragedy.
So I don't know if you've ever read a short story by Yoon Ha Lee called Flower, Needle, Mercy Chain.
No?
It's on Lightspeed magazine. It's actually on their website. It's about how time travels forward, but causality actually travels backwards. And this leads to the invention of possibly the coolest weapon ever, which is if you shoot someone with it, it wipes out their ancestors and everything their ancestors has ever done. You basically erase someone from history and the entire universe kind of changes because of it. But because causality runs backwards, it doesn't... I don't know, it's really strange. It's really clever, really well done.
That is really... Yeah, I really like that idea. There's something very similar to it in... there's a comic book series. It's like an event. It was in the DC universe. It was called Final Crisis. And that is kicked off by the death of one of the new gods. Now, the new gods are... I won't go into too much depth, but in a sense, they're kind of like gods in the sense that they are living ideas in a way. That's part of their existence. It's part of what powers them. And I'm probably butchering that concept. People will probably go, oh, well, actually. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So this god gets killed at the beginning of the book, and the way he gets killed is very much similar to what you're talking about there, is with a causality bullet. And what it does is the only way you can kill an idea is by going backwards and forwards in time and removing all trace of it from existence. I loved that idea when I first read it in Final Crisis, and I'll probably have a look at that. Is it a short story? Or
it's not long at all. Yeah, it's on the Lightspeed magazine website by Yoon Ha Lee, so YOONHALEE. And it's called something like Flower, Needle, Mercy Chain, or something in that ballpark. Probably a different word order. So it's about these four weapons anyway that have got that name, like Needle, Flower, Mercy, Chain.
Ah, okay.
Have you ever read the first 15 Lives of Harry August by Claire North?
No.
Okay, this book is really interesting. So the Harry August, when he dies, he's reborn and lives the same life again, but he's got knowledge of the life he lived before. And by the time he gets to like his fourth life, I think he realizes that, okay, there are other people who've got the same condition. And so he lives his lives different ways because he's essentially having knowledge of, okay, I got killed in the Second World War at this point, so I'm not going to go to that regiment. So he keeps kind of being born in the same place, same mother, and then he gradually becomes aware of his previous lives and knows what's coming, so he can change it. But then as soon as he changes, obviously he's living a different life, but with the memories of the old lives, and it's just really interesting. Yeah,
actually, that's a great idea. Like, he's still got these old experience overlaid on top of what he's doing. It's Groundhog Day, which is obviously a very short form version of that. And also, a lot of people might have consumed it in different forms, but the film Edge of Tomorrow, which is also based on a manga called All You Need Is Kill. It's this idea of, if you can redo it, like, what would you do differently? But instead of it just being like there's going to be a perfect solution, it's like, no, you have to build up enough. Like, I like the idea of like in Groundhog Day, the premise is that once he learns essentially how to be, it's more about learning to connect with other people. Someone did a calculation because in one of the scenes he's playing the piano, and somebody said like, well, they say that you need to put X amount of hours into something to become a master at it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so it's the idea that, okay, so he's had to have put 1,000 hours, shall we say, into being that good at the piano, which means how many days then has he spent, how many times has he gone to sleep or died in that day, re-woken up and just practiced the piano? And it's little things like that. It's like, well, actually, maybe he's been trapped in this day for thousands of days, hundreds of days, who knows? But ultimately, it's actually just about him learning to connect with other people. It's not about him impressing other people or living the most perfect day. It's just about his connection with other humans. And that's a nice sort of subversion of that idea. Yeah.
I think as long as it's used in an interesting way or in a way that isn't just, as we say, this is the protagonist. But then again, I'm saying that, and Harry Potter, I can criticise it all I want, but, I'm not the one who's sold J.K. Rowling numbers, so it's obviously resonated with far more people than any book ever written, really. So
yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's the ways you could sit there and put your little glasses on and go, oh, well, well, I don't agree with this and that. It's like, as a whole, it's still phenomenal. It still evokes a lot from people. And I read the books, and there were definitely parts in the books that really got me going. And I didn't feel the need to sit there and sort of scrutinize them or be critical of them because maybe they weren't the most perfect literature I'd ever consumed. Like, they've got heart and they've got character, which I feel can go a lot more towards defining a great book or good characters than just being sort of technically
definitely.
Spot on.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's a story that wins out over stuff on a sentence level.
Character and their experience and your ability to empathise with them as a reader is really the crux of the matter. And I think that's something that I'm going to have to remember because, again, having written so many D&D campaigns, you don't need to do that. Your players do that for you. So, I'm going to have to really focus on, like, all my characters, like, can you empathise with them, be them good or bad? Like, can you understand them, and do they resonate with people?
I mean, we should save it for another episode, but I would actually like to, just because of my feelings on the magic system in Harry Potter, I would actually like for us to do an episode about magic and magic systems and things like that.
Well, we can do that next week if you like.
Well, we'll see. I'd like to have a catch up with you at some point about how you outline and second draft's going. So, we'll do that.
Slowly as ever.
Hopefully it's getting there. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. I'm on Instagram, Jon Cronshaw Author. Have you joined the Stop Booking Around Facebook group yet? Please do. And remember, there's a Stop Booking Around book and T-shirt. No, there's no T-shirt, but there should be. Get some mugs.
Gains, the usual.
The RPG. So Russ has leveled up. He's achieved his first draft status.
I'm a level 2 bard now.
Exactly. So until next time, cheerio.
Bye.
Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw.
I'm Russell Evans.
Last week I mentioned the fact that I wanted to talk a bit about magic. I know you've got a magic system going on in your world. I think it'd be good to have a discussion on how you can use magic in your writing. And I also think what we say about magic also applies to any cool futuristic tech that isn't available now. So these rules can apply to that.
For me, the definition of magic is the ability to change reality, be it through super advanced unknowable technology or arcane ritual or willpower. That's what magic is. It's the ability to change things that would never normally be able to be changed.
Yeah, so it's almost like basically things that you can't do.
Yeah, things that you cannot do, yeah.
Yeah, there are two really good definitions, I suppose, of how you should use magic in literature, and one of them is by Orson Scott Card, and his basic premise is it's a bit like the every action has an opposite and equal reaction, so every bit of magic has a price that should be equal and opposite to the magic used. I think I came up with this idea just because we were talking about Harry Potter, and as much as the story is fun and everything, and it obviously resonates with people, the magic in that is just so kind of domestic and ubiquitous, and not really magic in a way, because it is just, okay, these people can do this, but it's so mundane and just so everyday that it kind of isn't magic anymore, if that makes sense.
Well, it's like if you know a word, if you can say a word properly and wave your wand in the right way, you can do it. Like even things like, is it Ava Kedavra, the one that just kills people?
Yeah.
It's like, anybody can do that if you just learn how to do it. The only thing stopping people is morality, I suppose.
I really like magic systems where there is a real cost to using magic. I mean, I never wrote it in the end, but I did have an idea for a short story that I wanted to do, which was, there were two basically aspects to the magic in this world, where every time you use the magic, it got weaker. And the more you use magic, the more you became addicted to using it. And so it was like, I ended up writing a different story under the same name, but it was going to be called No Rehab for Wizards. I wanted it to be about this kind of drug rehabilitation group of magic users who then had to kind of get together to defeat someone who was somehow immune to this addiction. It was just really powerful, and every time you use magic, it just didn't work in the same way for that person. And so I didn't write it, which is a shame, but, whatever. It is what it is. I think basically, if you're going to cement yourself as a legend in a field, you've got Asimov doing his 3 laws of robotics, which get used, and now I think you've got Brandon Sanderson trying to do the same thing with fantasy. He's got his 3 laws of magic. And I think these are really good, actually. I think these are really useful, the 3 laws. Law number 1 is an author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic. So this is a really good point. This is basically saying, don't go in there and use magic if your reader doesn't understand it. This is about foreshadowing. This is about going, okay, this is what your magic can do. If you've got a magic system, which, for example, is about the manipulation of Earth, and it's all about that throughout the book, and then to defeat the antagonist, the person suddenly turns into a dragon and defeats them with fire. You're just like, what? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Whereas if they did something cool with Earth magic, then we can accept that as readers. So it is just about saying, be nice to your reader, let them know what's going on. There are different things you can do with your magic that can be surprising, but they do need to kind of fit in with that system.
Once you build your rules, then you can play with them, can't you? And you can create different characters that, because of the way they think, they find different ways to do things, and that can make a magic system interesting.
Which leads us on to rule number 2, which is limitations are better than power.
Yes.
So having a magic system which has clearly defined walls which you can push against, that's more interesting than having an all-powerful, all-magical thing where you can just do whatever you want without costs, without weaknesses. It's this thing of having limitations. I mean, we've talked about this so much, actually, with our podcast, is like having limitations, having constrictions around you actually makes you more creative. And so having limitations on a magic system should have the same effect, one would hope.
Yeah.
The third rule is expand on what you have already before you add something new. So this is basically saying find extrapolations, find interconnections, find ways you can refigure your magic, find ways you can use it in different ways. Like I said about the idea of the magic having a cost, if you can find a way around that cost, a way to use that cost in different ways, that's when it gets interesting.
Or subvert the cost or sort of offset it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think. I think it's in Scott Card's book about writing fantasy and science fiction, and he has a chapter about this. And just trying to remember it rightly, but he talked about the idea that every time you use magic, you could have a system where the person you love the most is damaged whenever you use magic. And if it's a narcissist, then it's going to have more damaging effects than someone who isn't.
Whereas a sociopath would be sort of omnipotent.
This is where you would get the really cool bad guys who are more powerful. You know, I suppose the anime bad guys, isn't it, where you actually need several people to beat them. You know, they're too powerful for just one protagonist. Some of the magic systems I really like. As I say, I don't like the ones which are vague, and I kind of feel a bit of a push against the ones which are too almost like hard, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
I like that middle ground between where you've got a bit of play, maybe a bit of mysticism, and you can extrapolate the rules. You're not told necessarily what the rules are, or if you are, then okay, you're only seeing one part of this magic. Like in the Patrick Rothfuss Kingkiller Chronicles, he's got two magic systems that play against each other. One is he literally goes to magical university and learns if with this magic, if you apply 10 pounds of pressure here, then 1 pound of pressure will come here. You know, there's literally it applies to physics, and there's a law of diminishing returns and things like that. And then there's this more mystical one where he's not really sure how it works, and it's about knowing the hidden names of the elements and things like that. So, I really like that because it does kind of play on two ends of the spectrum.
Well, it's the difference between the arcane and the academic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the personality of the user and what they need as a character to be or maybe go through in order to have the right mindset to interact with those two different systems.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it on the phone before, but the idea of the Terry Pratchett books.
Yes.
And, well, the Discworld magic in that, and the fact that you do have the witch's magic against the wizard's magic as two really different varieties of magic. One is, as you say, the kind of academic one, and then one is more kind of grounded in understanding people and understanding will and being able to affect.
It's like sympathetic magic. The wizard's magic is more about, well, like you said, if you apply 10 pounds of pressure here, you get 1 pound of pressure there. Whereas the witches, it's always two forces interacting against each other with the sort of their magic, that like the hedge magic and the sympathetic magic. And one of the best examples of the sympathetic magic in the Discworld is always going to be Granny Weatherwax.
Yeah.
Because she never sits around and does spells. There's only ever one point, I think, in any of the books where the witches actually actively make something happen is they turn back time at one point. But I think there's two great examples with Granny Weatherwax where she's up against the antagonists. And there's the one where she's in Witches Abroad, where she's up against like an evil fairy godmother who has sort of manipulated the idea of granting wishes, and she creates like a voodoo doll of Granny Weatherwax, and she starts stabbing it and putting her in immense pain. But then Granny Weatherwax at one point just puts her hand in a fire and it burns the voodoo doll. And it's the idea that you've opened up a channel between these two things, and that's why they're sympathetic, and it's more about the mindset of the user that actually defines how that's used, instead of it just being a simple matter of like, well, if you do this, then this will happen, and then if you do this, then this will happen.
And there's a thing with the vampires as well. Where,
oh yeah,
where she gets the vampires. They
bite her. Yeah, they bite her to try and turn her into a vampire, and she starts to crave blood. But then she, again through willpower, not anything that's super definable, she flips it on them and makes them crave a good cup of tea, which is what she always craves.
So yeah, I like stuff like that because it's not. This is the thing. I think when you use a term like magic system, it sounds like a very rigid way.
Right, yeah, roll 2 d20 and that sort of thing.
Which is not what I'm getting at. I mean, you need, I suppose, rules. The reader doesn't necessarily have to know them inside out, but having rules that are defined for you as a writer, is really useful. And I think, I'm talking to you specifically, Russ. You've got your magical world, and there's obviously magic that goes on. And it seems to me that you've thought a lot about how the magic works in this world.
Yeah, it's really mostly sympathetic magic. It's about willpower. It's a constant battle between the individual and the collective. In this world, if somebody believes they can fly hard enough, then they could fly. But if enough people believed that that wasn't possible and were, should we say, be able to witness it and be like, no, that can't happen, then that person would lose the ability to fly. And that's a very basic sort of analog version of it. But I want to be able to use it as a more of an expression of people. Like, there's a character that in her real life, she loved sewing and she philosophized about it and what it could do, and it informs her abilities. So her paddle, her weapon, is a giant needle, and she carries around an oversized bobbin on her belt with thread on it, and she can do things like sew two places together so she can step between them, because her philosophy was that, you know, she enjoyed sewing because it created connections between things, and it made larger things out of smaller things. But then it also allows her to do stuff like, she has, I don't know whether it's going to be one or both of her eyes are replaced with buttons, and she can take a button out of her sewing kit and attach it to something, sew it to whatever, a wall, a cloud, a dog, and she will be able to see through that button like it's one of her eyes. That's not a rule. That's not a spell. It's not something that's written down in a tome somewhere that somebody can achieve. That is entirely personal to her, because it's based on her willpower and her mentality. And it'll also give rise to things like the ability to, I can always hear something, like one character can maybe always hear another character if they want, no matter what, or they can always see them. And so let's say Inigo, through his machinations and such, he says to Dora in a reassuring way, like, I'll always be able to see you. I'll always be able to know where you are. And she accepts that and in a way wants that, because it adds a level of protection. But as the story goes on and he becomes obviously more apparent as the antagonist, it's something she's going to have to fight against, because she doesn't want him to always know where she is, to always be able to see her or hear her. And that's where it becomes a little less defined and more about this idea of sympathetic magic, this back and forth of willpower. So it's like we were talking about, like it's this middle ground of the structured versions of these things come from the individual and their sort of experiences, their personality and their philosophy.
Yeah.
But there are no rules really as well. It's like, if you can imagine it and if you can will it, you can do it. The only constriction there, though, is can you convince other people that you can do it?
Yeah. So that's quite. It's like almost a consent magic in a way. It's like,
yeah, no, that's exactly. It's the general consensus, like, because the general consensus controls many things in that world. Like, there's no night and day as such. The sun doesn't rise and the moon doesn't rise, but there are times when it is light outside, and then there are times when it's dark outside, and that is almost decided at random by the general consensus of the population.
Let's go back to these Sanderson's laws then and just see whether we can make them work with your magic system. I mean, you know, we said about the first law, which is the solving conflicts directly proportional to how well the reader understands the magic. So in your world, I'm just kind of thinking about this. This would be the idea that we will know how powerful will is, and that other people's will can affect you. So I think you've ticked that. I think that if we're going down this route of whether it works or not, it does seem to fit. Limitations being better than power. So the limitations come from other people, other wills, other consciousness. There's going to be a lot of contradictions with the way people see the world and all these different things. Like against each other.
There might be places in the city where you just can't do anything like that, because just maybe by virtue of the people who live there, or a already sort of preset agreement, like almost like an accord, something like that. It's set in stone. It's seen as completely immutable, historically, maybe as such. And so much like people, you know, like when, like traditions and such, people in the real world, in our world, are very bound by tradition, whether they make sense or not. Sometimes the longer something has existed as a rule or as a social construct, the more power it has, even though it really has no power. So yeah, it's going to play on that idea of, as well as maybe like breaking traditions and in some ways like faux pas as forging forward or creating new potentials.
I'm just trying to think how this would work with something, say, like, let's say a concept like the devil.
Yes.
Where there's a lot of people who believe in the devil. Like,
well,
will
I have
the devil
something
exist?
for that. Well, I do actually have something for that.
Okay.
So heaven and hell exist in the underworld. One of the ferrymen, one of the characters actually, is he's a crusader from one of the many crusades. Because he believes in heaven, I suppose in some ways the book kind of points towards heaven and hell not really existing, but it's going to be left up for like whatever interpretation. So heaven in this world, in this underworld, it's just a construct, obviously, based upon a Judeo-Catholic idea of what heaven is. So it's clouds and pearly gates and sort of like a happiness that's so constant that it might as well not be happiness. And the idea of what do you do when you get there? What is it? But obviously it's created from mundane minds. So this character, when he manifests in heaven, but then he realizes that this can't be right. This can't be heaven. Is this heaven? And he can't deal with it. So because he's equipped to, he fights his way out of heaven. Because I suppose it's an analog for religion in this world, and his commentary and my philosophies about religion and its effects on people is that heaven in this world, the gates, you can only ever enter. You can't leave, because like a lot of religious sort of wish thinking, they're constantly looking for justifications as to why it is the way it is and what they need to do in order to make it fully actualize it. Again, so this actualization idea. So there are missionaries who are allowed out of heaven who go to the city proper to try and convert people, because what they've come up with, their idea, because Jesus isn't there, God isn't there. That's the thing. He gets to heaven. It's like, well, where's God? And they're like, oh, well, he's not here right now. And he's like, why wouldn't God be in his heaven? There's not enough believers here. We were wrong about the nature of heaven, obviously, because it's also subjective anyway. So we send people into the city to convert people, to say, hey, do you want to live this life in this city where everybody's constantly battling each other's wills to just exist, which again is just like the real world in a lot of ways. So why not come to heaven, where everything is a nice constant and everybody believes the same thing and so forth and so on. But it's also a commentary on the lack of faith there, the real lack of faith in that, because if they had enough belief, if they had enough faith, they could create a version of God that may have all the abilities that God would have. But they don't, they can't, because their faith is ultimately sort of selfish and a bit shallow. So this character fights his way out of heaven, loses his way essentially, and then becomes a ferryman because of his morality and so forth and so on. And that's someone that Dora will run into. And then you've got another character who in real life was a serial killer and was compelled. He's insane, couldn't help himself. It wasn't about morality. It wasn't about anything like that. He just stabbed people to death until he was caught and killed. He ends up in hell because he's also been convinced throughout his life that if this is what you do, you go to hell. But hell in the underworld is kind of like a theme park where people can indulge in completely immoral acts, because in a sense, it's still all consenting. So it's like, I don't want to get too dark, and I'm not going to go too dark because you could imagine what could happen in the depths of hell. But there's something there to cater to all tastes, shall we say? And it'll go from that sort of, there's the 7 circles of hell, the Dante archetype of hell. And so people who want to go and tear other people apart with their bare hands can go to wrath. People who want to engage in the most lewd sexual acts can go to lust. But because it's all essentially still consenting, again, it's mundane. It's banal to an extent that it's like, oh yeah, here's your ticket, and to go in, you must be this tall to ride this ride sort of thing. And so he's like, well, this isn't hell. Is this hell? What? I get to just keep on stabbing people. And then in a way, it's kind of like therapy for him, because he can't actually kill anyone. but he still gets to stab people to death, in quotations. And so he leaves hell, and they're like, okay, bye, see you next time.
I'm just thinking that on its own is an interesting story and could be a story in the same world that doesn't necessarily encroach on the main story.
Yeah.
Like thinking about when you've got these cool ideas that are, they are cool, but are they just going to be a distraction from the main story? Write them in the world. Do another novella that is about this character. There's different ways you can do it. And I'm reading these Warhammer 40,000 books at the minute, and each of those focuses on several different characters, and they all kind of add to the world and add to the story of this big event, of this big world. And yeah, you can do the same. Don't be afraid to just go, right, okay, this story here is an interesting part of the world and we'll add something for interested readers, but it's not actually part of the main story. So instead of trying to shoehorn it in, just separate things off. And
I created those concepts more to inform those two characters. So I may have a point in the story, or there might be a novella where, because essentially a ferryman is kind of like a policeman, so there are things that have to be investigated. So at one point, Dora might have to learn about hell, and she might have to learn about heaven and what it is in the underworld. And she may have to go there briefly to look into something or whatever. But it's just flavor. It's like it's just there in the background. It's a concrete idea that doesn't have to be explored with the reader straight away, but it informs things for me as the writer of these characters, because the ultimate twist with those two characters is that when Inigo sort of turns bad, there are ferrymen who align with him and there are ferrymen who align with Dora. And the twist is that the Crusader, who was supposed to be this moral bastion, is a bad guy because he is so jaded, like Inigo, by the fact that there is no God. At least here, there is no God. And that heaven is a pale, imitation of what it should be. He wants to go with Inigo's plan, which is to ultimately end everything. Whereas the serial killer, who was obviously a horrific person in the real world, he cannot actually hurt anybody the way he used to be able to. So he's actually, when you sort of get over that, he's not a bad person. If you see what I mean, he couldn't help his compulsion, but in a place where his compulsion can do no harm, then you get to see the rest of him as a character. And that's the sort of, maybe it's my own ideas on morality and religion and such and so forth. Well, obviously these because I'm writing it, but that's the twist I kind of wanted, is that you would have this character that she would look at as well, you're a murderer. You murdered people and you hurt them, just because you wanted to or you were compelled to, but now you are actually one of my allies, and I have to get over my preconception of what you were as a person, or at least as a living person, and accept you for what you are now in this world where the rules are very different.
What are the costs of your magic then? What is there anything that by doing the magic there's going to be damage, or
It's more about limitation than cost, really. I think I suppose there will be,
from what you were saying, there is a kind of cost of not using it when necessary.
Yes. If you can't actualize, that's the cost. The cost is yourself, is to be subsumed by the id, by the collective unconscious. The less you actualize, the more of yourself you lose. So it's almost like a do or die type of magic system. But there certainly can be collateral damage from it. And I think that's something Dora will have to learn, is that there may be times where, I was thinking of an example that, again, I may or may not use, but she doesn't realize the power of colloquialism. There's a bit where, well, I say a bit, an idea I'd thought of, a scene where she has to break up some kind of dispute, or she has to be the arbiter of it, and she'll casually turn to somebody who's made her incredibly angry because she feels as though they are amoral or they are showing no empathy, and she'll say something like, have a heart, and all of a sudden they'll actually have a heart, but they'll die because of it. She won't all of a sudden realize that she has the ability to make people alive again, if you know what I mean. It's almost like a freak occurrence, but she will wipe them out from the underworld, make them disappear, because they essentially qualify again as being alive in that moment. And so the idea is that if you're not careful about how you express your will upon people. And if you just let it be willy-nilly, and if you let your emotions, which obviously fuel your willpower to an extent, be expressed in too abstract or subjective a manner, there can be side effects which are unforeseen.
I don't know whether this is something you've written down, what the rules are, what the consequences are, anything like that. It might be useful. I mean, it sounds to me like you know anyway, so...
I think it might be interesting if I try and write my 3 rules.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think writing down just some hard limits of the world, hard limits of your magic would be really useful, actually. Just so you don't make the mistake of, okay, I really want this cool thing to happen. Then,
I think one of them it would have to be that your magic, in quote marks again, is an expression of your individualism.
That'll be something to do, and then obviously you'll start work on your second draft. So,
yeah,
I'll have to come back next time and see how you got on with your outline and second draft and all that, and whether you started doing the rewrite. So remember, you can follow me on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. And you can find me on Instagram. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. If you haven't done so already, please do check out the Stop Booking Around book. It's a lot of the stuff we've talked about in this podcast, and it helps fund hosting for the podcast feed. So that would be really helpful. So until next time, cheerio.
Bye.
Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and today I am joined by Ewan Lawson. Russ isn't here today because I wanted to have a conversation with someone about being a healthy writer, and who better to speak to than the co-author with Joanna Penn of The Healthy Writer. Russ, I don't know if you've been listening to the podcast, but we're going through the process of writing his first book, and obviously you've written a book on this, so what would you say the kind of things to look out for to start with for writers?
I have caught a few episodes and I've been really enjoying it, and it's been really cool to hear Russ's journey as he goes through. And I know that he's mentioned in the past he's had some mental health issues as well, and that whole mindset thing's a real challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the physical end, the physical sort of side of things, the whole RSI, that sort of repetitive strain injury, the pains and aches and kind of numbness and odd feelings you can get in your fingers and wrists and arms, and it can affect your whole body as well. They can be really unpleasant. I think there are lots of different ways of managing that, and I guess there's principles, isn't there, of what makes for a good, healthy working environment and a healthy workplace. What exactly will work for one person isn't what will work for another. So that's one of the difficulties with this, is that it's a really individual problem. It's not just, there's a single pill that will fix just about everybody. It's usually a whole host of different sort of changes and other bits and pieces. It's a shame we haven't got Russ to chat about this, but kind of laptops. Most people often will write on a laptop these days, and they're ergonomically a little bit toxic, and everything's in the wrong position. You're not quite, you're looking down at the screen rather than looking at more of a sort of... You should be looking down just very slightly, but you're right, the top of your screen is normally kind of your eye level, so you're just sort of tilted slightly down. But with a laptop, you tend to be like looking, kind of craning down a lot more, so it puts your neck and shoulders and back in a slightly odd position. And it kinks your wrists up horribly as well. You're not in a comfortable position. The ideal position is sort of slightly neutral with your hands and wrists out in front of you. And actually not resting on anything is what they generally recommend ergonomically. But we all sort of rest our hands on our laptops, tilt our wrists back, kink our neck. And the more you speak about it, the more you realise we're just hunched over like little gremlins over our keyboards.
Yeah. You mentioned the rest thing. I mean, I've got one myself on my keyboard because I write on a desktop computer.
Yeah.
Because back in the days when I did a PhD, I used a laptop a lot and ended up it actually hit me in the chest. It was like my sternum that it was affecting.
Okay, yeah.
I've got a rest on my keyboard. So you're saying that like having that is actually a bad idea?
Well,
or?
Not necessarily. So that's why I say it's hugely individual. If it kind of gets your wrists in a neutral position, that might be ideal for you. And that's the kind of thing that might work quite well for you. But I think the trick is to be aware that you don't want to have your wrists sort of cocked backwards. and kind of slightly in a cramp. They've got to be in a reasonably neutral position. And actually the rest might do that. I'm a little bit cynical about all these kind of, an ergonomic mouse and a rest here and the kind of some of these sort of gizmos you can get. And Joanna Penn's story from the co-author from The Healthy Writer was that very much, I think, what worked for her when she got really badly affected by RSI was in the end she needed a bit more of a whole body approach. And part of the difficulty is it's quite an inactive role writing, and you just sat there, you're not moving very much. And she very much advocates, and yoga worked for her brilliantly. And I think that's really important kind of principle is that to fix these kind of body problems, you can't just concentrate on the wrists and the hands and make a little change there. You have to think a bit more widely and a bit more holistically. And so improving your posture so you can sit up straight, improving your core strength so that you have a better position when you are at a keyboard so you do set it up correctly. We all know how to sit up straight and, you can get told at school and occasionally you get an ache in your back and you'll sit up straight for a few minutes. But you won't sustain that if you haven't got the right kind of muscles working, if you're not doing the right kind of exercise in order to allow you to do that. So sometimes the solutions to pains in your wrists and your hands are more general solutions in terms of getting more exercise, taking appropriate breaks and rests, which is really important, a really important thing for any writer to be healthy, and thinking more widely about your physical activity. It doesn't have to be yoga necessarily, whatever works for you. But Joanna's story is very powerful in that regard, and it kind of is a very good lesson that a hand rest and a wrist rest might be beneficial to you as an individual. There's not great evidence across the piece that they make a lot of difference across the population, people who get difficulties. But I wouldn't dismiss them. But I do think actually sometimes you've got to think bigger.
So it's almost like, I suppose with anything, it's preparing your whole body for this. So not just thinking about it, okay, I need to have a chair that's got a good armrest or this kind of keyboard. It's like, okay, you need to be fit and healthy outside of the writing just so that the writing can take place.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And it's important to know the principles of kind of how you should sit correctly. My biggest thing is I tend to put my legs out in front of me and cross my legs. Actually, sitting with your feet flat on the floor makes a huge difference to me. It suddenly puts my pelvis in the right position and my lower back in the right position so I can sit up straight. So knowing these things is good and important. And, you can look that up on the internet. We've got details in the book. Actually, it can be summarised in a kind of a dozen bullet points, many ways, the good principles. But in order to be able to put them into practice, I do. And I think exercise, I'm a big advocate and fan of exercise. And I've been lucky enough that I've enjoyed exercise all my life. But it has taken me up to the age of my mid-40s to actually develop it as a proper habit so that it's harder. And I've always been a bit of an on-off exerciser, or at least I was until 6-7 years ago. You shouldn't underestimate how important exercise is to anything like this, your general health. So you can cope with a job which involves, like writing, that involves a lot of sitting down. But, there are obviously enormous benefits to be had in terms of your creativity, in terms of your mental health as well with exercise. It's not a panacea everywhere. It's not going to fix everybody's all problems in the world. But it's about as close to a panacea as there is perhaps exercise. Getting enough of it, getting it in the right quantities, balancing it with your writing life is a massively important part of the game, I think.
You mentioned the mental health thing. You've heard probably Russ talking about it. He suffers with depression. I've had depression for quite a few years, and I feel that I'm at a point in my life where I manage it pretty well. Yeah. And a lot of that has come down to mindset and just kind of, finding ways that work for me to deal with it. And there's a big attitude in writing circles, especially amongst indie writers who are maybe doing a lot of publishing, that there is this pressure to be constantly producing, and there is this pressure that if you're not writing, if you're not producing, then somehow you're not achieving. And I don't know whether that is a healthy mindset and whether for some people that is actually going to build on this guilt complex, maybe a bit of anxiety with it. So it's not always possible to have this constant writing thing. And I'm wondering whether there is any kind of solutions to that, whether, I'm wrong and actually having a habit is the best way of going about it, or I don't know.
We have seen in recent years, perhaps the last couple of years, an enormous increase in the kind of the volume that indie writers put out, and that kind of ethos of, 5,000, 10,000 words a day kind of approach. And I certainly think that comparisonitis can be a real problem in that regard. So when you compare yourself to others, and And even, if you're the difference between a lot of people are doing it full time and have very different and very well worn processes versus somebody who's coming at it as a newbie, as a kind of who's just trying to get through their first novel. And so that can be quite damaging. And I think you're right, it can promote a lot of guilt. There's an interesting chapter in The Healthy Writers written by Dan Holloway, a poet, I think performance poet, writer. And he suffers from bipolar disorder, so obviously gets the depression side of things, but clearly will have some issues at other times where he's more manic. And I think the point he made was that the individual he is, or, we are the experts in ourselves. And you have to do what's right for you and be very careful about the comparisonitis and comparing yourself to what other people are doing. The bit that struck me most about it was that obviously building habits good, but it can sometimes put pressure on. I think he describes this. It can put pressure on yourself, which actually can, put you in more of a hole when you're in a bad place already. He describes some strategies he uses because he recognises that when he's going through a bad patch, when his mental health's particularly poor, and that does happen. Most people, even if they haven't got mental health issue, their mood fluctuates up and down. I've been lucky enough never to have had any mental health problems, but I'm terrible for my mood going up and down. I'm a very I've got big oscillations in terms of being a bit low and depressed at other times and being a bit up and manic at some other points. And on no occasion, I've not suffered from a mental health disorder, so I'm very lucky in that regard. But my normal fluctuations are quite big. And when you're in a bit of a dip, I think having strategies to cope with when you're in a dip is really important. So some of the things he suggests it's about recognising that's going to happen and not being hard on yourself when it does happen. I think he has multiple projects on the go as one of the other things that he does. And that gives you a chance that if you're not quite feeling it with one project, you've got a chance to kind of get into another one. And he describes it as just working with the life you have. One really interesting thing that he mentions is actually when you're trying to get back into so this is more about developing writer habits, is that when you're trying to get back into it, he describes having a piece of music that you have, that when you're writing something, you have a piece of music that you then put back on when you come back to it. Because part of the difficulty of not writing is you lose the flow. And I've heard you describe this on the podcast, John, that you get into this real sort of flow state. But actually, something like having a bit of music that you can listen to in the background can be really helpful. I've seen evidence when it comes to medical education that shows you are more likely to remember something if you are tested or asked to recall it in the environment that you're in, the room you're in, or hearing the same music. So there is some sort of cognitive evidence around this that when you've got other associations, it can be really useful. So if you're the kind of person that you're going to have dips and you're going to have periods where you can't work constantly. Now, whether that's for mental health reasons or whether it's just because life gets in the way and stuff happens, trying to develop strategies to get back into it's really important. And one of the other things I think he suggests you can do, which I think is really good advice, is write notes to yourself because you forget stuff. You think you're going to remember and you don't. So actually, as you go, is actually making notes about what you're thinking, not beyond the writing, sometimes can be useful. So that actually it's easy for you to get, so you try and build a system that accepts the fact you're going to have gaps, but when you get back into it, you make it easy for yourself to get back straight into the flow. And it doesn't, because I'm sure you've experienced this yourself, it becomes a real procrastination problem. If there's something that's difficult to get back into, well, there's always that cupboard that needs cleaning out, or the hoovering to do, or, or the emails to look at, or Facebook to check. There are a million ways to get distracted. So making it as easy as you can to get back into it is really important.
I procrastinated recently by writing the Stop Booking Around non-fiction book. So, it wasn't my core project that I should have been working on. And I mean, I don't know if I've mentioned this on this podcast, but I mentioned it on my Author Diary podcast that I do every week. I released a book in May called Blind Gambit, which was set in a video game world, virtual world, science fiction. But then there was also a parallel story going on where outside of the game world, the protagonist was coming to terms with visual impairment. And, that was really kind of mentally draining for me to write because obviously it's based on my experiences and things like that of kind of coming to terms with those things. And it was kind of cathartic doing that. And, I mean, it took me a lot longer to write than I thought just because of that. And also, when it came out, it did really well. It got to #1 in several categories on Amazon, and I was very happy with the results. And it was meant to be a standalone, but then I thought, okay, I'm going to do this as a series. And it was really difficult to write again. I put it on pre-order. I gave myself 3 months. I shouldn't have done that because I underestimated how difficult this stuff is to write. And I ended up having to give up. And, that's something that I don't necessarily advocate. I don't think you should give up on big projects, especially when I'm doing this full time and I rely on this. So I'm starting to see a dip in my income now because having to make that decision. The idea of it like almost having a keener awareness of your limitations and what you're capable of. I mean, I should have had that and I should have known, but I think I saw the money. So I don't know. I suppose it's knowing what your decisions are, why you're making them, and giving yourself a break because I really beat myself up about that. I really beat myself up about giving up on that project, but I suppose it's it's just I have to do it.
I mean, and I guess my feeling is that it's better as a general rule perhaps to have, I mean, deadlines are important, and obviously there are times when, deadlines you have got to push through and get there, but there are also times when you've got to recognise you've got to let go and you're not going to, it's probably doing you more harm than good, even if it hurts to let go of that kind of project, that deadline for that project. As a general principle, I think it's probably better to build habits than to impose deadlines, if you see what I mean. You're much better off having a writing habit and working on developing a writing habit. And I think all the kind of, any evidence around this points towards that than the process of setting deadlines. And particularly the problem I've had with deadlines in the past is I get to the deadline and then once the deadline's passed, and I might make the deadline, but then I've got nothing after that, and you don't carry on with the writing, and you've got to try and pick it all up again. Whereas if it's just a habit and your deadlines are incorporated into that realistically, then you won't have so much of a problem. And I think that probably happens a little bit with exercise as well. It's not, and I think a lot of people, you have to stop. You see this, that they set themselves a target for a 5K or a 10K or a half marathon, whatever it is. But once they get past that, they stop exercising. And so then you've got this really horrible process of trying to get back to it again and building an exercise habit. So you just do it day in, not necessarily day in, day out, but you have a certain amount, whatever your pattern is. I don't exercise every day in terms of running or things like that. But, I have a weekly kind of amount I do, and I do that week in, week out. If I want to do an event, it doesn't actually cost me anything particularly. I can sometimes step up a little, but I don't need to do any more. So I'm very careful about having realistic targets for my exercise, and I think that's probably an approach that works for writing as well. That concentrate on building the habit, and then your skills will come. And then if you can keep your deadlines in check with that, a little bit of a one is helpful, just to nudge you. But if you make it too far adrift and it's a real outside of your comfort zone, that may not be in the long run. Sort of, and if you want to be a writer, you probably want to do it for not just a year. If you just want one book and that's it, you're done, great. But if you want to do it for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, then the habit's really where you want to be at.
I think for me, I used to be a journalist, and deadlines were part and parcel of my daily life. So it was like we had deadlines and we had to do them. So I think I had the motivation of deadlines and seeing that as, okay, if I've got a deadline, I know I'll get it done. But I think, the habit thing is definitely right. I think I had that revelation this year and moving into that, because I'm now working on a series which is basically novellas, which are more manageable. They're about 22,000 words each, they seem to be. And I kind of have the deadline of, okay, these need to come out monthly, but I've got no fixed date. And if it's 6 weeks rather than a month, then I'm giving myself that freedom to, not beat myself up about it.
You've obviously got quite a prodigious output. And I know you're doing this full time, aren't you? So with lots of other things involved as well. But it seems realistic, doesn't it, at the stage that you're at?
Yeah, I had to assess what I could do in a month. Like, I have done a 50,000 word novel in a month before. I've done a 50,000 word novel in 11 days before. But that's like a sprint, isn't it? You can't sustain that. You can't keep doing that. Because I know there's like the NaNoWriMo thing, which is, November, where you write a 50,000 word novel. And, I've done that in the past and it's worked, but I could not do that every month. And I know some people can, whereas I feel that the 22,000, basically writing half of that and doing the editing and everything else I do, that's achievable. Yeah. And I feel like what I'm putting out is decent quality. The reviews say that it's well written and, exactly. Really complimentary on the writing. So in terms of, I don't know, have you got some kind of headline kind of things you could tell me? Is there any big things that we can start to think about now as writers that we can implement straight away And then obviously, hopefully go and read your book to get some better tips on it.
So there's a few. I've got a few major areas that I think if you address and you get right in your life, you're probably everything in your life will get a bit better. And writing as well, of course, will follow. The first one's really obvious, and there's some really good resources out there. It's about sleep, and I just think in our culture these days, and sometimes you see this in the sort of entrepreneurial arena where there's a lot of indie writers and self-published folk are hanging out, that you're big and tough if you can manage on 5 hours sleep and you go to bed really late or you get up at 4 a.m. Now, we've all been through massive deadline pain and had to sacrifice a little bit of a sleep every now and again to do that. But as a general lifelong principle, getting enough sleep is it's like, I've said this in multiple places on my own podcast and on other podcasts. It's like a superpower. If you get enough sleep, now I realise there are people who have sleep difficulties for other medical reasons. So, perhaps put them aside just for one moment. But if you've got no medical reason why you're not getting enough sleep, then you're really just it's an act of self-sabotage to not structure your life so that you do get enough sleep. And there isn't a right answer in terms of how much, 7 to 9 hours, whatever it is. But actually, and that's something that I've been sleep deprived on many occasions in my life, as I think I've detailed in the book, whether it was as a junior doctor or in the army or with 3 small children, 3 babies. They kind of really, and I just discover I just function at just such a lower level when I've not had enough sleep. It's like just having, and I think there's evidence, it's like having a certain number of IQ points knocked off. My motivation drops to 0. I can't exercise. I'm certainly not interested in being creative and writing. So sleep is right up there in my one of my superpowers. The other one is just find your movement, whatever it is. And I'm being careful. I was careful not to say exercise there, because I think it is not about, you don't have to run, you don't have to cycle, but find some kind of movement, whether it's walking or yoga or whatever it is, that'll do you an enormous amount of good. And I mean, the diet thing, I don't feel is a massive factor. There's lots of advice out there about diet and that sort of area. But after that, I think it's about building habits. That's my sort of, I guess, if off the top of my head, there are 3 major pillars. If you get those habits right, as we've already talked about, find your movement and you concentrate on your sleep, well, yeah, I think your creativity can potentially be, you can really fire with those going.
In terms of movement, I was thinking about that, and I made a big change in my writing in order to be able to move around all the time, which I think has probably helped me greatly. I don't get stiff anymore. So when I'm doing first draft stuff, what I do is I use a piece of software called Dragon, which is like a dictating software. Mm-hmm. And if you've got the professional version of that, you can record directly into your telephone and then basically upload the audio to the Dragon software, and then it will transcribe what you've said. So I will walk around with my phone in my hand and literally just walk around all day talking into that. So I feel like I'm basically walking however many thousand steps without really realising it. And that's probably a lot better than when I'm in editing mode and I'm, stuck at the desk and whatever. So
yeah, we've got a chapter on dictation in the book, and I think it makes a huge difference to that just being static, sedentary, sitting there. And certainly for the healthy writer, my first draft was all dictated as well. And I think, there's a lot of people who just, if you're going to dictate, don't dictate into your computer. Get a mobile device, whether it's a dictaphone or a mobile phone is relatively easy these days, and wander around as you do. I just think that's an amazingly helpful thing to do for getting first drafts. And it also gets past that whole first draft self-editing thing that you just can't do it. You've just got to keep going. You can't edit as you go. And I know you've talked about that before as well. And actually, I was listening to that just recently, and I realised that actually there's a real, one of the things I've always said is that multitasking is for muppets. There's no there's no excuse for multitasking these days. All the evidence shows you just do each job slightly. You just do it worse than you would otherwise do.
You're not multitasking. You're just switching between tasks, aren't you?
That's exactly it. You are, and actually, and I think you said, if you switch to a sudden editing and getting back into that flow state takes ages, and all this psychological evidence shows that as well. So there are 2 very different bits of your brain going on with that kind of first draft editing, and in effect, you're just multitasking, and so you're just flipping between them and never really concentrating, which is tiring, difficult to sustain, and not very effective. So, and dictating is an absolutely wonderful way to just get that first draft down, no looking back, you just plough through it. And, whether you do that with bullet points and an outline or a beat sheet, what have you, or you just do it off the top of your head, it doesn't really matter. But it's just an enormous, it's a kind of a science-based, highly effective way to get a first draft done with the least pain. And I know people struggle with the punctuation thing sometimes, but you can put all that in afterwards. And to be honest, once you've done a few thousand words, you get used to it anyway. We used to dictate all our letters as junior doctors, and I found myself doing this as well when I started dictating again, that if I left a message on an answer machine, I would start leaving punctuation for the person as well. So you're like, if you can give me a call back, full stop, that'd be great. I look forward to it, comma. And I sounded like a complete idiot. But it becomes so natural that I'm just punctuating my conversations. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I have found myself going, oh, yeah, and then they said open quote. No. So, yeah, that's good. But, yeah, I mean, I'm glad you've confirmed that my theories about stuff aren't just nonsense. That
No, I think that's, I think you can trace it back to the evidence and the science, but psychological evidence behind this, that these are effective ways to work. And that's why, they often get recommended, and people find, and there's always a bit of a learning curve with these things, getting away from it. We're kind of brought up with typewriters.
Yeah.
And so actually it takes a bit of getting out of that habit, but well worth moving on to something else.
For me, it just seems that actually using a keyboard is kind of more unnatural than talking stuff. We talked a long time before we used peripherals with our fingers and things.
Yeah, so. It's a hilarious argument that people put forward that somehow it's more natural than talking as storytellers. It's like it is laughably easy to smash. It's harder because it's just what we're so used to doing.
I mean, one thing I do get complimented on my writing is I've got a strong authorial voice. And it's like, well, that's my voice. It's like, no wonder, it's not being mediated through the typing and me thinking about the sentences. It's just flowing because I'm talking it. So, yeah, no, that's it. So, I mean, I suppose, do you want to get any plugs out? I mean, I know you've got your podcast, the Blowcology podcast, which is really great for people who are interested in, I suppose, would you say, like a more scientific approach to getting fit?
Yeah, so Blowcology, that's my podcast and blog. And not that I'm doing much writing on it, I have to admit, but I'm certainly getting the podcast out regularly. It's just sort of evidence-based approach. So try to kind of drag some of this stuff back to the evidence, and particularly just a sort of health, fitness, lifestyle. That's my kind of take on life. And so that's at blowcology.io if anyone's interested.
Where can we find you online?
You can find all my contacts at blowcology.io, but I'm on Twitter at Ewan_Lawson, and I am on the other various social networks, but I like all these things. I've tend to concentrate my efforts on Twitter, so at Ewan, so that's EUAN_Lawson, LAWSON. That's where generally that's a really good place to catch me.
No, that's great. So remember, you can check out Stop Booking Around book, How to Overcome Author Procrastination. And there's a lot of stuff that we have talked about on the podcast in the past on there. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. If you want to find me on Instagram, it's Jon Cronshaw Author. So until next time, cheerio.
Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw.
And I'm Russell Evans.
So last week, Russ, you weren't on the show, and I spoke to a guy called Ewan Lawson, who is an expert in health for writers. Did you listen to the show?
I did.
Excellent. Did you learn anything from that show? Is there anything that you think you will take into your writing life from that?
Largely, it was about posture and where you're writing. I don't have an office or a desk or anything I write at. I've got my laptop hooked up to my television, and I've got a wireless keyboard, so I'll normally sit, sort of try and maintain good posture, good lotus flower posture, cross-legged on my settee with my laptop across my knees, which, I don't know if it's the best, but it's quite comfortable. I do have lower back problems as well. It is essentially the consistency of tinfoil, so I try and keep myself active anyway. My work keeps me active. I'm on my feet about 9 hours a day, constantly moving. And because of the problems with my back, I do regular yoga exercises in the morning and in the evening as well before I go to bed. So a lot of what he said made a lot of sense to me, and I'm quite glad that I'm already doing some of those things, because I'm awful at putting things into practice over time. Largely this is a necessity now so that I can maintain the ability to sort of move comfortably and still function as an adult with a job. And what he said also about the idea of the psychological pressure you could put on yourself when it comes to how much should I be writing? What's my word limit? Am I burning myself out? I thought that was important, because obviously we speak away from the podcast as well. And when you'd told me you'd written the Stop Booking Around book in such a short time, I was just like, you're a madman. You are insane. And I find it an incredibly impressive act. But we did also talk about how it does have a wearying effect on you, and it brings you very close to burnout if you're not careful. And I've been thinking a lot about that, because with my anxiety and such, you do put weird pressures on yourself. And I've been trying to remember that I'm doing this for me. And although there is this impetus and obviously your prompting and support to keep me regular, I need to know that sometimes there'll be like, due to my state of mind or my life outside of writing, there'll be times where I can't just sit down and write. And I need to be okay with that. I can't just say like, oh, well, I just can't write at all. But I need to accept the fact that there'll be times when I can't write and I can't be anxious about it. And then sort of on the flip side is take advantage of those times when I can. And what I've found is that if I haven't been able to write for a couple of days, I'll start to feel bad. I'll start to feel anxious about it. I'll start to feel kind of like I'm letting you down, letting me down. And now you keep showing me tweets from people, I feel like I'm letting them down, which is obviously just my own mind.
If they're making you feel like that, then
they're not. No, like everything makes me feel anxious at some point. So I can't remove those things from my life, because I wouldn't be able to function as an adult, as a person. So don't, because it is nice and it is reaffirming. I've said before, I do prefer to think of this as just two friends talking about writing and like helping each other write and such like that. But it is a bigger thing, and it is nice to have sort of outside parties kind of talking about it and realizing that it's a real thing. It's not just some little localized thing. But anyway, to get back to the anxiety thing is that I have to accept it for what it is. But then I also, if I'm going to do something about it to alleviate it, I have to take those moments that I am free, where I'm not having to look after the little one or do chores or anything like that. And what I've found is that even if I make a little bit of progress in those moments, it often makes me feel better, well enough to sort of overcome any previous sort of anxiety about the whole writing thing. And I think that's just something that I'm going to have to keep on working at. And as I get more of this written, I'm hoping that the anxiety about output will sort of die down a bit as I can look back on what I've already output and be like, yes, you're doing it, you're moving along, and maybe it's not at some sort of regular pace, but it's carrying on and it's growing, and I can look back and see the progress, which is, I think, most important thing for me, because as a person I've always been used to either doing something all in one go or just not at all. And this is, I think, good. It's good training for things like emotional intelligence as well, because I've never had great emotional intelligence. I've always been a short-term gain, long-term loss kind of person. And this is more of a short-term loss, long-term gain thing. And I want to pursue it continuously so that it improves me.
One thing that I have found really useful, actually, this has just reminded me, is start tracking what you're doing. Start recording it on a spreadsheet. You can do it as word counts. Like I track word counts. I track the amount of words I edit every day. And I can see, I've been doing this since like 2016 now, I think. And I look back and it was like I was averaging somewhere in the region of 2,000 words on a writing day. So this would be essentially framed around the school day. So, before my son being at nursery, and then obviously he's in school now. So I have to kind of work my writing day around him. And it was 2,000 odd words, and now it's in the region of 4,500 to 5,000 words on a writing session. Now that could be first draft stuff, that can be editing, but that is building up and it's consistent. And I've not been able to do that overnight. That's taken me 2 years to get from that. And bear in mind that I was working in journalism as well, so I was already doing a lot of writing every day as part of my job. But I found the tracking things is really good. This is why I do my Author Diary podcast every week, because I sometimes feel like I'm not doing anything. I feel like I'm going nowhere. And then, I've been doing my Author Diary podcast now for nearly a year. I listened to the first episode this past week, and I thought, actually, I've come a long way in a year. I've done so much. And I think if I wasn't tracking that, I wouldn't have that feeling, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So doing things like, as I say, sticking it in a spreadsheet or just writing it down and recording what you're doing might be beneficial to you in terms of you not going, okay, I've not done anything, I've made no progress. If you can see the progress, you can quantify it, you can measure it. There's that old saying, if you can't measure it, how can you improve it? That applies to writing, that applies to things like editing tasks, that applies to things like marketing. It even applies to thinking about your stories and your fiction and planning and all that stuff. Another thing as well, going back to last week's podcast, is the stuff that you mentioned, this guy who had bipolar, and it was the idea that, you are the expert of yourself. And sometimes, your mood and your mental health fluctuates. And this is the same with everyone. And, don't beat yourself up if you're feeling anxious this day because you're not doing this, but take it as a kind of big picture thing of like, okay, you've got something else going on. Okay, that's not your fault. But if you've got, say, you're wasting time and you feel great and, there is no real reason why you're not doing it, then okay, you could maybe feel guilty about that if you so desired. But what you're doing with your writing, Russ, is you're making something meaningful to you. This is something that's tangible, that's solid, that has been in your imagination for years. And it's not going to be an easy process at times, but keeping going, if you keep going, you keep doing it, and you try and be as consistent as you can within the limits of your mental health and life and things like that. I think that's where you need to be, and just kind of accept that and be comfortable with that. That makes sense.
No, it does. I mean, largely the way I look at it sometimes when I take a step back and I feel a bit anxious is that, like, I haven't stopped, if you know what I mean. This hasn't, I haven't trailed off. I haven't sort of put this aside. Even if I haven't been as regular with it as I would like to or feel I should, I've still kept at it, even if it's just in my head. Still kept it present there. And I'm speaking to people about it has helped as well. Boring the people I work with, and
welcome to my world.
Yeah, and also just having the podcast as well. It's been something that's kept me regular, and having you sort of egging me on and mildly deriding me for not doing enough, as it's really helped. This whole process is it's teaching me things about myself and my capabilities and such, and showing the benefits of sticking to something. And that when I realise that when I talk to people about it, I am passionate about it. I am invested in it, and I enjoy telling people about it. Whether they enjoy hearing it is a different story, but I enjoy it, which makes me feel. It makes me feel that feeling of what I want, which is I want to write a story and I want people to read it. So that's the kind of the crystallized goal, I think, is just basically I want to write a story and I want it to be read.
And people want to read it. As I've sent you tweets of people saying that they want to read it. So that's good. You've already got an audience, which is a lot more than authors usually get. So that's quite
I've got a bit of a head start, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah. So where are you then? Where are you in terms of your progress on? Because I think last time we spoke, you were struggling a bit, I think, with your second novella outline.
I got to this point where I'd I've had this first chapter in my head for fucking years, and a general idea of the sort of the larger arc of the story, but it was getting down to the nitty gritty that was, I suppose, the real heavy lifting. And because I was essentially forcing myself, which is what you have to do, to sort of, I'm like, right, now you have to come up with the little bits. Now you have to come up with everything that sort of fills the gaps in between those big grand arcs and events that that had easily come to me. I suppose I've kind of regressed a little bit and just started to try and write, and because I was finding it difficult to just sit there and plan out the scene. So I went back to the first way I did it, the way that you sort of showed me how to do it, was I gave myself 20 scenes as a rough estimate for this chapter. And I started just, instead of trying to do it sequentially, I just kind of went, right, well, what do I want to happen? What's important about this chapter? What's its point in terms of the character and the world? And I started trying to think of moments and scenes that would put that across. You know, some of those scenes are going to be about exposition about the world. Some of them are going to be about events that show us more about Dora's mentality. Some of them are going to be almost just purely for the purpose of driving things forward, like little events and such that keep the story going. And with that in mind, I just sort of...
So you say that last one like it's a minor thing.
Oh yes, you need those, don't you? Events,
story, Russ.
Things that happen. That's what I'm writing about. Something that happens. So yeah, I've created a 20-point scene plan finally that I'm happy with, and sort of what I'd already started writing, I've kind of dissected a little bit, and sort of like, well, actually this little bit of info here can go in this scene, because what I'd started to do is, like, I had all those things I'd spoken about there in my head and was trying to apply them to each thing I wrote. And it's like, well, no, just separate them out, everything in its own time. Each scene can have its own purpose. I've just got to sort of sit back and do the heavy lifting and sort of separate them out. Just in terms of where my brain works and my dyslexia, because like I say, my old bad habit was to do everything all at once or just not at all. So I've had to sort of, it's almost been more of an endurance thing to be like, right, okay, now what about this next thing and this next thing, this next thing, instead of just focusing on one thing and trying to grow that into something larger. Like I said, I've just taken the larger idea and sort of reverse engineered it backwards into 20 scenes.
Just make sure that you see how each scene can be linked back to Dora's vulnerability and the evolution of her character, because you always want this kind of moving forward, but then you always want the theme as well to be there.
Yes.
You can do that by making sure that it's always about her coming to terms with her vulnerability, as we've discussed.
Yeah.
At length, I think. I don't know what you want to do. I don't know if have you actually started getting into writing the scenes of the second draft, or?
Yeah, bits and bobs. Nothing major. Like I said, I'd started this like almost stream of consciousness where I thought, like, I'm just going to sit down, I'm going to start writing. It wasn't planned out well enough. So I've sort of taken what I wrote and kept almost just sometimes sentences and taken those and put them into, like, right, well, I actually want that kind of sentence or that sort of exposition here, and I want this kind of event and this kind of experience here. So I've taken what I initially, like a draft of my draft for this, and split it up and turned it more into more of a directional thing. And now that I've split that up and put it into different places, when I move from scene to scene, I'll already have like a little key point, and not just a broad descriptor of what happens in that scene, but almost like flavor text, I suppose, or things that will prompt my memory to recall what I wanted to go for, like the themes and such in this chapter, and just where I wanted to put them.
I mean, it's up to you what you want to do with this. I mean, you could carry on and essentially do the first draft of this. I personally think it would be more valid for you now to make sure your plan is at a point where you can leave it for a bit to simmer, and then go back to your shitty first draft of the first novella and start reworking that.
Yeah.
So this is where you're going to go through, and you're going to tell the story how you really wanted to tell the story, and keep your first draft in a separate file. Don't ever delete that. I think there's certain things that you can lose when you do the rewrites and things like that. Like, there's a certain energy with your first draft, and sometimes it is helpful to kind of go back and go, okay, what was I getting at here? Why isn't this working as well? Try and do that over the next month if you can.
Yeah.
Work on that. I don't know. It's up to you.
Well, I'll honestly probably split my time between the two, knowing me, because the way my brain works, it randomly fires ideas at me at times, and it's hard to sort of pin it down and force it to do something sort of continuously. So I'll go back and I'll start sort of reworking my shitty first draft. But if something comes to me in regards to this shitty first draft of the second part, I will probably take the time to just go in there and, again, probably just add it like flavor text, like a stimulus for what I want that to be.
Yeah, whatever you find helpful, really, whatever is best. I'm just thinking, do you carry around a notepad?
I've got my phone. I've got like a note-taking thing on my phone that's actually pretty good. So a lot of the time, when I'm supposed to be doing my job, I'll be sitting in the corner for 5 minutes because an idea has come to me.
Obviously on your break.
Obviously on my break, yes, because I am a responsible person who does their job responsibly. Yes.
Doing things like that, keeping notes of stuff, I think that'll help you. And this is actually a really difficult stage, is, your first draft. You already know going in it's going to be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Your job now is almost to make sure. Do you remember I was talking to you about the commandments of storytelling, where it's like, right, each scene needs an inciting incident. Each scene needs a progressive complication. It needs a crisis. It needs a climax. It needs a resolution. So when you go through your first scene, see if you can identify those things. If your first scene doesn't have a inciting incident, if nothing is really happening, then okay, you need something to happen. You need something that is going to turn that scene and change it. Once you've kind of identified that, see if you need to add any lines, any turns in the progression of the story. Go through it scene by scene again and just check, I don't know, maybe the last couple of paragraphs, last page, just see how they end. If they're all ending on a downer, try throwing in something where it ends positively.
Yeah.
So you're not just playing at the same tone. Think of it like, they say emotional roller coaster. The point of a roller coaster, it goes up and down and up and down. There's bits where it goes fast and there's bits where it goes slow, bit where it builds up, and then you've got the big climax thing. So it's thinking about it in those terms and varying stuff up, making sure that it's varied.
Yeah.
And, we can do things like, we can talk about pacing at a later date and things like that, and how you start ratcheting up things like tension. There is a lot to do, but again, second draft, you're not going to be focused on the sentence level stuff. This is still all story stuff. And ask me questions if you want, when we throughout the week or whatever.
Yeah, well, so there's a long way to go, and there's I think still a lot of lessons to learn. So I'm just keeping that in mind, and it's like it's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Yeah.
So I've got to find my pace, really. I think that the more I do this, the more habitual it's going to become, the more I'll find my own time and space and like I said, pace at which I can do it and keep it consistent. I think that's one of my primary goals, is to find the right pace for myself and to find the moments and make it a more structured experience.
What I'm going to try and do, I've got an author in mind actually, is there's an author called Paul Teague who is amazing at structuring and time management and things like that. So what I'll do is I'll do what I did with you, and I'll have a word with him, put it on a podcast feed, and you can have a listen to that. He'll talk about time management and how he structures his life, which from what I can gather is a lot more structured than mine.
By the minute.
By the hour, definitely,
Yeah.
I'll talk to him and then probably have a bit of a follow-up on that as well. Is there anything that you feel an urgent need to talk about, in our next episode? I don't know, is there anything in terms of writing craft that you want to open another can of worms on and discuss?
One of the things I'm interested in is the small and sometimes large differentiations between characters and how to show that through your writing. Things like body language and the type of dialogue characters use. I know that like sort of dialogue is going to be something far down the road in terms of sort of third draft when I start getting down to sort of like the real nitty gritty. But yeah, like, because we've spoken before about sort of show, don't tell. So instead of saying like, oh, Dora was annoyed or bored or something like that, it's do it as a descriptor, show like things through body language. So it'd be great to have a talk about that.
Yeah, well, we'll do that next week. Then we'll talk about that. And that sounds like a good one to have a think about. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also help support the show by checking out the Stop Booking Around book. It's a paperback audiobook. It's on Kindle. It's on Amazon find it, download it, support the show. So until next time, cheerio.
Bye.
Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw.
I'm Russ Evans.
So last week, Russ, you said you wanted to talk a little bit about body language and dialogue. Now, I've mentioned before, dialogue is one of these third draft things, but I think there are some things that you can do at the second draft level just to kind of get the voices of your characters. And this is something that I think not enough authors do this, but I think dialogue should reflect character. They should reflect a character's backstory, if possible. So, for example, people who come from the Midlands will speak in a different way to someone who is from the south of France. Mm-hmm. Their patterns, the type of words that they use, the type of experiences, the type of references, they will come from their experiences. And this goes for things like metaphors as well, and idioms and all that kind of thing. I mean, this is a great line in the Save the Cat book, actually. And he talks about the idea of making your characters, differentiating them. And he uses a line of like, a peg leg and an eye patch. So, you give someone a physical description that differentiates them. But you can also do this with dialogue. And this can be as simple as, I've got a character in my Blind Gambit book who is from New York, and he always says bro. So when he's talking, he'll say bro at the end of not every sentence, but maybe once or twice in a chapter, he'll say bro, and that kind of differentiates his voice. I've also got a character in my Wizard of the Wasteland book, the wizard. He says man, at the end of it. So there's like little things like that where you can get little cues.
Yeah.
Think about it in terms of backgrounds and things like that. Like someone who has got an academic background is going to speak in a different way to someone who's got a military background. And this is just about almost picturing the characters in your head and thinking about the way they would talk. And word use, like if you've got someone who uses a lot of adjectives in their speech, that kind of hints at maybe something like snobbishness or a bit of a pretentiousness, maybe, that they're a bit pompous. So if you say, oh, it is utterly and completely, using strings of adjectives, that says a lot about the person. You are a completely, utterly, disgracefully silly man, blah, blah, blah. Someone saying that, then just going, you're an idiot.
Yes.
It reflects the character. And it's one of these things I think you can overthink, and I think you can overdo it as well. So with your characters, you've got Dora. If she's a teenager, she might use contractions. She might use slang words, for example, or maybe using words like meh, or actually saying lol.
I'm not doing that.
No, but that's
no,
what...
Yeah, you are right.
I find it really strange. Like, I remember seeing lol, back in the days in early internet, and kind of having the joke of asking, what's a lol? And people actually say that in conversation, which is just utterly bizarre to me. But...
Well, it's this weird thing, just as an aside, I've always had, it's me being like facetious or pedantic, maybe. Like, when people say lol, I'm like, don't do that. You're actually destroying your own ability to laugh out loud. Like, just laugh out loud. That's fine. That's nice. That's good.
And you see in written writing as well, like the written speech, when people are online and they'll use lol in replacement of, I don't know, a full stop. When, okay, it's not that funny, but I think it's just a bit of an indicator of, I don't know, sarcasm or something like that. It's like, I don't know.
It's become a signifier of other things. It's just a shift in culture and language and how it always constantly evolves, really, isn't it? And
yeah. As I say, this isn't a thing really for this level, but you can do it in broad strokes, is what I'm getting at. So,
yeah.
But body language is great. Body language is like subtext. It's really powerful, especially when it almost contradicts the words that are being said. And if you have someone just going, "Oh, that's fine," and they brush their hand through the hair, you think, "Oh, okay, that's okay." If someone goes, "Yeah, that's fine," and you see them ball a fist, that is going to say something different. So I read this book recently by Joe Navarro, who was a former FBI body language expert, and it was called What Every Body is Saying. And this has really opened my eyes in terms of understanding body language, because one of the key things that came out of it was body language is not a monolith. So you get people who say, "Oh, you touch your nose, that means you're lying." It's like, no, it doesn't. It might mean you're lying. It might mean you're nervous. It might mean you're anxious. It might mean something else. Body language is dependent on the individual. There are particular tells that are basically in a limbic level of your brain. So, like the ducking action, like we can duck in a fraction of a second without thinking about it. And that is like a limbic response. So, if you see something and you suddenly raise your arm and it's like it's up within a fraction of a second, like those kind of responses are involuntary, which is why you will get the thing with people who are lying. It might be that their eyes dilate, or their breath changes, or they might have to feel secure. So if you're looking at someone and they're talking to you and they're being very still, there's no kind of tells in terms of their body language, you think, but then you might see them grip the arm of a chair or push their feet down a little bit harder. It's like they're trying to keep their security, trying to keep their position. Your body can betray a lot of things, but it's all about context and it's all about the individual. And it's like, say, for example, if you want to show frustration, and this is a show not tell thing. So instead of saying your character is frustrated, think about when you're frustrated with something, what are the kind of things that you do as an individual?
I don't know, sometimes it's hard to tell what your own tics are. I grind my teeth a lot if I'm stressed, so I suppose I
don't grind my teeth. I mean, you've got a beard.
Yes.
Do you ever pull your beard or scratch your beard and rub your beard when you think those kind of things that are individual to you? Like, I don't grind my teeth when I'm frustrated, but when I'm frustrated, I will drum. I find myself drumming. I'll tap things. I'll rattle my fingers on things. You doing that might be suggestive of something else. It might not be that you're frustrated. It might be that you're bored, which is different. You can use these. They can be individual, and you can use them as really interesting ways, as I say, to kind of work against dialogue and to suggest subtext. So if somebody says something that is very useful, a very useful piece of information within your text, but says it and looks away, okay, maybe that's a lie. And maybe an observant reader will be able to pick that up, but then maybe your protagonist won't. There's different things, different habits. And, some people use a spreadsheet for this. They will actually spreadsheet out the type of actions that this person will do, the type of body language that is only exhibited by that character. You might have a character who's constantly rubbing the back of their neck or does something like that whenever they're thinking about something. Now, if no other character rubs the back of their neck, then that is a thing to characterization. You can do this subtly. I mean, Freud calls it like the oral fixation thing. People who are always sucking their thumb or putting fingers in the mouth or pen lids or smoking and picking tips from bottles in the middle of podcasts and stuff like that. They're oral fixation things. I mean, you smoke, don't you? And
yes, probably I've got oral fixation. I always like to have a drink, or if I can, I'll sneak out and have a cigarette at times and such. So yeah, I see what you mean. It's body language is not just about letting the reader know what's going on in a character's mind, but it also just adds character. It creates a mental image of a character, so that even when that person is neutral and they're not necessarily interacting, you can kind of still imagine their physicality and make them more real.
Thinking about this, it might actually be worth, when you're developing characters, to think about this in terms of Freud. Someone who has got an oral fixation, who has to smoke, is always having to put things in the mouth, is probably an insecure person, and there's anxiety and things like that. That is what he thinks. Someone who is an anally retentive person will be very uptight and very controlling and, sit up straight and have a strict way of holding themselves and might be quite abrupt in the way that they deal with people. There's just so many ways of doing it, I suppose. But you can get these different identifiers, different signifiers for your characters that will crop up again and again. And it's just a case of handling it with care. Don't turn them into stereotypes, and don't do it in a way where it's like, oh, look, he's picking the skin on his wrist again. Oh, look, he's picking the skin on his wrist again. It's like, that's boring. It's repetitive. Try not to make it repetitive. Watch people, look at people, see how different people deal with nervousness. My brother, I've seen him when he's nervous and he will literally wring his wrists in a kind of anxious way. And when I'm nervous, I know that I really clench my fists. They're both the same response but different reactions.
Having read what I've read and enjoyed the characters I've enjoyed, I can't say that until sort of now and sort of writing myself that I've really noticed or it's stuck out to me things like body language, even though it's obviously been there and it's obviously informed the character and given me a more real version of them. I think that as a reader, it's always been dialogue and action as opposed to sort of gesture that have sort of tied me to a character. But I think that going forward, reading, I'm going to probably be more aware of those things.
Yeah, dialogue and body language especially tied together really well in the sense that you can usually use them as a piece of action between dialogue. So instead of saying, blah, 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 John said, you can have blah, 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 full stop, John reached for his drink, fiddled with the glass, and then said something. So you can actually use it as a piece of action within the dialogue that is better than having the kind of dialogue tags. So instead of going, John said nervously, you could say John's fist clenched into a ball or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, thinking about it, a character that, there's always going to refer back to Pratchett, but for instance, my favourite character in the Pratchett books is Sam Vimes, and
obviously, he's just the best character.
He is
objectively.
He is, and there you go, and that's the end of that discussion because he will always be.
And Naniog, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, to make a reference to this kind of thing in terms of body language, one of the things I notice about Vimes is that he's not an anxious person, but he's driven, and when he's on a case or when things are happening that he hasn't quite put together, he's unrelenting and he can't relax. And one of the things I always liked is when you can kind of tell when he's figured it out, because Pratchett does this thing where he doesn't tell you what Vime is thinking really in large. He kind of just gives you hints as to what's going on in his head. But when you get that sort of Poirot moment where you get everybody together in the dining room and explain who the murderer is sort of moment with Vimes, is that's actually when he relaxes because he's solved the problem. Now, there might be more trouble ahead, but there's been many a times when he's, finally, you get to near the end of the book and he confronts the antagonist. And I've always got this image of him, he'll normally just he'll take off his helmet. No matter where he is, whether he's in a palace or whether he's in like a pigsty, he'll take off his helmet and he'll normally roll a fag and lean up against a wall. And it's kind of because he's hit his stride and he's comfortable now and he's got a grip on the situation and he sort of has a sense of control because he knows what's gone on. And I think that, like I say, now that I'm thinking more about it, these things are starting to come to me now. And it's that thing, Vimes is a constant source of dynamism and an action until he basically gets his man or he puts it all together. And that's the point at which he's I'm just going to take my time now and I'm just going to relax into this. This is my reward for having put in so much work and caring so much about this. I'm actually going to finally take a moment to relax and have a fag while I tell this person why I know that they've done this or they've done that. Yeah. It's becoming clearer to me now, and I think having that sort of insight now is going to help me moving forward.
Yeah, I think actually studying an episode of something like Mad Men the body language of someone like Peggy Olsen compared to Joan.
Yeah.
It says so much about their characters. What I love about the Joan character especially, not just the fact that it is Christina Hendricks, is the fact that you can tell straight away her confidence is so on the edge of cracking. That is just brilliant. And it's done with little things like the way, she'll do a real kind of slight twitch of her lips and the way she holds her hands, and it's always kind of across her stomach, kind of guarding herself, and then she'll kind of throw them out to her sides in this kind of almost like dramatic gesture, trying to make herself look more kind of a feminine shape, if you know what I mean. It's very interesting if you kind of watch that. And the same with Peggy as well. Like, she's always got that wide-eyed kind of forced smile, the quick nods and things like that. Like, she's nervous, she's trying to take it in, and you can tell that without her going, oh, I'm nervous, I'm trying to take this all in, and I don't know where I stand, I don't know what the structures are, I don't know what the hierarchies are. And I mean, maybe just watch the first episode or two of Mad Men again, because
yeah, well, they're both those things are also like, they inform the character, but they also inform the world in which the characters exist. So you've got Joan, who obviously looks the way she looks, and she struggles against the way she's treated. So you can see that a lot of her, I mean, she's a dignified character, she's smart, but because she looks kind of like a Playboy model of the era, obviously she gets the initial treatment by a lot of the male and sometimes female characters. They sort of tend to demean, and they tend to sort of try and stereotype her as such. And so you can see that a lot of her body language and a lot of the words she chooses are conscious decisions that she's made to put herself across as maybe anything but what people expect her to be. Whereas like Peggy, she's a lot more vocal in it because she doesn't look like a Playboy model. So she doesn't have that instant sort of image pushed onto her by other people, but then she's got her own sort of challenges because as a character she's supposed to be quite plain in a lot of ways, which means that stereotypically, the only way that in that era that a woman would get attention would be because of the way she looks. So while she doesn't have instant attention, she doesn't have to fight against what that attention brings. Instead, hers is more about, she has to essentially create herself from the ground up, which brings its own challenges, which brings its own sort of conflict with other characters in terms of, again, what they expect of her.
Elizabeth Moss is just brilliant anyway. But
she is, yeah.
Have you watched her in Handmaid's Tale, actually?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
That, again, is just a study in body language in terms of always having to hide and always having to kind of keep her emotions in check in this horrible world. And it's just, her expressions in that are just, in the face of such trauma, are just brilliant. So yeah, just studying films and taking note of this, because none of it's accidental. That's the thing. It's like body language is done specifically, the facial expressions are done specifically, and it's finding a way to describe those, which is why I say this was, and I think it's just because it's, you can get through a decent film in less than 2 hours. These are really good ways to study stories, to study things like dialogue and body language and subtext and stuff like that. So do that. And watch Lost in Translation. I'll mention that film a million times.
Oh, yeah.
That is like layers upon layers of subtext and body language and subtlety and just amazing dialogue. Do you think that's helpful then in terms of getting to grips a bit more with dialogue and body language for now? Do you think that's kind of clarified things for you?
Yeah, it's certainly it's helped me focus on the idea, or at least add it to the picture, if you see what I mean, like the little references when I'm writing a character and such. It's like, think about dialogue, think about body language, what other things express this character other than just the basics. But things like character archetypes as well, because again, I don't have a broad range of experience in writing. I mean, fiction, yes, and I could probably identify archetypes, but it's knowing how they're codified and having some examples that I can draw on, crystallizing those ideas a bit further would be good.
I think with something like archetypes, it's very easy to fall into stereotypes. So we'll do that next time then. And then I think if we can go through your outline as well, we'll maybe do what we did before, where we have a bit of a chat and see if we can tighten up your outline for book 2, and then just carry on with the writing.
Yes, that sounds great.
Remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw, and you can check out the Stop Booking Around book. It's available on Audible and ebook, so do check that out, support the show. So until next time, cheerio.
Bye.
Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw.
And I'm Russell Evans.
So today I thought we could talk about archetypes and stereotypes and how best to use them in our writing. Probably best starting off talking about what the difference is. Now, they're both very similar. An archetype is essentially a framework which allows certain character types to exist. So this can be a very broad framework, but certain properties will repeat themselves. So something like a hero or a trickster, they are archetypical characters. A dragon is an archetypical character, but each of their iterations will be different. And a stereotype is something a bit more crude, let's say. It's a shorthand that is culturally relevant. So we could use a stereotype in an offensive way. This would be where you'd make assumptions about a culture or a certain type of person, and you then extrapolate based on that. So you say, this person is like this, therefore all people like that have that behaviour. And so this can be damaging and it can be offensive. But stereotypes can actually be useful if handled correctly. So that's what I want to talk about really today with you.
So yeah, no pressure. It's not a delicate subject at all. Or no, it's going to be absolutely fine. And yeah.
So if you're making stereotypes about races, nationalities, sexual orientations, people with disabilities, anyone really, based on that kind of group, then okay, you're going to be offending people. You're going to land yourself in trouble. Avoid that. That's my first bit of advice.
Let me just note that down.
Yeah. So it's basically don't be a dick with stereotypes.
Yeah, don't be a dick.
But let's say, for example, things like a drunk is a stereotype.
If you're sort of talking about conscious life choices people have made, and that if those have turned them into stereotypes, I think it's a bit, I don't know if it's easier, but I think it's a bit more acceptable, because it seems as though those people have taken that responsibility on themselves to be that stereotype.
This could be something like the corrupt cop, the embittered army general. You know, it's like, okay, they're stereotypes, they're shorthands, but we can immediately get a picture of this character because of it. And that can be helpful, especially in a scene, say in a Western, and you've got the town drunk. We know what the town drunk is going to look like. We know that they will have a role which is like comic relief, or it's going to be a role of, okay, they're going to get killed. It does kind of verge into cliche sometimes, but it can also be used for pastiche. The geek as well, that's another stereotype. Yes. And some people use these stereotypes as badges as well.
Yeah, some people do cling on to them as, like, when they look for social groups and such like that, sometimes, unfortunately, people identify with stereotypes, maybe willingly or sort of unknowingly.
And people do gravitate towards them as a way to kind of give themselves an identity.
Well, a stereotype tends to be something that's boiled down very simply. So it would essentially give someone a simple list of criteria they would have to meet to be considered maybe part of that group, or to be able to identify as that particular thing.
Things like the jock is a great example of a stereotype. I mean, the point is, though, with all of these things is it's shorthand and it's a shortcut, and you're going to do much better, more sophisticated writing if you don't subscribe to them. But you can play around with them as well. So you are working with that stereotype, but you might be working against that stereotype. But then you can do the thing which is known in writing circles as the magical Negro syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Which is basically where you try so hard to subvert a stereotype that it comes across that you're overly aware and still pushing that stereotype, if that makes sense. So, just to make clear what the magical Negro is, this is the idea that in a lot of, especially films from probably the 70s and 80s, where you would have an ally character or a mentor figure who would be black, and they may exhibit magical powers, which is what you get in something like the Green Mile. Or
in a lot of culture for a very long time, and still unfortunately now, there is a stereotype that of black people being a very certain way, and the idea that the positive version of a black person is an older, wiser black person that's there to give advice to everybody and is unaffected, like it's still positive despite the prejudice they would have ultimately faced in their life. And it's like, wow, what an example this person is and how amazing they are. But what you said is exactly on point in that you're still creating a stereotype.
Yeah, and I think you find this as well. I'm coming at this with someone who is visually impaired, and it's like, I get so annoyed when I see the mystical blind man, magical blind man kind of figure as well. It's like, oh, he's blind, but he can really see. Those kind of stereotypes. It's almost like, okay, this is your weakness, but really it's your strength.
So you're not a big fan of Blind Fury starring Rutger Hauer?
No. So I think the only good thing he did was Blade Runner, to be honest. But there we go.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, but it's the only thing that really sticks out. That and Blind Fury.
Yeah, stereotypes. I think we get it. We get how they can be used. Now, I love archetypes, and I think there's a big thing in writing, and it's a bit of a misconception in a way. There's that thing of like, you've got to be original. It's like the push towards originality as some kind of end in itself. And this is like, how I talk about story structure as being, okay, this is a really useful, positive thing that will help you develop creativity. I also think thinking about your characters as archetypes, especially when you've got a bigger cast of characters, is actually really helpful, because it's like, if you've got 3 characters in your book that are all doing the hero role and you've got no other character types, that is going to make for a really dull story. In Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces, which is basically where they get the monomyth, the hero's journey, he talks about 8 archetypes. These should be in most heroic tales. So you'll have the hero, obviously. Mm-hmm. So this is your protagonist. This is your central person. This is, Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. This is Luke Skywalker. This is Alice in Wonderland. It's that kind of character. What I find with archetypes as well is there's always a light and dark version of these characters. So a light hero would be someone like Alice from Alice in Wonderland, where it's all goodness. There's all goodness, but then you get the anti-hero figures and things like that.
Like RoboCop.
Yeah, he would be a dark hero character. Yeah. And then, of course, you've got the mentor characters as well. So, okay, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Morpheus in the Matrix.
Yep. Dumbledore. I mean, basically what you need is just some old white dude with a beard. That's your mentor character. Even Morpheus, Yeah,
because he qualifies as an old white dude with a beard.
Definitely.
Because he's not. They actually managed to avoid the magical Negro stereotype with Morpheus well, didn't they?
Yeah, no, that was good. That's why I love that film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't like the other films in that series. But...
That's a discussion for another day, because I feel that they have redeeming points. But anyway.
Okay, yeah. It's those characters who help to direct our main character on the way. This is, what's his name in The Hunger Games, the drunk guy?
I have no idea. So Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, so it's Woody Harrelson, yeah. Yoda as well, obviously. And then you get the allies. So these are the people, like Samwise in Lord of the Rings. It's like Samwell in
Tarly in Game of Thrones, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Robin. It's his psychic character. And, all of these, we know what they are. And there's so many different iterations of them that they are almost like low resolution character types that you can use. The Herald is another one. Now, this is one that you don't get that obviously. Sometimes it can just be literally, the Herald in Star Wars is R2-D2.
Yes.
Because it's as soon as Luke sees a projected image of Leia, that is how the story kicks off. This is in something like Cinderella. This is basically the guy who delivers the message saying, come to the ball. It makes the story move in a different direction. They can just be really, as I say, just low-level characters who maybe have one role They could be the person who knock at the door and go, sorry to inform you that your father's died, or, that kind of thing.
They're almost like a plot device with more depth.
Not necessarily even with depth,
Yeah.
It can really be they've got one role, and that is to make the story happen. And then you get favourite kind of characters for me, actually, the trickster characters. So this is people like Loki. This is people like Athena, when she has her feud with Arachne over the tapestries and stuff. So
yes.
And again, it's this light and dark thing. So you can have the trickster who does good things, but using trickery in order to improve humanity. And then you've got the reverse of that, which is the evil trickster, which is, this is Lucifer, this is Satan, this is the dark characters who will try and fool you into doing things, like an evil genie kind of
like a force for subversion.
Yeah, but I think they can be really interesting characters, like Luna Lovegood in Harry Potter is a good example. So someone who is, or Dobby from Harry Potter, actually, probably a better example. Just kind of, sometimes they're comic relief, sometimes they do daft things, but ultimately is to help. And it's the trickery and the...
You're not sort of positioned to take them seriously based on their demeanour. It's sort of their actions.
They play a very useful role in story.
Yeah, but it's like you're not like you're meant to take the hero seriously, or you're meant to take the villain seriously, unless you're obviously writing some kind of comedy or specifically for laughs. But like the trickster is often presented as more, even if they're evil trickster, they tend to be presented as more light-hearted and a bit more chaotic and less likely to present serious reasons for what they're doing. I mean, I think some of the best tricksters, like, let's just go with Loki, on the surface, he just wants chaos and he appears to be selfish and just want things for himself. But he's actually got a fairly tragic backstory. And if you look at it and boil it down, it's motivated by his want to prove himself to be good enough to rule. He doesn't go on about that all the time. He does occasionally, obviously, but most of the time he's too busy being the trickster, being kind of flighty and mercurial with people. And that's what you see sort of by his demeanour, but his nature is a lot more sort of informed by more tragic events.
And then, you get the shapeshifter then, and this can be a literal shapeshifter, but then it's someone who is more, as you say, like mercurial, more kind of difficult to pin down. Now, I find these, like, well, I was thinking about this, and this goes back to when we were talking about the Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and I think these characters are your chaotic neutral kind of characters.
Yeah.
So these are the people who we can't quite figure out. So someone like Catwoman, someone like Gollum, who isn't necessarily evil. Like, Catwoman isn't evil. She does things that are kind of suitable for her,
Yeah.
And so she's a difficult character to pin down. And I think that's the same with Lando Calrissian. I think he could be falling under this shapeshifter character.
Yeah. I think shapeshifters are sort of loyal to their own internal logic first. In a way, if we call it logic, you know what I mean? Like, you look at Gollum and not a lot of logic there, but he has an internal drive.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the ring, but then you get the two sides of Gollum is all for the ring, and then trying to regain himself as Smeagol, like maybe the chance of that redemption, and he shifts between those two literal personalities.
Maybe something like Maui. He's a literal shapeshifter as well. He can transform into different types of creatures in order to fulfill whatever he needs to do.
Yeah.
Going back to Harry Potter as well, another great shapeshifter is Snape, because his character, we don't know all the way through whether he's evil, whether he's good, whether he's neutral. And it's really hard. Again, it's this thing of like not being able to pin him down, not being sure of his deeper motivations.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, it's. I suppose in a way, it's another way of looking at it is that they are a character that the audience, like you said, they're not entirely sure of why they're doing what they're doing. They can only see the sort of the impact of their actions. But you like, even if they're doing something that seems, shall we say, evil or morally questionable, it's still the idea of like, but why? Like, what is it about? Are they good? Are they bad? You said about Maui. Even though it's a Disney film and he's obviously going to be a good guy, he doesn't traditionally fit that role straight away. he's really all just about sorting himself out. He's about a selfish need, as opposed to his traditional sort of more magnanimous role that's informed by his past, but you don't see that straight away. All you see is that he appears to be a certain type of character.
Next, we have the Guardian. So, yeah, sticking with Moana, this will be the crab. The shiny, the David Bowie crab. But yeah, so he is literally in the way of getting Mary's hook. So he's got that as part of his collection of shiny things. You've got the Black Knight in Monty Python and Holy Grail, who's brilliant, and he's a Guardian who loses several limbs. And
he's almost like the stereotype of the Guardian taken to the nth degree, and it's almost like no character whatsoever and only function and made into a joke because of his dogged sort of resistance to defeat, which obviously most stories, once you defeat the Black Knight, they stand down and they're like, yes, you are worthy. But this Black Knight is almost such a plot device in and of himself that it's become like this sort of parody folded in and on of itself that it can't accept defeat.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier about how you can use the stereotype for pastiche. So it's like you push it to that nth level, and it's great. Labyrinth. In Labyrinth with David Bowie. Now we're talking about David Bowie. I don't know if you remember in that there's a scene with the doors.
Yes.
There's a pair of doors and they lie to each other. Like, that's a Guardian thing. It's like, okay, if you're going to get past this point of the story, you need to do this. And it could be the doorknob in Alice in Wonderland.
I think they tend to represent a trial or a test for the main character, don't they?
Maybe we should do an episode about the hero's journey at some point. This is a good foundation to it in a way. You've got someone like Heimdall in Thor, for example. Like, they're just Guardian characters, solid wall-like things that are in the way. But
almost fixed points.
Yeah. And then the final archetype in the hero's journey, Joseph Campbell pointed out, was the shadow. I don't know if you remember way back. This was when we were talking about how to construct a interesting conflict between your protagonist and your antagonist, to have them a kind of shadow version of the protagonist. It's the Darth Vader, it's the Voldemort, it's the Sephiroth, it's, what's his name, Sauron in Lord of the Rings, Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty. It's that kind of, they're so like the person in a way, they share a lot of traits and they could easily go in that direction. And so it's a reflection, it's the shadow self, it's going back to Jung. It's this Jungian archetype of we all have our shadow selves, and it's whether we choose to kind of embrace that or to steer away from it and actually live a moral life. Yeah,
and it allows for a sort of, even though it's not always necessarily done literally, it allows for a philosophical conflict and not just sort of, whatever events happen in the story. Like when you look at two characters that are similar but almost diametrically opposed in maybe the way they go about their goals. I mean, you could say Batman and the Joker are
Batman and the Joker, definitely.
They're a really great light and shadow sort of thing. It's also kind of turned on its head because Batman is all shadow and the Joker is supposed to be about humour and laughs, but obviously one is a terrible psychopath and the other is a not so terrible psychopath. Which is something I'd actually like to touch upon in the future, is non-typical characters, because like Batman is a psychopath. There's no real argument there, but what it's doing is it's showing that a psychopath isn't necessarily a crazy person, isn't necessarily like evil and wants to wear people's faces like party masks or anything like that.
I mean, you say it's non-typical, but I do actually think it's almost like the hooker with a heart of gold kind of thing. It is the...
Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
It is a trope. We've got it in Dexter. We've got it in other places where you've got the killer doing it for the right reasons, or the good killer. I don't know what you call it, the good psycho or something like that.
Anime and manga and just generally Eastern cinema goes into this a lot because of the whole idea of death and, samurais and such, having to be willing to kill in order to protect your ideals and protect your lord and so forth and so on. It's the idea that you can't make excuses for it. You have to embrace it for what it is. And I think that a lot of the time, like evil characters or evil psychopaths, they don't necessarily make excuses, but they tend to have contrived reasons.
I mean, the Ronin thing, I think that falls into a archetypical category, actually. I would put the Ronin alongside the gunslinger I mean it's the lone wolf kind of character.
Well, all those like Sergio Leone films and such, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, they're all based on Akira Kurosawa's samurai films, because the gunslinger and the samurai.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah,
the gunslinger and the samurai are the same character. They are someone living in an age that no longer accepts or really wants violence or people like willing to kill, but they don't know anything else. So they are trying to live a decent life, and yet because they are so proficient at what they do, they can't help but be dragged into these situations either as a target or as a bodyguard. But ultimately, they will still have to kill, but they have to maybe philosophize more or grow more as a character. Not justify, but explain it, or to put this terrible ability they have to a good use and make it a good thing, instead of it just being, I'm a person that learned how to kill in the most proficient way available to me.
This goes back to the kind of light and dark, doesn't it? I mean, okay, you've got the psychopath, you get the light psychopath, the dark psychopath, you get the gunslinger, they might be doing it to save a village from, some kind of raiders or something like that.
Yeah. Just to touch on that, like Yojimbo is a good example in which you've got a Ronin wanders into town, seems completely self-serving, decides to play off the two rival gangs in town against themselves in order to make money, and then the people who have kind of put him up get dragged into it. So he decides that he understands what he's done, and then starts to act for the good of those people instead of to just make money in his role.
Yeah, other like archetypes, I suppose, as well. You've got like the rebel. A rebel character can be the freedom fighter, or it could be the terrorist, or it could be the gangster. It could be, again, it's this light and dark thing. It could be the Fonz, He's a rebel. He's got his white T-shirt, leather jacket. He's got the biker look, the James Dean thing going on. Okay, we know what a rebel is. We know what they're going to do in a story, whether it's light or dark. We know what a trickster's going to do in a story. And you want a mix of these things. You've got the mother, maid, and crone archetypes as well, which is the representations of women. Again, these are crude, but you can use them as a starting point. And it's the same with masculine, feminine. You've got the light feminine, which is seen as the kind of nurturing, the life-giving.
The Madonna.
Yeah. And then you've got the dark feminine, which is the kind of toxic femininity. This is the femme fatale and all that kind of stuff. And then masculinity as well. You have the thing about patriarchy being a bad thing, but, along with the patriarchal society, which is oppressive, you've also got the loving father. You've also got the nurturing father. So these things aren't simple. It's a low resolution starting point, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Dragons. I love dragons. Like, dragons as an archetype are brilliant because they bring together all our fears in one creature, in one predator. So we've got the fear of things that fly and come at us from the sky. You got the fear of the snake and the lizard and the crocodile and all that stuff. You've got the fear of the cat-like creatures on land that will eat us and bite us. And you've got the fear of fire. So it's like all these monstrous things. And what do you get? What the dragons do? It's like they defend what is valuable. So it's like, okay, we have to defeat all of our fears if we're going to get value in life. That's what the dragon archetype is. And it's just a crazy symbol that is also a really cool lesson that is like, it's universal. We get dragons in all cultures.
Yeah.
Which is, when you think about that, is just really insane that as a species in different separate parts of the world, we all came up with this idea of the ultimate predator that guards the beautiful virgin, or it guards the gold,
the entrance to heaven, or they reappear in many ways as guardians. Another part about dragons is there's also like an alien aspect to them, in that they are often depicted as being intelligent beings, but also above us. Like, they've been around for so long, or they've seen so much, or they're just by default and, should we say, magical biological makeup, in that they are leaps and bounds ahead of our ability to think and philosophize and to see the big picture and have perspective. They play many roles as well, because sometimes they can be the guardian, sometimes they can be the herald. It's not always about defeating the dragon. But I suppose in some ways, metaphorically, a lot of things are about defeating the dragon. Really, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, this is why I really like watching How to Train Your Dragon with my son. It's like that gets flipped on its head.
Yes, exactly.
He doesn't defeat the dragon; he befriends a dragon.
Yeah,
which is just a really cool way of doing it. So I don't know. I just find that the dragon is a really deep, interesting thing. That my theories about where that symbolism comes from is obviously, it's our collection of fears, but also, okay, maybe a group of people in one place dug up some dinosaur bones and were just like, what the hell is that? Imagine not knowing what dinosaurs are and just uncovering like a T-Rex skull or something. You'd just be like, okay.
So that was a thing.
Yeah, so that would scare you. And I'm sure there would be people who were like, how stories change. It's like, oh, remember how George discovered that dragon thing? What, he slayed the dragon? He killed the dragon? Yeah, and he saved all these people. It's like, I can see how that would evolve and change. And
well, it's where fantasy and imagination fill in the gaps for understanding. Should we talk into say early civilizations and so people used to think that the sun was a god, and if you didn't do stuff right, he wouldn't come up in the morning. It's the similar approach to this, like you're saying. If somebody happened upon like a fossil in a cliffside or something like that, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't go, oh, that's a diplodocus or something like that. Way back that have been like this ancient creature that lived before us, and they'd have filled in all the gaps themselves with sort of magical thinking and sort of, I think you're pretty on point there, really, with that whole idea of dragons and what they represent, and like I said, the weird multicultural proliferation of what a dragon is. They vary from culture to culture, but they are still always ultimately large, scaly bastards that breathe fire.
They breathe fire, and they fly, and they fulfill the role of all predators in a way, which is very interesting, I think, on a psychological level at least. One thing that I would actually love to see, and I don't even know if this is still, I should look this up to be honest, but I would like to see if anyone has done a research project which is a comparison of the fossil record in certain regions of the world compared to their depiction of dragons. And whether there is a link between maybe in a place where griffins are more of a thing, I don't know, maybe triceratopses were found around there. I don't know, just that kind of thing. I think we're going on a bit of a tangent here.
Yes, we are. We're kind of going. We're both just enjoying our love of mythology and mythological creatures here.
Yeah. Going back to the archetype thing, I mean, they are really useful low-resolution frameworks, and we should try in our stories to have a range of these. And the hero's journey thing has appeared again and again, and okay, maybe you want to change it, maybe you want to do it in a different way, but having an ally, having a mentor, having a guardian character at some point, having a shadow, having a hero, they're good things to have. And shapeshifter characters are interesting. So I'm just thinking about your story now. I mean, obviously you've got Dora, who's your hero. And then I think you've got Inigo. Like, he's this is the thing as well with these archetypes, and I think I'm just going to make this point now with Inigo, is they can fulfill multiple roles.
Yeah.
So Inigo is a mentor figure, but he's also a shapeshifter. And from the way you're saying, he will shapeshift.
He will literally shapeshift eventually, yeah,
into the shadow maybe. And so that's fine. You don't have to have a mentor. There's so many things where the mentor is the bad guy in the end.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, I mean,
it's fine. I was just
and it's an archetype, and it's a trope, and if you handle it badly, it will come across as a cliche, but if you handle it well, it'll be refreshing and it'll be good and it'll be entertaining, and that's what you want.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes we get back on the roller coaster even though we've been on it before, because we know that we enjoy that particular roller coaster. So as long as the ride is enjoyable, you'll always go back to it. So doing something that's been done before isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just about what your twist on it is.
Yeah, and like even saying not necessarily a bad thing, it isn't a bad thing. This is why we have genres.
True. Yeah.
This is why we have mysteries. This is why we have dramas. This is why we have romance. We know what we're going to get when we sit down to a drama.
Yeah.
We've got certain expectations when we go and watch an action movie compared to sitting down to watch drama. And again, it's this thing I've mentioned before of going back to your reader. Who is your reader? What are their expectations? And it's about respecting the genre that you're writing in. Now, I'm not talking about this in terms of you're writing a fantasy. That's almost like a shelf in a bookshop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking about genres in terms of, is it an adventure? Is it a drama? Is it a romance? Is it a coming-of-age story? Like, I think you're doing a coming-of-age story, aren't you? Where a person is going through the world and learning. And I think it will evolve into becoming a man versus state kind of story where Dora will be going against Inigo and...
Yeah, like Inigo will become the state.
Yeah.
And then her resistance to him will essentially, it will become that story of, like you said, the man versus the state. Again, going against the norm for the greater good.
But all these stories have been done millions of times. You know, these stories are ancient. I mean, all these structures have been in our heads, and we are, in a way, pre-wired for story.
Just to diverge a little bit, the first stories were told around fires in caves, and those stories were just about what happened in the day. And I think it is retelling and recounting things is a huge part of our social evolution. It's defined how language works down to every like granular part of the way we express ourselves and the way we communicate with other people.
Have you got any questions you want to ask about that? Is there anything that is troubling you about archetypes or anything like that? Or
not now, not though that we've kind of... I've always sort of struggled with the definition. I mean, I obviously know to avoid stereotypes, but I think it was more the question of archetypes for me. But, you know, pretty much a lot of what we've spoken about has cleared that up, really. And I think I've got a better idea of when I'm sort of start to finally... like all the characters I've got planned out, when I finally start to write them, you know, their actions, the words, how they carry themselves and all sorts of things like that. I feel more comfortable with it now, just generally because of what we've spoken about, the way you can sort of mix archetypes and play them off against each other, and especially with the hero's journey and those definitions where they are broad, but that's the good thing about them, because then it allows you to play about with them more, like say who's a guardian and who's a trickster, and is that what they'll always be? Can they change into something else? And we just sparked a little thing in my brain talking about, like, in this world I'm writing, the idea is that you have to be very strongly defined as a person, as a personality. You have to define yourself, but then how do you change yourself as well? Like, how do you grow and not stagnate in a place where you have to be very firm? And I've always felt that, you know, when people in the real world go through periods of change, who they are becomes a little bit fuzzy as they start to question maybe ideas and preconceptions. And that might be an interesting thing to sort of explore in the book, in terms of, like, obviously Dora's biggest first challenge is to find definition and self-actualization, and that'll be going down one path and she'll be influenced by Inigo. But then when she realizes that maybe the extent of his manipulation of her, she's going to have to try and be a different person or do things for a different reason. And in a world where you can't be unsure, it's going to be fun to play with that idea of sort of character growth that is also like a threat if it's not done, say, if it's not done right or not done with some certainty. Like, you have to try and move from one certain idea to another, which obviously normally tends to go against a lot of human psychology in terms of what we think of as objective and subjective.
Remember, you can follow me on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. I'm also on Instagram now. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also email me if you've got any questions. It's john@johncronshaw.com. If you want to check out the Stop Booking Around book, just go on to Amazon and type Stop Booking Around, and you can download the book. There's an audio book. There's a paper book. And there's a,
what's that?
Yeah, there we go. There's a Kindle version as well. So download that, read it, support the show. That'd be awesome. So until next time, cheerio.
Bye.
Hello, welcome to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined today by Paul Teague. Now, Paul Teague is the author of 15 novels and several non-fiction books, and he's produced all of these since 2014, while also doing other jobs and things like that. So this is a guy I really wanted to talk about things like time management, scheduling, getting the work done, because I think that is something, it's fair to say, you've been very good at.
Thank you, John. Nice to be on the show. I'm a regular listener, so it's great to be a guest on the show that you listen to every week. I'm really organised and always have been, John. I mean, you can go right back to when I was doing, O-levels. I'm so old, there were O-levels in my day, but they're GCSEs now. Even from an early age, I organised everything. So if you look at my GCSE, I've still got it in the loft somewhere, my A-level revision schedule and my degree revision schedules, everything was down to the day. I work exactly the same way that I always have done. Now, that makes me sound like an automaton, and I'm absolutely not an automaton. But what I tend to do with a schedule is, I work out which are kind of leisure times, which are work times, and I tend to be extremely organised around protecting and managing the work times. I think that's fair to say.
You do the Self-Publishing Journeys podcast, and even in the intro to that, there's the person who talks about, find out what's on the planning board. So it seems to me that you've got something, literally like a whiteboard or something in your room that is telling you what you need to do.
Okay, so I've got a whiteboard to my left right now, and I am sketched out for the next year. So I work on a quarterly basis, but clearly as a quarter of a year comes closer. So at the moment, I'm just finishing off quarter 3 of this year. And to motivate myself, I put green ticks next to everything that I cross off. I'm big on ticking things off, because at any moment when you feel that you're not achieving anything, all I got to do is look to my left and I can see what I've achieved in the last 3 months. It's there in front of me. So I think that's really important. But I then got quarter 4, and quarter 4, because we're almost there, it starts in October. Quarter 4 is now coming into more sharp focus. So there's more detail in quarter 4. But I also have sketching out for quarter 1 of 2019 and quarter 2 of 2019. Now, at the moment, those quarters are fairly sketchy. They're broad brush. But it's like a sausage machine. As the sausage gets closer to me, I put more detail on it. And so I pretty well know what I'm doing in quarter 4 right now. That's my kind of broad brush strokes. I transfer from quarterly planning down to weekly planning. And again, right to my left here, just for the sake of audio, you can hear me flicking through it here. I've actually got my weekly plan as well. I'm actually really embarrassed to admit this, John. This is like confession time. I've got this printed out till April 2019 now, which I know it's really embarrassing. But you see, I'm a big systems guy too, so I systemize everything. And I have a weekly planner sheet, which is as a Word document. I'm happy to let you, have a link to that if you want it. If people want to download it and adapt it, it works for me and my schedule. You will want to adapt it. But, basically, this has Monday to Sunday, and it has my kind of time slots, if you want. Everybody has a rhythm to the day, and I start mine at sort of 9 in the morning, and it goes through to evening time. I kind of then super boil it down every week. So broad brush strokes, more focused on a quarterly basis, and then on a weekly basis, I'm kind of micromanaging it right down to, your number one appointment of the day. And then I've got 3 appointments today. And within that, there'll also be some other work that I'm doing as well.
So in terms of your writing process then, you've mentioned before that you sit with a timer, is it? And then you just hammer out the words because you know how many words you can do in a certain allotted time. Is that fair?
I always feel like the Terminator when I talk about my time management, because it just makes me sound like some machine. I'm not a machine, and I do place equal value, I should say, on leisure time. You've got family, I've got family. We're all going to end up in the divorce courts and estranged from our families if we don't also make time for family. So actually, we'll talk about this later. I'll kind of answer the question first. But, as part of my time management is also time managing family time as well, because we'll all end up with no partners, no families if we don't organise that element of our life too. So that's equally important, I think, when we get to that. But in terms of the writing, you'll know this, John, because you've written a few books now. And I think it's very hard to imagine, I think, if you haven't written a book and you're listening to this. But when you've written 1, 2 or 3, I think you get a sense of your writing rhythm. By then really what time of day, is best for you to write. I can't write in the evenings. That's not my creative time. No way am I writing in the evenings. That's not going to happen. I'm a morning guy. I need to write first thing. I need to get on with it. I couldn't do a load of other jobs and then come to writing. I need to start the day primed for writing. So I know my writing rhythm. Now, I know that won't be everybody's writing rhythm. Some people love to write into the small hours of the night, and that's absolutely fine. It doesn't matter what your writing rhythm is. And I do think that's something that you shouldn't beat yourself up about. There's a lot of people saying, oh, you should be up at 5, working at 5. Well, I'm sorry, but that just doesn't work for a lot of people. You should.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. It just, my wife could not do that. It would kill her, right? That's not her rhythm. So when people sort of say you should get up at 5, actually I think you should take the principle from that, which is to find what is your 5 a.m. in your rhythm. Your 5 a.m. might be 5 p.m. in the evening, which is when you feel fresh, energized and ready to go. So find your 5 a.m., not somebody else's, because this is all about daily rhythms. I got a pretty good idea of when I need to write, pretty good idea of how fast I can write, which doesn't mean I'm beginning to I'm looking at Chris Fox's books at the moment because I'm beginning to think about writing, faster. It's like is it the 4-minute mile? I was going to say 1 minute mile. It can't be 1 minute.
Yeah,
can it? That would be really fast.
Mile,
yeah. So in the film, Chariots of Fire, and everybody's saying, oh, you can't beat that time, and then somebody does beat the time, and then loads of people are beating the time, and that's how I feel about your writing speed. That you might say, oh, I can only write 100 words per hour, Lovey, but actually, if you set yourself a goal of 120, you'll probably find you can reach 120, and then 100 would look ridiculous by the time you've done that. You'll think, how did I ever just write as slowly as 100? So I think you should always be looking at increasing the speed of that time. But I know that I can write 1,700 words in 1 hour. So my writing time is divided into 3 blocks. I write 5,000 words at a sitting, not exactly 5,000 words, 5,000 or thereabouts. And I know that in an hour session of complete focus, no internet, the phone's off, if the phone rings, it doesn't get answered, I just put it on mute, don't care who it is. I just don't have any distractions in that time at all. And I start a clock, I write for an hour, and I get 1,700 words done. Take a quarter of an hour break, go to the loo, get a cup of tea, whatever, have a packet of crisps, whatever, come back to it, sit down, start the clock, another hour, another break, usually about half an hour the second break because we're about lunchtime by then. And then I'm straight back down to it, no distractions, write for another hour. And that's how I get my 5,000 words done in a sitting. Now, there is pre-prep for that, John, too. So I don't come to that cold. The night before or during the week, I will have planned, in sketch terms, what's going to happen in each of the sections in that book. So I know where I'm heading. Obviously, I don't know the words, but I always know where I'm heading with the story. I don't come to it from cold.
I've talked about it a lot on the podcast, is the idea of when you've got something to work with, an outline, whether it be, really kind of deep or whether it just be bullet points, just having something to work towards really frees up your mind in a way to kind of think, well, I already know where this is going, so I can just focus on getting it done and getting to the next bullet point or next beat or whatever in the story. Now, I'm just wondering, so how often do you write then if you're doing 5,000 words in a single session? I mean, is that weekly? Is that, how often do you do that on a usual basis?
Okay, so I roughly aim for 4 books a year, 3 to 4 books a year, but it depends obviously on the length. So last year I did 3 books that were at least 50,000 words, and it took me a quarter of a year to write each book. This year, I'm just trying to think, well, what have I done this year? I can't even remember what I've written this year, John. I've written one, I can't remember how long my first book was this year, but I've certainly just written a 90,000 worder, and I'm sure the other one was more than 50,000 words, but it must have been maybe 50 or 60. I can't remember. But and very unusually for me, I've taken a 3-month break this year from writing. I haven't been writing for 3 months, so I'll get 3 books written this year. I have a day job 3 days a week. So on my kind of weekly schedule, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, daytime are fixed. That is not a permutation in my life. I cannot write on those days. Not at the moment. I have been able to in the past, but not at the moment I can't. I have effectively Thursday and Friday, and then sometimes Saturday. My wife works a job that usually means, well, she's on a rotation. So for 2 weeks, she works Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then every third week, she works Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I tend to write when there are no distractions, when the family are out the way and busy, and I've got the house to myself. So that gives me potential writing days of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I do jiggle the days around, but I also will only write 2 days in a row. I tend not to write. I mean, that's 10,000 words over a week. This is just my rhythm. Remember, don't beat yourself up if you can't do that. Just take the principles from what I'm telling you. But I will tend to write either a Thursday or a Friday, or a Friday and a Saturday, just depending on the way the week goes. And that means that I can write a 90,000 word book in a quarter, every quarter of a year. And then it's kind of timed at that, really. The other thing is that you're familiar with Belbin, John, are you? One of these character psychological profile things that they use in corporate life. Have you ever been on the receiving end?
No, I don't know this one. No, I've seen a few of these different things, like the Myers-Briggs and the trait personality kind of things. I think there's quite a few of them, isn't there? But no, I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, I did one when I was at the Beeb, and it was, I'm sure it was called Belbin. You're making me doubt myself now. I'm wondering whether it was Myers-Briggs. But anyhow, it's one of these psychological profiles. And when you're sort of relieved to find that you're not a psychopath or a killer when they do these things. That's always good news, isn't it, when you find out that bit. But I'm what's called a finisher completer. I don't like the process. I get my satisfaction when the job is done, which is why I deliver a lot of results to people, because I don't sit there telling them how wonderful I'm going to be and how brilliant it'll be. I just deliver the results. That's what I get excited about, and that's why ticks on my planning boards are so important to me. When I put a tick on there, that's like somebody giving me a bar of chocolate or a cup of tea or something. That's where I get my satisfaction, from putting the tick and finishing the job. So I'm not the kind of person who could write 100 words and then go and do something else and then go do another 100 words. I have to do things in a block. My wife, for instance, when she reads, she can read 50 words here and then she'll put the book down and come back to it later, do a bit of cooking, do a bit of reading. I can't read books like that. When I read books, I sit down, I read for an allotted period of time. So that's just the way I'm wired. I was saying you've got to find your own rhythm. That's my rhythm. I like to write 5,000 words at a time. I like to write in dedicated blocks where that's what my mind's focusing on. And I do have those set days of the week because of my routine where I can do the writing. If I didn't squeeze the writing into those Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, the books wouldn't get written. It's end of story.
In the Chris Fox books, and I think there's a few other people who endorse this, but it's the idea of tracking your progress. Do you do anything like that? Because for me, since I started doing that, I've found my productivity has actually increased. So I track my word counts or however many words I've been editing. And I think I started off, I was hovering around a 3,000 word range on a really good day. And then going up to, sometimes I'll do 5,000 words in a day quite easily. I've even done a 10,000 word day, but that was non-fiction. So I do know I can do that. Yeah. So that's kind of my aim now, is like I want to get to that 10,000 word point, but we'll see.
So I have on my whiteboard, I have the word count projections building up the book, so I know I'm going to get it done. When I'm writing in Scrivener, I use the word count function within Scrivener that tells me how many words I've achieved. So I keep writing until I've written through 1,700 words in each section. So I must have written at least 1,700 words in that hour. Clearly there's a story to take account. I don't just suddenly stop at 1,700. Clearly I've got to wind the chapter up. But you see, I also find that word count discipline, John, good for pacing as well. It means I don't ramble on. So although it sounds like my books are formulaic, they're not formulaic. They are and they aren't. In that when you read the story, you wouldn't pick this up. You wouldn't get this sense that there's a formula going on here. But when I write a book, I write a chapter a day. Each chapter has 3 parts. Each part ends on a question or a cliffhanger. And then as you know, and I know you've described in the podcast, you work to the Save the Cat philosophy. I'm also hitting those beats within the book. So I have all the beats marked in the book. And what I find that kind of, if you want to call it formulaic writing, does is it always means that I'm working towards some kind of question or climax within the story, which hopefully keeps the tension and the interest up in the story. But I'm also aiming for those key plot points within Save the Cat. Now, just to go back to the question, which is the word counts. Yes, I do. I also have a calendar to my left-hand side here. It's quite a packed office here. But I record my word counts on my calendar. So I can tell you that the last time I wrote, because I have been taking a break over summer, I wrote 6,966 words on Friday the 13th, would you believe, of July. And the day before that, 5,088 words. So I've got my word count written on calendars for the last, I think it's 3 years. So, so I've got a record of exactly when I wrote and how much I wrote. And again, if you ever, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know whether you feel this, John. You've like me, you've banged out a fair few books by now. I still, when I start a new book, doubt my ability to write a book. And being able to look at that legacy, looking at the books on my shelf to my right-hand side here, you think, yes, I can do this. I can write a book. I've done it many times before. But I do always have that self-doubt before I start a new work.
I think that's the start of every writing session for me.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
So, yeah. The project I'm on now is the first one where I felt really comfortable and really confident with what I'm doing. And I'm having a blast doing it. This is the epic fantasy novella series. So, I don't know. I mean, it might be the satisfaction of the completion within a month. I'm getting the first draft done just in a week. And then over the next few weeks, I'm doing the edits and rewrites of the previous book. So having that kind of rhythm and pattern and having the things coming out now and getting really good feedback, like that's giving me a lot of confidence in terms of my writing. And just I feel like I'm developing as a storyteller as well, because it's a different way of telling stories. I'm essentially telling a story in the same way that you would with some kind of serial or soap opera. So it does end on hooks. It opens up story loops and closes them and things like that. So it's a real different method of working, and I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And also because I'm using the tarot cards as an inspiration for each of the episodes, it's throwing in some randomness and some unexpected things that I can. It's kind of keeping that creativity and surprise factor going. Whereas I think when I've been working on the novels and I get to maybe about 2/3 of the way through the first draft, I'm almost exhausted with it. I found that especially with Blind Gambit, just because it dealt with some really weighty issues and was really emotionally draining to write. So, I was doing 1,600 words in a day rather than 3,000. So, yeah, this is definitely better. And, yeah, I'm just tracking the word counts as well and doing that, and it's just really helping.
It is motivational, I think. I would recommend people track word counts because, again, you can't sort of improve what you don't measure. I can't remember who said that. I'm sure somebody famous said that. But, if you don't measure stuff, you can't improve production. So I think it's really important, even from day one, to be measuring it, to get that sense of progression, progress and improvement.
I've found myself doing it as well where, my aim for a while was to get 3,000 words done. And then I upped that to 3,500 and then get to 3,500 and I think, well, I've got 20 minutes before I need to leave to go and pick up my son from school, so I'll throw in another scene if I can. And so I end up doing over 4,000 words, and it's having those little measurable things and pushing myself against what I've done before. Yeah, definitely. I think it does motivate me and it does keep things going. And it makes me think of, I don't know if you know the comedian Jerry Seinfeld, and he has a thing where he says that he started writing, and in order to kind of keep writing and writing, he would mark off when he spent an hour on writing a day on his calendar. And the idea of having any gaps in those things that are marked off filled him with anxiety. So he just had to get it done. And so he, consistently producing for several years, every day, doing at least an hour on his writing. And yeah, so I think it's little things like that, little visual cues, little challenges to yourself where you can think, right, I can improve this, I can do this, and then the satisfaction of doing that. And yeah, I suppose this is all well and good, but I mean, what happens to you if, life gets in the way or something unexpected gets in the way of this? I mean, where does that leave you in terms of planning?
Well, I always have buffer days. So I do buffer, I always have extra writing days scheduled. So I've already planned up to Christmas, for instance. So I've detailed planned on my weekly planners quarter 4 now, isn't it? The last quarter of the year. And then I've kind of penciled in the writing days, but I also have buffer days on which I'm flexible. So the other thing, and I alluded to this at the beginning, John, I think it's important. I don't think I could write. I couldn't write. Well, I couldn't. Of course I could, but I don't know whether I'd want to write 5,000 words a day 5 days a week, for instance. I certainly wouldn't do it 7 days a week because I think I would burn out. And just as important to me on my schedule is to see white space in there. I'm very big on making sure that when I look at my weekly schedule, if I ever feel overwhelmed, it does happen occasionally. It's when I look at my weekly schedule and there is no space in there. For me, there's no space at all in there. And this is an important part of scheduling too, is to give yourself a break. And actually that time, again, I think you get more confidence in the rhythms of the way that you work. I call that chugging time. And it's where I chug ideas for my books in my head. I need that free time to just work through. And I often have plot breakthroughs and things during that time. So I think if you were constantly working and working on a book, I don't think you'd ever have the space to just maybe step outside it and see the links that are quite obviously there a lot of the time. So I think white space, we've just done a summer holiday. I know you've been talking about it. It creates a lot of pressure because it diverts you from your routine. The way I manage summer, I've actually just I could have written a book over summer, but I haven't. I've actually just entirely focused on the marketing over summer. So I've intentionally missed a quarter for writing this year, entirely to get my marketing house in order, because one of the things I'm good at is producing content. One of the things I'm bad at is selling that content and making sure I'm selling enough of it. And I had, because I've written so many books now, and I'm still not able to do this as a full-time living. I had a little tiz recently, as you'll know, because you listen to the podcast, and say, I should be able to earn a living with the books I've written now. And the reason I'm not is because I've focused too much on producing stuff and not enough time on marketing it. So I made time in the schedule. I changed the schedule not to write over summer, to adjust to a need. The other thing I did at the beginning of summer to the kids, because I got older kids now, is I said to them, write me a list of what you want to do over summer in terms of going out days and things like that, and then I will schedule those days. They got scheduled. And I had buffer days because it's the UK. It rains in the UK, so I had buffer days for those. And we've ticked off all the things on the list. So there's a guy that I listen to. I mentioned him on my podcast. A guy called Robin Sharma, and he has this sort of catchphrase, which is the things that get scheduled are the things that get done. And I think you should apply that, to everything, including family time. Family time is important to me, so I don't want to work all summer holiday. I want to spend time with my kids because, one's gone back to university, the other's about to go back to university. That family time is really important to me. So I allot that equal importance when I'm scheduling stuff. And I make sure I get back to see my mum. I make sure we get to see my wife's dad. These things, I schedule these things too, because they don't get done. If they just pie in the sky aspirations, they don't get done. I schedule most things, not quite everything, but most things.
I can definitely see that being a benefit, because I was just thinking then I've been trying to arrange going to see a friend of mine who lives in North Wales, and we'll definitely have to do something, and then I think that it never gets scheduled. So I'm going to have to take that on board actually, in terms of applying the scheduling stuff to my regular life as well as just the writing life. The thing you said about the white space is so important, and just the ability to, whatever you want to call it, refill your creative well, or just having time to think and to not be kind of super focused on a project is actually really useful. And I think it's also really underestimated for authors. In terms of technology, like apps and things and software, is there anything you could recommend to help people with scheduling, or is it literally just you've got a calendar and a whiteboard? Are you pretty much analog old school with this?
I did have a lovely bit of software that I used, and in the latest Windows update it won't work anymore, and it makes me want to cry. But I used to use a bit of software called the Results Machine, which was just a downloadable software. There was nothing cool about it, and it just allowed me. It just set a little timer, so I could say set it for 3 lots of an hour on a day, and I'd just click start, and it would give me a warning at halfway, and it would give me a warning at 5 minutes. It would just make a little peep just to keep me on track if I was in the zone, which I often am when I'm doing that writing. So the Results Machine doesn't work anymore. So I've had to just go for a basic online timer, which I just have on I've got 2 screens when I write. I have it on my right-hand screen, so it's just counting down. But I used to love the Results Machine. I've used that for years, and it's such a crying shame that it doesn't work on the latest iteration of Windows 10. I do have the the word counter enabled in Scrivener. So my daily target is 5,000 words, and then obviously you see the little counter moving up as you're working through Scrivener. But other than that, no, it's actually, I turn off technology when I do the writing. So if the phone did ring, I'm not a big phone user. If you want to have a phone call with me, you'll have to schedule it. unless you're my mum. You have to schedule a phone call with my mum. The only reason I have a phone is so that my mum can get straight through to me. That's pretty well the only. I'd get rid of a phone now. Everybody else has to schedule a call. All right, phones are, I think, is worth talking about, John, because people, and this is a younger person thing. I think people seem to think that just because a phone rings, you've got to answer it. Well, let me tell you, it's there for your convenience, people. It's not there to interrupt you. So I will not accept random calls ringing and interrupting my time. I just won't accept that. If you want to talk to me on the phone, quite happy to talk to you on the phone, but you have to schedule it in, because I will not have this thing randomly interrupted me. If the phone went now, it would just get muted. And if I didn't know who was ringing me, I'd block the number. I'd just block the number, right? Because anybody who knows me knows that I don't answer the phone. But if you, I've asked people in business about this and said, am I difficult to get? And they said, no, you're not difficult to get. You're actually very fast to get. That's because if you're doing meaningful business with me, you'll get an appointment fast, like you did. I'll give you an appointment fast. If you're wasting my time trying to flog me something or talk nonsense, you'll be blown out of the water straight away. I don't tolerate that. So if people say, I answer the phone, they're trying to sell me, it's Yale trying to sell me web stuff and whatnot. Just block them completely. You don't have to talk to these people. You didn't ask them to ring you, so just block them without mercy. If they've been so rude as to interrupt your personal time. So I really am a phone fascist, to be honest with you. I recommend everybody else does the same. If you ring me on my phone, I don't recognise your number, you get blocked straight away. It's just there, right? But am I difficult to get on the internet? No, just search for Paul Teague. You'll find a contact me, and I'll get back to you. But don't ask me to ring you. That's the. And I mean, John, because you've been on my podcast, I have a scheduler. If we agree that we're going to, meet, we have a scheduler. It sends you reminders, and I'm always there at the appointed time. So it's not that I'm difficult to get to, it's just that I manage that because that's a time management thing to me.
The great thing about Android phones, I don't know about iPhones at all, but one thing I do when I'm writing is I put my phone on blocking mode. The only people who can get hold of me are my wife and my son's school, and that's it. So it's like it blocks off all the distractions, and my wife knows not to call me apart from at lunchtime and stuff. So we've got that arranged. We know there's also something as well that this is kind of linked, and I suppose it is really because of you protecting your time and things like that. And we met in person again quite recently at a podcasting networking event in the Northwest. And one thing that I really applauded you for, and I thought was great, was there was someone asking, I think it was about skill sharing or something like that. Essentially, I think the impression was that, we do work for each other, and you were just like, look, I'm going to politely say no. And that was great to me. I thought, yeah, you need to be able to say no to people and focus on what is important to you.
Yeah, I don't mind saying no. It's interesting. I've just reread a book called The One Thing, which I recommend, by Gary Keller with a guy called Jay Papasan. And one of the things that they talk about, the one thing. So as writers, I can't actually boil it down to one thing, because our one thing is like writing and selling books.
It's publishing books, isn't it? Because you need to write, you need to sell them, you need to market them.
So publishing books, yeah, that's our one thing, isn't it? I've been super focused on this over summer. What are the things I must do? And that, so yeah, publishing books is what we do. So therefore, anything else that isn't publishing books, that doesn't work towards me publishing books, is a no if it makes demands on my time. Now, you can politely say no, but one of the things they say in this book is that the power of focusing on your one thing is knowing what to say yes to. But actually, saying yes to your one thing is often saying no to all the other things that people ask you to do. And people, I know this because I'm sort of a fairly tech savvy guy. I can solve a lot of problems. If I let people chew away at my time, I would work for free forever, John, if I let people nibble my time. Can you just help me with this web thing? Can you just show me how to do this? All of that sort of stuff. And my view is, I don't know about you, I don't work for free. I don't know anybody who does work for free. I'm not a walking charity. I need to be remunerated for my time. So I put a value on my time. I have a if you want an hourly rate, and if I'm not working towards producing that hourly rate, it's dead time to me. And if you ask me, you wouldn't ask a plumber to fix your loo for free, so don't ask me to fix your website for free. I just say no to everything. No, don't even ask me. Don't even ask me to do something for free. The only people I'll generally give time of day to. Then that doesn't mean I won't offer to do stuff for free, John. So don't think I'm some kind of meanie.
You've been very helpful to a lot of people.
Well, exactly. So there are people, I call them time vampires. If you just open the door a chink, they'll get their foot in and they will drink from you until you're dry. And there will be sort of nothing in it for you. So with networking, for instance, when we had our podcast meetup, I do meaningful networking. I don't go to networking, just to chit chat with the same old people. The minute it ceases to become meaningful, or there's a business or networking benefit in it, then to me there's no point doing it. I know it sounds like you're some kind of Terminator, doesn't it? But I think you just have to be strict with yourself and strict with others in a pleasant way, because we've all got the same amount of time in a day. And I have no patience for people who say I haven't got time to do things, because when I was working 5 days a week and I started trying to work for myself in 2008, and I had 3 young children then, I was doing the bedtime story thing. And, when you've got young kids, you sort of, you're done by about 8 in the evening or whenever your kids go off, and you're just exhausted. I can remember literally seizing that hour in the evening where I started to work on my business, and I was tired, but it came out of television time. And everybody can get up an hour earlier. You can stop watching telly for an hour. There's always time that you can claw from an agenda, however small that time is, just to put your first step forward to start whatever it is that you want to start. And I just think you have to be really strict about that. You don't have to be unpleasant about it, but you do have to be very firm about it.
I told a story in the Stop Booking Around book about when I kind of had a revelation about time, and this was, it was quite a few years ago now, and it was when I could still play video games. And
I remember those days, John. I can remember playing Resident Evil 1. This is how old I am, with my first baby child on my lap, looking at me and thinking, do you know what? I don't want a child to be hearing zombies, but eating human beings in Resident Evil. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I think it was something like Fallout 3 or Skyrim, and I was a frustrated writer. I never had time to write. That's what I thought. I'd do my work during the day and then think, oh, well, I've got no time to write. And then I saw that I'd done what was it? I think it was 200 hours on one game, and it's like, oh my goodness, that's 200 hours. I can write 1,000 words in an hour. That's 4 novels that I could have written. So I stopped doing that, and hey, I've got time to write. So
can I recommend a bit of software? You just reminded me of a bit of software, John, which I've had on my PC for several years now. It's called Rescue Time. You asked me about softwares earlier, but I do run something called Rescue Time. And what Rescue Time does, you can put it on your mobile phone now, is it will tell you how you are spending your time online. And you could mark the activities as productive or non-productive as well. So it will send you a report. I get a report every week to tell me what time I've used. And I'm pleased to tell you that most of mine is productive time on Scrivener. That's what my report usually tells me you've been writing. So Rescue Time is great. It will track everything, and you can train it, to say, well, see, when I started using Rescue Time, I was building and selling a Facebook software. So actually time on Facebook for me was actually working time. I was working on pages and creating demos and things like that. But actually Facebook time now for me is dead time. It's wasted time. So you can train it as to what's good and what's bad, and it will track everything on your PC and send you a report. So if you're one of these people who says, oh, I have no time, yet you spend your life in front of a computer, it will do exactly that. It will say, well, you spent 10 hours playing games this week. You can't tell me you've got no time. It's very honest with you. It will be. It's a very blunt tool. Yeah.
I bet that will be very frightening for some people when they realise how long they've been scrolling on Twitter or something like that.
Yeah, it tells no lies, John. So, it's a mirror reflection. So if you are one of those people who think you haven't got enough time, put Rescue Time on.
The amount of time that people will spend on Facebook and Twitter and Reddit and all those places, unless you're doing it with a purpose. Like I go on Facebook now, and my purpose is either to market my books or to find Facebook groups to arrange things like cross promotions. There's some groups on Facebook that you can get lost in them. They're very useful for authors, but I pulled back from that because I found that I was spending an hour and a half just scrolling through the 20 books Facebook page or something like that. And it's like, well, unless I'm doing it with a purpose, then it's not useful for me to do that. And it's the same on Twitter. I'll give myself 15 minutes to comment on a few things. I've got automations set up. So find your time, automate what you can, schedule what you can. And I just think that we underestimate how much time we actually have to do things. It is a case of maybe making a sacrifice in the short term for the long term. It's also the thing of, I feel that I get a lot of meaningful fulfillment from writing and producing. And so this time is much better spent. It isn't a sacrifice. It's actually a much better way of me spending time than playing a video game or browsing a social media site. And I think that once people realise that, if their dream is to write, then they're going to get more fulfillment. Just it's going to be more meaningful for them to write.
I agree with that. Now, I mean, you do 3 and I think 4 pending podcasts, don't you? I've been working on sort of organising my podcasts, and for instance, I do my author diary, which has been running for a couple of years now. I've got 100 and something episodes, and when you line those all up on a page, Joanna Penn calls it her body of work. She considers that podcasts are part of her body of work. When I'm looking at my 120 whatever it is author interviews that I've done now, and you think, blimey, when I started that podcast, I hadn't got a clue whether I'd last 5 minutes with it or not. But when you look in the rear view mirror at the work that you've produced, when you have this, I've got a great pile of paperbacks, that I've now produced, it is a phenomenal achievement. And when I've you must feel this because you have this kind of relentless program of recording podcasts and writing books and promoting and things like that. I do consider giving up my podcast, but I found a sort of natural rhythm to it now where I record after work in the evenings. And I said to my wife, what else would I do in that time other than, how would I use that hour to record an interview? I'd probably watch telly earlier or sit and have a yak in the kitchen with a cup of tea. So actually, if you do force activity into some of that time, that doesn't mean, so I finish at 9 and my wife and I'll sit down, we'll watch telly and have a yak, in the lounge. So I just, for years, I've just finished at 9. That's when my kind of day's finished, and that's where we go and we have our kind of sociable time at that time. So I do have time for all of those things, but the difference is if I finished at 8 when I'm beginning to feel tired, then it's a bit early, and that's an hour wasted that I could produce something. And you think that by doing that over 2 years, I've got a legacy now of 123, whatever it is I've recorded now, author interviews, and the same number of podcast diaries and that number of books. The time's going to pass anyway. You might as well, even if you schedule half of the time you waste, you'll still be more productive.
You've literally got days worth of content and interesting stuff. It's this thing of tracking progress as well. Like, I do an author diary podcast every week, and it's such a great way to think, actually, I've done loads. Because I'm coming up to a year of doing it now, and I went back and listened to the first episode just to see where I was, and it was like, wow, I've done so much in that time. Even though I did abandoning the blind reset project, which I've really beaten myself up about that, and a few other things, and just thinking, actually, I've done a hell of a lot in a year. I've produced so much, and that's actually given me a real boost because I know that I've not just been wasting my time and messing around, and just I feel like I'm doing something that is meaningful to me, and I'm creating assets that my son can benefit from after I'm dead. So
yeah, absolutely. But you make me tired, John. When I listen to you, because I have all your podcasts, coming through, so I know what time it takes to produce all this stuff, and I'm watching you put your books out. You also have a formidable work rate as well. So this is why I was talking about, and I know you're also, I say managing a family is the wrong word, but you've got your son to take to school, you've got the school run to do, and all these things which sort of interfere with your time. You have to be very organised to get that work output done, and I sometimes feel tired on your behalf because I know I was sitting editing. What was I doing last night? I was preparing a podcast that I'm recording tonight last night whilst editing and listening through to one that I'd recorded on Monday night, and then sometimes I just go spare by the time I've done the social media stuff and uploaded it to Libsyn. I think, I've had enough tonight. And when I hear you doing your 3, I think, well, you're doing an extra one on top of mine, and it just must be it's so tiring for you sometimes.
I try and keep the editing down to a minimum if I can.
Yeah.
So.
Again, it's the only way to manage that, isn't it? I always say that to people with podcasts. If you super edit, you'll never get the thing out. You just have to get the thing out, have to get the product out there.
You mentioned the one thing earlier. I have literally just got that on my phone, so I'll be listening to that over the next week. I mean, are there any more books in this kind of area that can help authors to increase productivity and get more focus, that kind of thing?
Yeah. I mean, our old stack of books on my shelf. A couple of books I recommend. The E-Myth by Michael Gerber, which is not what I thought it was when I read it. Because it had the E in it, I thought, it's going to be all about tech and things like that. But it's worth just familiarizing yourself with the principles in the E-Myth, because the E-Myth is all about systemization. It's about, I'm big on this, that if I have to do a routine task more than once, then that's something that I need to systemize. And so, my podcasts are systemized. I have processes for everything that I do to reduce the amount of time and the repetition that I have to do. So I have templates for everything, to speed up that whole process. I have templates for my books as well. So the E-Myth, the concept of it is about automation and systemization. So that's a book that's worth reading. Now it's often about offline businesses. It's not specifically about authors, but I would highly recommend you get used to that principle. I think the other book that I really like is one by Brian Tracy, and it's one I read very early on in my entrepreneurial career. And it's called Flight Plan. And again, a lot of these books, make a whole book out of a basic concept. But the concept of Brian Tracy is that when you go on an aeroplane flight, the pilot is constantly making lots of tiny adjustments because of wind and weather and things like that, but that you always land at your destination. So as authors, my destination, say, is to write a trilogy of books, but within that, and although I might schedule it, I've got my flight plan, I'm going to have lots of little diversions along the way. So a child who's sick and needs looking after for a day, all those sorts of things. But this concept of flight plans and mini adjustments really resonates with me, and I apply it in my own business. Somebody asked me about this on Twitter the other day. I have my planning boards, I have my weekly planning sheet, but that doesn't mean that I can't adjust my flight plan. And as you know, because you listen to the diaries, John, I made a massive course adjustment this year in saying I am going to focus for 3 months on marketing and on getting my kind of marketing house in order. And I did that because I've read the flight plan, I get the idea. And your Blind Gambit book 2, that was a course correction for you, and you're beating yourself up about it. But if you put it in the context of Brian Tracy's flight plan, you'll see that, actually it was a right course adjustment. It was the equivalent of you, I don't know, saying, shall I fly through the storm or should we just go up a few thousand feet and fly over it? That's all it was. So it's a really good book for getting time management, I think, in perspective and just, grasping what we're trying to achieve here. We'll still arrive at the destination. It'll just be with slight course corrections along the way.
Where can we find you online then, Paul?
I'm all over the place, John, but I think for the purposes of this podcast, I always promote your podcast as buddy podcast. If you listen to mine, you'll like John's, and hopefully people who listen to yours will like mine. They'll get we're all doing different things, but we're all aiming at the same part of the market. So I'm going to say if you check me out at selfpublishingjourneys.com, which is my podcast too, that's probably the best place to start if you want to take a deep dive into this. And again, probably pick some of the interviews. The author diaries, I think, seem to give people most reassurance, because in there, if you've got the resilience to work through the author diaries, you've got me there making nothing from books, just having written my first books, right through to having had a £5,000 month in the last month. You can hear the pain, the tantrums, the anguish, the self-doubt, the things I've learned. You can follow the whole thing through. So I think that's probably the best place.
Thanks very much for coming on to the interview. Next time we will have Russ. We're going to catch up on his novel and make sure that he's still writing and that his outline is finished. So that should be good. Remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also email the show. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. And if you want to help support the show, please do check out the Stop Booking Around book. So it's available as paperback, ebook, and on Audible. So until next time, cheerio.
Fantastic. There you go. You get a tick on my schedule because we've completed an item.
welcome to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined today by Lynn Sheridan. Now, Lynn Sheridan is an author that I have collaborated with several times. We do a podcast together, and what I wanted to talk to him about was coming up with ideas for stories, because one of the most common questions I get asked is, how do you come up with ideas for stories?
Hi, John. Thanks for having me on.
We've been doing stuff over a year now, isn't it, that we've been kind of working together, coming up with ideas for different things.
It's crazy to think it's been that long, really.
You've got a series which is basically a complete crazy mashup of genres, like it's dark fantasy, and you've got zombies and vampires and alternative history stuff. So I think to some people, like, where would you come up with an idea like that?
It always starts with just one point, and then you find yourself asking, well, what if this happened, or what if that happened? And every time that happens, you branch and you get more info and more ideas, and it just kind of grows and grows and grows until you've lost control and it now has a life of its own.
Do you do this in your head? Do you do this as like literally sitting down with a pen and paper and drawing diagrams or anything like that?
Usually in my head, I'm kind of always receptive to ideas. So, I mean, one time I remember driving my wife to work, and I noticed a guy standing on a street corner, and then when I was driving home, he was still standing there in the exact same spot. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, what if everyone in the world suddenly froze where they were? And and from there I ended up with I haven't completely finished the story, but it's an agoraphobe who somehow was unaffected and has to go out into the world where everyone is frozen, but they're still conscious, and it's dark and twisted and kind of funny at the same time. But like the ideas can come from anywhere, and you know, a lot of authors will always say about how, you know, you need to read, you need more than just needing to read, you need to watch, you need to observe, you need to just be aware of everything around you. I watch a lot of movies and a lot of anime, and I think I'm always just picking up little ideas that I can expand on. Like, I use Google Docs to keep a record of most of my ideas. So I've got hundreds of plans and partially formed stories and stuff that eventually I'd like to get to when the time is right.
When you're doing your stories then, I mean, is there a point where you go, okay, this is an idea? Like, how do you get from you watching a guy who's standing on a corner to actually having a fully formed story? I mean, that to me is quite a big leap, isn't it? Getting from idea to story. I think that's the hard part. I think that's probably what people talk about when they go, where do you get your ideas? It's like, it's kind of not the ideas, is it? It's being able to mold that into something more.
Yeah, like, I mean, in that example, the idea is that everyone in the world is frozen. From that, like, even if you sort of start to think about like Lester Dent's ethos on, you know, how can I make this worse? How can this get harder for the protagonist? So you've got this idea, and I was like, well, what kind of a person would be really bad in this situation? And I was like, well, maybe someone that can't go outside, is a bit anxious and doesn't like to talk to people anyway. So it's kind of almost their ideal situation, but at the same time, they don't know how to respond to it.
I mean, was it the character then that kind of came from the idea? Was that the thing? Is it like, are you kind of doing this from the point of, okay, this is an idea, how can I link this to a character? How can I link it to their conflict and their vulnerability and all that?
I think this instance, definitely. And I think that's the thing with the ideas as well, is like, you start with one idea and you think this might be a story. And then a couple of weeks later, maybe you see something else and you're like, oh, well, that's a good story as well. But then the two together are an even better story. So you know, it just kind of builds on itself and grows as you observe more things.
I have stopped writing ideas down, to be honest. I've got to such a point where I know that if an idea is good, then it'll stick in my head and it'll keep nagging at me, and then I'll have to go and write something. But I've just had so many ideas for stories over the years that it's just pointless now. I mean, I think what's interesting is you can have the thing of the ideas almost come into you passively, which is all well and good, I suppose, if you're kind of wired that way, which I think me and you kind of are. But there are things you can do as well in order to feed that. I mean, one thing that I do every day is I read a short story, a poem, and an essay. And I think if you do that, then I can always, from that, brainstorm a story idea if I want, because, okay, maybe there'll be something in the story, a character, or there'll be a turn of phrase in a poem, and then the subject matter of an essay. You know, all these things can inspire it, but it's one of those things of you are what you consume. So I think you do need to be reading and be reading decent stuff or watching, watching decent movies and watching them almost with purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you say about watching good stuff, but ironically, watching bad stuff can actually be really useful as well.
Okay, yeah, this is true.
Let's take the Guyver, for example.
Yeah, okay. So on the Otaku on Writing podcast, which is a podcast we do with another author called Killian Carter, and we essentially brainstorm. They've all been science fiction stories, really, haven't they? But kind of speculative stories.
Yeah.
We'll watch an anime movie or a TV show and then dissect it, see what we can learn as storytellers, and then see what we can come up with and then write the stories. So I think we've just launched, our 5th collection based on this. Yeah. So that's quite amazing, really. But yeah, the bad movie, which was The Guyver, it was a bad TV show, The Guyver, I think has inspired stories that I definitely enjoyed writing the most so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's interesting, actually. I take back it needs to be good. Watch bad stuff, and because you can see it's almost obvious what they're doing wrong, and then you can make it better.
Yeah, they've obviously got to the point of being made into a TV show or a movie, so that something in there's got to be resonating. If you can work out what that is and do something useful with it. I mean, I watched one series recently where the hero has been somehow summoned back in time to almost like Norse mythology, but he's still got his smartphone and can access the internet. But he ends up becoming like a general for a clan, and he wins battle after battle by using access to like the art of war or ancient, all the sort of great military battles and wins. He's able to sort of research their tactics and put them into place in a time long before they existed. And this was an amazing idea, but the story itself was just flat and really badly done. Just from watching that, I'd say, let's look at some old battles and expand those into something really interesting.
One thing I've found really good about the process of doing these Otaku podcasts is we are sitting down and watching these. I mean, to be honest, it seems like we've just been going over the stuff from our youth, the formative anime, kind of classic anime, and looking at those. But it's just been really interesting pulling at the threads of these ideas within the stories and just how different the stories are that we end up with. So when we did the Guyver series, which is, about a teenage boy who ends up getting alien body armor, we turned that into a bit of a gritty space marine adventure story involving really bizarre talking armor and stuff. So, we had the little nugget of an idea and then we took in a very much a different direction.
One of the really interesting things with the Otaku on Writing podcast is that we're able to sort of bounce these ideas around between us. So, it's very rare that, the first couple of minutes of the show, we're like, okay, great, here's the idea. That's what we're doing.
It always changes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we go off on tangents and we explore different ideas and different possibilities. And in the end, I think we kind of end up in, a really good place. I mean, like the Street Fighter 2 one, we were struggling for where to go until we came to the generation ship.
Which has nothing to do with Street Fighter 2, the animated movie.
But it just gave us like a plausible setting to make this a really, really interesting story and make the fights that much more significant and meaningful.
I suppose this is the thing as well, is writing doesn't have to be a solitary pursuit. I found it so rewarding and just pulling things in so many different directions, actually having you and Killian kind of brainstorming and having this kind of excited conversation where We're just trying to kind of get the coolest thing we can from whatever it is we're looking at. And I think that is something maybe other authors could look at, is this idea of, okay, I have a collaborative partner. It doesn't have to be that you write together, but okay, maybe you sit and talk about story. I mean, I used to do this with Russ when I was coming up with ideas for the Wizard of the Wasteland book. I was really stuck on, I think it was, basically just after the midpoint of how to get my character from one point to the other. And, having just kind of bouncing ideas off someone was really helpful.
Like a lot of writers, I think, are worried that if we share our ideas, someone else is going to steal them and write them before we get a chance.
Good, I hope they do.
But I mean, you can.
I'll do it differently, and I'll do it in my own way, and it'll be better for me. So
yeah. I mean, that's it. Like even like from the Attack on writing stuff, we're all brainstorming the ideas together, but none of us have written the same story yet.
I think that is actually a really good lesson in don't be too precious about ideas, because we're all writing from the same idea prompt, and the stories are so wildly different.
Like not even remotely close to one another. Like and so I think that's definitely something we can think about and not get too hung up about. Like you say, getting even a small group, even if it's just one friend or one author friend that's willing to to have these little sessions and bounce the ideas around. Like I still remember our call when we were planning Black Death 3. And we'd all written our parts for Black Death 1 and 2, and then 3 was going to be where it all comes together. So we needed to sort of really sit down and work out how our characters were going to go through it. And that was just like a really fun and interesting session, because we're all building in the same thing and trying to make the links and connect our stories.
We had the world, we had the idea, we had the premise, and we were basically writing our own stories within that. But it was that, the third book is where everything's coming together and everything needs to kind of start clicking together, doesn't it? So, that was really cool, because I think what I'd got as a plot, I think actually having you two and figuring out how we could bring these ideas out actually made the story stronger. But I suppose as well, it doesn't necessarily have to be other authors, because, I mean, just kind of someone who's creative and interested is kind of enough, you know what I mean? Because maybe someone is interested in video games, or someone who's interested in visual arts might have that kind of creative thinking in a different way.
It's all story in one way or another, isn't it? I think often computer games get sort of poo-pooed on for not being classic books or stories, but I think a lot of the story building that goes into computer games now is on a par with a number of books and movies.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like when was the last time you had the reaction of Aerith dying? It's like the story of Final Fantasy VII, I think that turned a lot of heads in terms of storytelling, and I think there are some really well told stories now in games. I suppose the point is ideas are everywhere. This is why I find it such a weird question, is like, where do you get your ideas? It's like we can go outside and look at a rock and think, what if that rock was something else? Or, how did that rock get there? It's like, you can literally, we program for stories. You should always be asking why, and always be listening and questioning things and being curious. I think that's the key.
With the Valiant Lineage series, there was an original short story I wrote, which was about 3,000 words, which I think now in the scheme of things has turned out to actually be book 26. I remember I'd been reading online about serials and then followed a number of threads and ended up reading up a lot on Lester Dent and all the different other sort of types of story structures, and decided I was going to try and do what Lester Dent did with Doc Savage and create a series with a character that I could sort of take through. So I decided I was going to look at some of my old stuff and see if I could find something that I could build on and use. And I ended up with this short story, which, I ended up sitting down and sitting in front of like a Word document and just jotting ideas down to try and turn this 3,000 word story into something much larger. And I remember sitting there and I was just sort of piecing bits together, and then I had this sort of huge what if moment in the story, and I just kind of rocked back on my chair and I was like, yeah, that's going to carry the series for a long time. So it's
So in terms of this kind of thing then, so it is, I mean, I talk about on the podcast about the importance of outlining and planning and, you know, knowing where your story's going. And I mean, have you got this kind of 26 book series planned out? Have you outlined this, or is it just you know, seat of your pants kind of job?
So at the moment, I've got the first draft for the first 26.
Right.
I spent pretty much all of 2017, well, the first half of 2017, just writing those. And I was planning them in fours. I guess there's kind of like each story has its own arc. Each four has like a more sort of complete arc, and then they all build on for the sort of the main arc. At first, I kind of envisaged it the way the writers of Lost did, in that they had their start point, they had an end, they knew a number of stops along the way, but they didn't have like the complete map at that point. So it was like every time you sit down to plan the next one, it's like, okay, I know kind of where everyone needs to go, so I've just got to find an interesting way of getting them there.
I read a book recently, the Chris Fox plot gardening book, and he's got a great analogy for this, which is like having marker posts. So it's like literally having beats along the way that you need to hit, that, you know, you're heading towards. And I think that's what I've got with my Ravenglass Chronicles serial, which is where, you know, I've got the series, I know where they're going to end, but the stuff in the middle, that's all still up, you know, that's all still up in the air. I know pretty much when I sit down to write them what I'm going to do, because I plan them and I outline them, and each episode I use a tarot card to kind of inspire it. So again, that's another way you can use ideas, you can add some randomness. I mean, Philip K. Dick famously used, I think it was the I Ching with Man in the High Castle when he was writing that. So Luke Reinhardt did the dice for his book, The Dice Man, to plot that. Have you ever read that, by the way?
I haven't, no.
It's a really cool book, a really cool concept. It's about a guy who gives his life over to the dice. Well worth checking out.
As a species, we're kind of hardwired to tell stories. It's been our way to explain the unexplainable for millennia. So, you know, really we should all have it in us to make stuff up and ask questions.
To give you an impression of, you know, coming up with ideas for stories, do check out the Otaku on Writing podcast, and then check out the stories that go with it. It's a really good way to kind of see, as a practical exercise, how we're getting from an idea, how we're developing it, and then how we're turning it into our own individual stories based on the idea. Because, you know, ideas, they're cheap. Anyone can have an idea about anything. It can have ideas endlessly. It's the sitting down and turning them into a story that resonates. That's the challenge. And that's why things like knowing about story structure, understanding character arcs and things like that, that's where you're kind of getting into the real nitty-gritty stuff with this kind of thing.
Yeah, well, that's, isn't it? The idea is not a story. The idea is a background or just an element that we put our characters through.
Where's the best place to find you online, Lynn?
Best place is my website, which is lynsheridan.com. From there, you can get to my Twitter account, and I generally try and keep everything linked up. So if you're on there, you can find me everywhere else. And if you're going to read anything, I'd start with book 1, The Damsel in Distress, from my Valiant Lineage series. They're novella-length serials, but each one is a complete story, just building on the overall story as it works through. Very much like a TV series would.
Yeah, and it's really good, so do check that out. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at Jon Cronshaw, and you should check out the Stop Booking Around book. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, flying solo today while Russ is on hiatus. What I want to talk about today is getting ready for NaNoWriMo. Now, if you're not familiar with NaNoWriMo, this is National Novel Writing Month. Should really be called International Novel Writing Month, as it has transcended international borders. But the idea is that you write the first draft to a 50,000 word novel in the month of November. And this can be an excellent way to get that first draft out, to really focus your mind and to get a lot of words on the page in a short space of time. Now, I wrote what ended up being my first published novel during NaNoWriMo. So I wrote Wizard of the Wasteland, the first draft of that. Last year I didn't manage to complete NaNoWriMo. And this was more because I've got into my own good routine of writing and I felt that the pressure to do a first draft wasn't actually productive for me. Now, when you start thinking about a NaNoWriMo project, ideally you should already be doing this. You should already have a lot of ideas in mind so that when the first comes you can hit the ground running and start writing that first draft. If you're not at that point, there are a few questions that maybe you can ask yourself in order to start coming up with an idea for a story that can sustain over 50,000 words. So first of all, ask yourself, what kind of story do I want to tell? Now, this can be something as simple as saying to yourself, I want to do an adventure story that is set on Mars, or it could be like saying I want to do a story that's like Indiana Jones but set in a Game of Thrones style universe. So you can literally have these things, have these shortcuts, just give you broad brushstrokes of your setting, and then it's time to start thinking about your central character. For any story, at minimum, you want a central protagonist, you want an antagonist or antagonising force, and you want something that is giving your protagonist motivation. So, for example, this could be somebody has kidnapped your protagonist's child. This could be your protagonist wants to meet the man of her dreams, but the man of her dreams is being pursued by someone else. Key to everything with story is knowing who your character is, how they would act in certain situations. Now, I've mentioned this before on the podcast, the idea that you can cast your characters. So what you do is you look at a film or a book and you think, I would like this character to be my character. Now, this isn't to say you would steal that character, but if you were to say, I want a character who's a bit like Idris Elba in The Wire, you're going to get a very particular kind of character. You're going to be able to think about the way he looks, the way he talks, the way he moves, different kind of body language tics that you can think about and play on. And then as you start to write and you start to get a better feel for who your character is in their world, then they will change, they will evolve, and they will become close to something that you've got buried deep in your subconscious. The key to coming up with this character, though, is they need agency. And what I mean by this is if they're still at the midpoint of the book, responding rather than being proactive, then there's something about your story that isn't working. You need a character to be proactive, to make decisions and to do stuff. And most importantly, they need to have vulnerabilities. So if you've got a perfect character who's great at everything and everyone likes them, well, that's going to be a boring character. As much as you'd like to have a character who ticks your boxes for wish fulfillment of all the things that you don't have, that you wish you had, the more interesting characters are those with weaknesses, those with vulnerabilities and flaws. And throughout your books, you want your characters to grow. And they can't do this if they start off perfect. So to get a good thematic thing going in your book, think about a flaw that your character can have that needs addressing and see if you can tie every scene into addressing this in some way. So if your character's flaw is that they have the inability to trust people, then hey, by the end of the book, they should trust people and learn the importance of love and friendship. And along the way, the scenes test this. They push the character in different directions where, okay, they know that they shouldn't have trusted someone, but then they learn they should and that kind of thing. So when you actually link to a flaw and you can improve it, then you're going to be writing on this kind of thematic level, which makes for a more satisfying read. And so when you're writing your scenes, make sure they're moving the story forward. If you've got an idea for a scene that doesn't do anything, doesn't add anything, you don't need it. So I know some people are what's known as pantsers, so you literally write by the seat of your pants, and some people have to do a really detailed plot and outline. Now, I think it's important to outline, but how deep you go into this depends on your temperament. I would suggest even for someone who is a pantser to have some markers along the way so they know at least where they're headed. So, for example, if you're writing a detective story, then you will need a scene near the end where the detective confronts the murderer, for example. Or if you're writing a romance, you will need a scene where the couple have their first kiss. So these are necessary, they're obligatory scenes that you need in genres. So this is the thing as well about being aware of what genre you're writing in and what kind of story you're wanting to tell. So if you're writing an action story, then having a scene where the good guy is thwarted by the villain is actually very important to have. If you're writing a detective story, you need a crime to have occurred. So even if you are pantsing, having these markers of going, okay, I know I need to have a scene that does this, I know I need to have a scene that does that, will actually help you and free your imagination so you can actually focus on getting the story out there. I find personally that there is a point where if I do too much outlining, too much detail, then it takes away from the creativity when I'm writing. So this is one of those things of finding a balance and finding what works for you. So in terms of story structure, I talk about this in some of the earlier podcasts with Russ where we're going over the Save the Cat thing, but there are many different ways of formulating story structure that can be really helpful, even if you don't subscribe to them perfectly. When I'm planning out a novel, I sometimes do things like getting an A3 sheet of paper, drawing a big cross on the vertical and horizontal, and then I go around it. So in the first section, I've got the ordinary world, and within that, I know that there's going to be what's called an incited incident, so this is where something happens to drive your character into the story, and then there will be a point where your character is forced into going forward with the story. So I've talked about Star Wars. This is a point where Luke Skywalker goes on a ship with Han Solo and Obi-Wan Kenobi. And then the next quarter of the book is when your main character is responding and learning. And so again, in Star Wars, this is where he's doing his Jedi training. And then by the time we get to the midpoint, he sees the Death Star and they get sucked in by the tractor beam. And then this is the point where you have a midpoint flip. And what this means is your character must start being proactive if they haven't been so already. So this is where Luke Skywalker is determined to escape. And then when we get to the three-quarter point, we get to the climax. And this is where we get the battle in space, and you've got the rebels, and he's flying his ship and blasting the Star Destroyer, and then Wu destroys, and then they win. And then, of course, the end, you've got your resolution, which is where Chewie gets screwed out of his medal, and it's all happy and victorious. And you can do the same sort of thing in your novel. So I would say do something along the lines of looking up what the hero's journey is, look up Dan Harmon's story circle, look up the 3-act structure. If you're not familiar with these story structures, look at them, read them, see if you can outline your books to one of those. When I did my NaNoWriMo novel Wizards of the Wasteland, I used the Blake Snyder Save the Cat formula to come up with my outline. And so in terms of writing, you have to think about your scenes. Now for a nano book, this is 50,000 words. So you're talking something in the region of 40 separate scenes. It might be more, it might be less. Now, if you're thinking about this in terms of the structure that I mentioned, then your first 10 scenes are going to be the point in the ordinary world. The next 20 scenes are going to be in that middle bit. And then the last 10 scenes are your finale, your climax, and your resolution. But you can do as many or as little scenes as you want. If you're writing a fantasy, maybe your scenes are going to be a bit longer. Like some of my scenes in my epic fantasy stuff are around 3,000 words. When I've been writing post-apocalyptic stuff, they tend to be around an 800 to 1,200 word mark. So it depends on the genre, depends on the pacing, but you'll know when you start getting into it how much is going to be required of each scene. So one thing to do that is really useful is get out a calendar and have a look at how many writing days you have. I know already that I've got 17 days that I can write in November, and so I've done a quick calculation, and it's basically just over 2,900 words in a writing session that I need to do. Now, because I do a lot of writing, this is my full-time job, I can write 3,000 words in a day quite comfortably. I will probably end up writing more in the region of 4,000 words a day. This will give me the chance to have buffer days and things like that. So there's one thing that I keep coming back to when I've been talking to Russ about producing his book, and that is the idea that NaNoWriMo is to produce a shitty first draft. You are not going to be writing anything anywhere close to perfection. The idea is to get something down that you can then mould and shape once it's done. So the only way you're going to get through this is not to look back, not to self-edit. It is literally forward, forward, forward every day. Give yourself goals, give yourself timings. Word counts might be a good motivator. You can do little things like sprints where you go, right, 25 minutes I'm going to write non-stop in that time, and you do nothing else in that time until the time is up. If there's something that you think you need to do, then wait. Unless, it's something like doing an inhaler or something like that where it's a medical emergency. Just focus and do it. Now, there is a bit of a caveat to this, which is if you can't do it, if you start falling behind, don't worry. Just carry on. Just do as much as you can. The 50,000 word thing is a guideline. It's not a fast rule. Nothing is going to happen negative if you don't do it. But having this sense of progress, doing something each day is better than doing nothing. If you start to feel pressure, if you start to feel guilt, if you start to feel a sense of anxiety over this project, step away or try something else, try a different tactic. You don't need to put that pressure on yourself. Maybe reduce your word count, maybe write a novella instead, maybe write a short story. A novel is a really big undertaking, and if you've never done it before, it's incredibly hard. So give yourself a break. If you find yourself stuck, if you find you've got writer's block, I don't believe in writer's block. I think it's something else. I think you need to get out. I think you need to get more ideas down on a page. I think you need to go for a walk and free up your mind. Maybe go and have a shower, have a think. Writer's block is usually a result of you being unprepared. Perhaps you haven't done enough outlining. Perhaps you don't know your character very well. And this is one of those moments where you need to take a deep breath and think to yourself, okay, what is the writer's block? What is causing it? Diagnose it. Is it because you know in your heart that the story sucks? In which case it could be subconscious telling you, okay, go back and outline. Try another direction. Maybe the scene you're on, it's actually the scene itself which isn't working. Maybe it isn't moving the story on. Okay, skip to the next scene. You can write out of order. You can skip bits that aren't working. I sometimes have in my first drafts just a little bracketed thing saying cool fight scene here, because I don't like writing fight scenes unless I really have to, and I find it takes me out of the flow of the story. So just having little shortcuts to keep you in the flow of the story is really important. So the key to getting through this as well is to make sure where you can, you've got a routine. If you're doing the same thing every day, that's good. Maybe have a playlist that you listen to. I got a great tip from the author Claire Sager, who said to listen to orchestral music from video games like Skyrim because they are designed to make you focus, and it works really well. Can you dictate? That's another thing. I use Dragon Dictate to get my novels down. That's a really good way to get words on a page, especially if you can dictate into something like a dictaphone or your phone. Then you're not going to be in that mode of self-editing and looking at what you've written. You're just going to be going forward, which is the key. Now, one good thing about NaNoWriMo is there are a lot of other people doing the same thing as you. You're not alone. There are forums, there are groups on Facebook that might be for your local area. Like where I am in Morecambe, there is a Lancashire and Cumbria NaNoWriMo group, which I frequent during the month of November. Now, find a group that works for you. I've been in writing groups in the past online that I've found to be wells of negativity. So if you're not getting something positive from the experience, walk away. You're not obliged to be in a group. If you prefer just to get on with it and do it, then just do that. Whatever works for you. Some local groups even do things like writings in the real world. So near me, people will meet up in cafes and write together. Maybe throw in some random writing prompts and have little games. So it depends on what you want to do. But the support is out there, and it's up to you how much you get involved with it. You know, some people find it useful to declare that they're doing it and to have posts about it every day, having their word count. That's great for them. If that works for you, do it. If not, don't. And it's not a competition either. The only person you can ever compare yourself to in life is yourself. If you start comparing yourself to other authors, to other people who achieve things, then you're not focusing on what's important, and that is you. So just remember as well, don't let it become all-consuming. Make sure you eat well. Make sure you move around. Try and get some exercise. This shouldn't be of detriment to your health. This process has worked for a lot of people, and if you can get into that zone, it's really good. But if it doesn't work for you, then that's fine as well. Just find a way, if you can, to use it to jumpstart some motivation. All I will say is just remember it's not easy. This is a challenge, and it's difficult. And if you end the month with 250 more words than you started with, then that is an achievement, even if you don't get the full 50,000 words. So I hope that helps. If you have any questions about NaNoWriMo or anything to do with story structure or writing in general, please do get in touch at JL Cronshaw on Twitter. So remember as well, you can find the Stop Booking Around book, which has got some really great tips for outlining your novel and getting into the right mindset for completing that first draft. So until next time, cheerio. Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined today by another special guest. I have got Killian Carter joining us today. He is a science fiction author who is just about to go full-time as an indie author. So congratulations on your success with that. So I want to talk to you a bit about getting the right mindset to be an author, to be prolific, and to just get stuff done.
I really like the mindset side of things, and I don't know if a lot of people share that but it's a bit ironic, isn't it? Do you have the right mindset about the right mindset?
You need a positive mindset going into mindset conversations.
Yeah. So as soon as people heard you say mindset, they all probably thought, oh no, not mindset. And to be honest, I think I had that sort of attitude starting out as well. And it took me a while to realize, actually, there is something to this whole mindset thing. I think Joanna Penn has the successful author mindset. I don't know if she mentioned it on her podcast or something, but when I heard it, I was like, mindset, what good is that going to do for me? In your head, it's almost like it's some sort of mystic thing that has no value. But eventually, you come to realize, actually, yeah, this mindset thing is really, really important if you want to be successful.
So this is something then that you have actually worked on in a conscious way. Have you kind of taken steps then to develop your mindset? Because for me, I've not done this. And the reason I've not done this is because I did a PhD where I basically had to focus for 4 years on one project. And then I had to balance that with teaching and marking commitments. And then after that, I went into journalism. And so I was working fast paced, doing a lot of writing and things like that. So then when I come to actually doing the author stuff, it's like, okay, I've got the thing to get the words done and not be worried about the muse or anything like that. And then I've also got the thing of I can focus on a project for years. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't leave a lot of time for sitting down and thinking about things in terms of mindset. And I think that's part of the problem as well. I like to say to people, you need to ask yourself why you want to write. And the truth is, for most of us, we probably kind of got into it by accident, or, we went through this long-winded process and maybe busy doing a lot of different things, laying groundwork, like you said, and you just don't have time for it. It just doesn't occur to you, or you just develop some of it, by accident without actually thinking about it. And but I think sooner or later, it does help to sit down and invest some time in thinking about mindset. I did it by accident as well. I think I read a few books. They were they weren't books on writing or the author mindset, but they were books on general success. I read a few things by Dale Carnegie, MJ DeMarco. I read I think it's called Millionaire Fastlane. It's a bit of a tacky title. It's very clickbaity, but it's been very valuable in helping me understand, what kind of mindset you need in terms of a successful business. And then there was The Silent Sales Machine by Jim Cockrum. So I kind of read those over the last few years, and I guess they started me on the road to realizing, yeah, mindset is a thing. It's something that we probably do need to give some thought to. And we're 100% convinced that has helped in me getting to where I am now, which is, as you said, becoming a full-time author in the very near future.
Is this a kind of mindset in the sense that you're not thinking mindset in terms of just writing, you're actually thinking mindset in terms of business, in the sense that you're producing products, assets, that kind of thing?
Exactly, yeah, because when you think about it, a lot of people maybe put up a barrier when it comes to the business thing, but it is a product. Creating a book is a product. You can't separate the two. And that's when I said you need to ask yourself the question why you write. Some people, they're not interested in the business side of things, and that's fine. If part of the reason behind your writing is that you just want to have fun, or you want the recognition or accolades and awards or whatever, you might not necessarily need to treat it like a business. But if money is a factor, you want to do it as a living and to support yourself and your family, well, bills need to be paid, people need to be fed. So I think you need to sort of think about your writing more in terms of business, which again all gets wrapped up in that nice package we call mindset.
What kind of things then? I mean, if there's something that we could change today, where should we start? What are the kind of things that we should start to look at and start to think about?
In a practical sense, what I've been doing this year is I have a bullet journal that helps me kind of keep track of things in terms of my writing business, because if I didn't write it down, it just wouldn't get done.
What does that mean? I don't know what a bullet journal is.
It's just a journal. It's a journal. You can look it up on Google. It's a blank book or a blank notepad, and you kind of outline your year or your months or your weeks in advance, and sort of it just helps you track things, helps you create checklists. But the great thing about a bullet journal is that you can customize it, because a lot of diaries or workbooks that you get that are made for authors or business people or whatever, they're very sort of restrictive, and they limit you in whatever framework the person has designed. Whereas a bullet journal, you just design it your own way and do whatever you want. But what I'm trying to get at is that as part of my bullet journal exercise, I have been collecting sayings throughout this year. And I think that if you try to collect sayings from successful people within, it doesn't have to just be in publishing. It could be authors or writers, but it could also be business people in general. And if you maybe select a saying that resonates with you per each month, and just think about it for that month, try and incorporate whatever lesson that person's trying to convey throughout the month, and maybe meditate a little bit on it. How can I use this saying to help my career? How can I use it to help my readers? How can I use it to improve my work, my writing, etc.? So that, just trying to think of ways that we can apply that.
Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot now. What's your current saying that you're...
Okay. I was going to bring this up later anyway, I guess, but my current saying is... and this one really struck a nerve with me, is the true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade you do not expect to sit. It's a bit philosophical as well, I guess. Purpose feeds into mindset a lot. I think purpose gives you a perspective on the bigger picture. I think one of the terms that gets bandied about a lot these days is perennial or evergreen intellectual property. So, for example, when thinking about your work, are you just pumping out Pulp Fiction, a book a month or even a couple of books a month and getting them out as fast as you can because you want to make money now? Or are you building a product that people will be able to come back and read? Maybe it's not something that's trending now, but it's something that people might be able to come back and read 5 years from now, 10, 20 years from now, and they'll still get enjoyment out of it. So I guess it's immediate value versus long-term value. So just trying to, that's one thing that has helped me try to think about businesses in terms of the future.
I talk about this a lot with Russ on the podcast, and it's the idea of creating something meaningful, which is kind of more important than creating something that is going to give you that immediate gratification. And I think that's especially a big mindset thing with authorship in general, is this idea of delayed gratification, of a different kind of rush that you get from knowing that you've written a good book than you would get from completing a video game or something like that, which is more immediate.
Yeah, it's all the internet's fault, isn't it? Netflix and YouTube and Spotify, you can get everything at your fingertips, and you get that dopamine hit as soon as you see that like on Facebook or whatever. So that's definitely a big part of it as well. I try to look at it in more practical terms. So, you have a copyright of 70 years on your intellectual property. So how much of that 70 years are you going to use? Are you going to use 6 months of that? Which is what I think is a bit of a trend in certain circles at the minute, where things, you kind of focus on one book and ride the wave, and then it kind of dies out, and then you get another book in there. That does fulfill a purpose in itself. There's nothing wrong with that. But do you also think about things in terms of, what's going to happen for the rest of those 70 years? Am I going to leave behind a legacy or a product that can help support my kids, even my grandkids, when I'm not here anymore? So I guess it's all about that saying anyway, is about sort of thinking about the future and what may happen when you're not around anymore.
It's very much a long-term game, isn't it? This might be one thing that I am very much focused on is, my author career is definitely, I am basically on 18 months of a 5-year plan. So it's, I'm still kind of working towards where I want to be. And I know that it's not going to be for a few years, and there's been course corrections on the way and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that having that plan, like you say, or preparation and investing up front is a big part of it, a big part of the mindset as well, isn't it? Because, like you say, it sort of goes against this instant gratification thing that is going on these days. And one of these things, I can't remember who said it, but was it an actor that said, reach for the stars and you'll land on the moon or something like that? I can't remember who that was.
Sounds like it might have been S Club 7.
Oh, let's not break into any S Club 7.
Climb every mountain higher.
Good old S Club 7. I don't even want to know how long ago that was.
Yeah, that was the 90s, definitely. Yeah.
Oh dear.
20 years probably, maybe more.
You're making me feel old now, John. But yeah, it's a nice positive saying that, because the thought behind it is, reach as high as you can, and you might not hit that great height, but you'll still land somewhere up there. You'll still land somewhere higher than where you are now.
How can you use mindset to increase the amount of writing you do, or improve your writing? I mean, how does that play in?
We often hear the saying, starting is half the battle, but I like to add that it's the easy half. So starting is like, you get a wave of light infantry coming at you, and yeah, okay, that's great. You get that out of the way, but what happens when the cavalry and heavy artillery start shooting at you? So how many people have started writing a novel but haven't finished it? So starting a book is definitely hard, but finishing one is by many orders of magnitude harder. So it is about developing persistence, developing habits. And it's very hard to pin these things down, because it's very hard to be practical when it comes to mindset, because everyone's mindset is different. And one person might need to have a certain habit in order to be persistent, but that won't work for someone else. And they might need to have a completely different habit. So for example, I love to get up at 4 a.m. just because the kids are still in bed. Well, most of the time they're still in bed. And it gives me hours to get a head start, to get writing or even business stuff out of the way. Other people prefer to write in the evenings. Some people like to do sprints with a stopwatch. I find that depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. So that's why you often see these books on mindset or how to be successful, and people read them and come away really disappointed because it didn't give them any real practical, tangible things that they could take away and implement. And the reason being is that it's all attitude. If you have the right mindset, you will develop those habits or those practical things anyway. And I think that's why a lot of people get turned off by the mindset thing as well, is because it isn't always something that you can execute right off the bat. You have to give it thought, and you have to change things as well. And the brain has evolved to be very efficient when it comes to using up energy, and change means using more energy. So, that's part of it too. But developing great habits, that's what those habits are, is very much up to what kind of person you are, but developing habits and being disciplined with those habits is a big must.
I'm thinking in terms of the type of mindset things that authors need to jettison. I think there's a lot of authors look around the person next to them, the author next to them, and compare how they're doing, how many books they're selling, or how much they're writing. And I always think the only person you can compare yourself to is yourself, because only you are made up in that particular way. Last week I did a podcast about NaNoWriMo, and, I was talking about this a bit. And one of the things is just like, you are the best person at knowing who you are. So don't compare yourself to other authors. It's like, you got to focus on you. And we've all got different personalities. We've all got different things that make us tick. And comparisonitis is just one of the most damaging facets of being an author, really.
100% agree with you on that one. I think it all comes down to fear. I think if you boil success down into its fundamental components, fear is one of the things that gets in the way of people becoming successful. And one way that you can remedy fear is by educating yourself, because fear comes from not knowing. And the only way you can learn is by getting out and experiencing something and learning it for yourself. People, like you say, they look to other authors, they see what they're doing, they get disheartened. A lot of people look at those authors too and they try to copy what they're doing. I think this is also a big reason why people fall for, some of the, not that they fall for, but they go and buy courses that cost thousands of pounds or dollars. And a lot of these gurus might be well-meaning and whatever, and may actually provide a really good service, but are these things that you can get in a book? Yes, most likely. Can you get them for free on a blog post somewhere? If you dig around enough, yes. I think it's kind of playing on that fear a bit at the same time, because people fear because they don't know, so they go to someone who they think do know. But the problem with that is, like you say, you need to do it for yourself, because what that person did 6 months ago, a year ago, even a couple of weeks ago, might not work for you, or might not work today. And something that does work for them because of how they're hardwired might not work for you ever. So it's one of those things. You have to get on your hands and knees, get your hands dirty, start digging, and then you will fail. You will fail, but failure is a precursor to success. So we shouldn't fear failure. We should embrace it. And I'm actually writing a book on that will hopefully come out next year. Yeah, don't be afraid of failure. It's easy to say, easier said than done. But the more times you fail, the better you get. So
yeah, and I think this is one of those things where in your why. If your why is about you want to do a business, then like any business, you need to invest. You need to invest properly. It's like if you were to open a restaurant, you wouldn't put out a couple of crates and some pallets and hope people would turn up. You'd buy tables and cutlery and employ staff and a chef, hopefully. So
yeah. And you think about a chef, like how many failures did they have? How many times did they have to cook a steak before they learned how to cook one, that's rare versus medium rare? Or, if you look at every single product around us, from our phones to our laptops to headphones or whatever, they all went through failures. They went through iterations, they went through testing, and they didn't work, or something about them didn't work, or they changed. And I think we have to look at ourselves the same way. We might start out thinking we don't need to do these things, but there is going to be failure. There is going to be a need to change and improve until you get to somewhere where you're happy with.
So I actually wrote a chapter about fear in the Stop Booking Around book. It was about how we've got the fear of failure. We've got the fear of letting people down. We've also got the fear of succeeding and not really knowing what to do with it. Like there are a lot of fears. Yeah. And the one thing that I think and what I do is I try and make my fears kind of work for me. Instead of letting a fear stop me from writing, I will put a even bigger fear in front of that. So it's like, okay, well, I can not write this chapter because it's really difficult to write and it's dealing with some emotional issues that are really hard to cope with or whatever, but I need to write it. Or I've got the fear against it of if I don't write it, then I'm not going to be able to pay my bills next month. Or, or I'm not going to be able to carry on with this 5-year plan or whatever it is. It's finding a bigger fear of well, if I don't write this book, then I'm going to feel like a loser because
it's all about putting it in perspective, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think you can do that with a lot of things. I think you can do this on a daily basis when you're writing. Get in the good habit if you can work it around your life. If you are fearing the thing of failure, one thing I always go on about, Russ, to do on this podcast is do not worry you're writing a shitty first draft. It's going to be crap. Mm-hmm. Expect the worst and then you can build on it. It's that thing of having something finished that you can work on and mold and shape and improve. Like that is what I really try and get him to do. And this is another mindset issue, is the idea of perfectionism. Yes. The idea that you need to sit there and produce something perfect every time when you sit down to write, and then you go back to it the next time and you go, oh, that's really bad. I'll rewrite it.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, that's better. And then you come back a week later and go, oh, that's really bad. I'll rewrite it. And then you never get anywhere. You never complete it. So,
yeah. They have that saying that art is never finished, only abandoned. You do have to abandon it at some point. It's just a matter of figuring out when do you abandon it. And I suppose abandon is a bad word, but you can't keep polishing something. You do need to just get it out there at some point, don't you?
people want to create something perfect, but it is the imperfections that give something character and voice, and that's kind of where you need to be. You need to be in that middle ground, isn't it? You know, we've talked about on the podcast before about the idea of the point between order and chaos, and it's almost like you need that with your writing. You don't want it to be too kind of structured, and at the same time, you don't want to be all over the place. So yeah, it's kind of riding that balance. One thing actually that really inspired me when I was coming into writing. Are you familiar with Robert Heinlein's Rules for Writers?
I'm not actually, no.
They're a bit outdated now because they are more of a pulp mindset, in the sense that, you know, it's the idea of writing for magazines and writing for a traditional publisher, whereas we're in a publishing arena now where there are so many different ways of doing it. I mean, you and me are both indie authors. Whatever you do, I think these rules can apply. So I'll just read them to you, actually. So rule 1 is you must write. So that's a good one. You know, the idea of just writing, doing it, getting the work done.
You know, you're talking about people wanting to be perfectionists. The only way you're going to perfect things is by more writing. It isn't by sitting there polishing something you've already written. You have to write it, get it out there, and then write something else. Rule
2 is finish what you start.
It's a big one.
Yeah. You know, I've got a few abandoned novels. I've got a novel, well, my first novel that I can't remember if I spoke about it on the podcast, but basically I did trying to do a Game of Thrones in space, and it had 13 point of view characters, and it was a complete mess. Didn't really have much of a story.
Sounds awesome.
yeah. But I did finish that, and that was a really good lesson because I had done quite a few full starts before that, getting to that 20,000 word point and then going, I don't know what to do anymore. So
yeah.
This is why outlining and, you know, planning and having at least some kind of ideal where you're going is really useful.
Yeah, it just shows as well that, you know, success is just a long string of failures at the end of the day. You know, again, I don't mean to keep hammering the point, but success and failure, they're both different sides of the same coin. And like what you said, there's a perfect example. You know, you had a few false starts. You know, you can consider those failures. I like to call them lessons.
Yeah, they are. That's exactly what they are. But I couldn't be where I am now if I hadn't done that and learned the lessons from that.
Exactly. It's essential to go through those processes, isn't it?
I was looking at an old external hard drive the other day, and I found a short story I'd written in 2008, and it was like a 10,000 word crime story about Cornish terrorists. And it was like the story was pretty good actually. And then I think what took the steam out of it was, I think there was something coming out in the news where, okay, this now looks like it's a copy of that. I don't think like that anymore. It's like, oh, well, if it's been done before, then whatever, good.
Yeah.
Whereas then I was like, oh, no, because the whole twist was there was this terrorist cell who were fighting for Cornish independence, but everyone in this terrorist cell was either like an undercover policeman or working as a journalist or something like that. Like there was no actual terrorist cell, but they did really horrible things in order to kind of save face with each other. I was reading back at that story, and it's like it was so badly written, and it's like it was just really nice to kind of like the story was there actually. Like if I rewrote it, it'd work, but it'd just need a complete rewrite, complete overhaul.
Yeah.
So probably not worth it. But it was just interesting to see how much I moved on in terms of my writing, in terms of structure and sentences and pacing, like all those things that I've kind of worked on. And it's like, I have improved as a writer quite significantly, which is good.
I actually do something similar. I've got a printout knocking about here somewhere in my office, and I keep it on a shelf, but I can't see it right now. But what happens is I go clean up my office and I find this thing, and I leave it out on purpose because I wrote it when I must have been 16 or 17. It's when I started to, you know, really enjoy writing and thinking I'd love to do it at some point. And it's called The Reign of the Evernight Prince. And I was very big into fantasy at the time. David Leigh Eddings and Robert Jordan and Robin Hobb and all those guys. And I thought to myself, I'm going to write this big, epic fantasy, you know, being a very enthusiastic teenager, I guess. Unrealistic was more like it. But I wrote a brief part of the first book, and again, it was a false start. And what I did was I saved these. I was digging through a box a few years ago, and I found this printout. It was like a couple of chapters, and I keep it around now because it's the same thing. I read it, and I think to myself, wow, I've come a long way. And again, it's another mindset thing, isn't it? You look back then and you see how far you've come. And then you look at yourself now and you think, well, in another 10, 15 years, I'm going to improve as well. So it's always about improving your craft, isn't it?
Yeah, I've always got a craft book on the go while I'm doing other stuff. It's like, that's how I learn. I learn from reading and doing. So rule number 3 is you must refrain from rewriting except to editorial order. Mm-hmm. And what this is basically saying is, don't tinker endlessly with your story. You'll be modifying stuff, revising it, polishing it, doing that forever. And it's just what you said about a piece of art never being finished. Learn to abandon stories at the right time. So rule number 4 is you must put your story on the market, which is basically saying release it. That's it. Or if you're working with agents or traditional publishers, get stuff out around. Like rule number 5, which is the one that is more for the traditional one, is you must keep it on the market until it's sold. Mm-hmm. So you've got to keep shopping it around. With indie publishing, that's not quite as...
Yeah, you could change that for indie purposes, change that to understand the market.
I suppose this is the thing of like, okay, you've written this fantasy story and maybe it's a bit of a genre mashup and you'll try it with one market in mind. It doesn't quite work. So maybe you pull it, change the cover, change the title, and then re-release it. I mean, that could be that kind of thing where you can find success by positioning your story in different ways. And then rule number 6 is start working on the next project. When I read these, were just like, these make so much sense to me.
Yeah, I'm going to look that up. So rules for writers.
Yeah, it's Robert Heinlein. So, the science fiction author.
Yeah.
Some great stuff, actually. Don't know if you've read much of his work. But...
I haven't, to be honest, but I'll add it to the ever-growing list to read.
Yeah. I mean, some of his stuff is a bit crap now. I think Stranger in a Strange Land is really good. Starship Troopers, Moon is a Harsh Mistress, that one's really good. Time Enough for Love is really good as well. And Citizen of the Galaxy, I would recommend all of those.
He did Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, yes. I actually haven't read the book, but the movie was a huge influence on my own science fiction writing, and it's actually quite a lot of, well, not a lot of, but some of the ideas from the movie, the first movie, because the other ones were rubbish. That kind of, some of those things worked their way into my current series. So yeah.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah, you should probably give that a read then. Have you read John Scalzi's Old Man's War series, which is basically military sci-fi with cool training sequences and stuff like that? It's a lot of fun. It's basically old people getting rejuvenated and sent to an endless intergalactic battle kind of thing.
Yeah, it sounds like a similar premise to Forever War. That's sort of happened, didn't it? They would go out and fight for a duration and then they would come back to Earth, and because they were traveling at light speed, like everything had changed completely.
Yeah. That's Joe Haldeman, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking for it here in my library, but I can't see it.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah,
I should really tidy that library up. It sort of looks like how my head feels at the minute. If you want to be successful in anything you do, whether that be your career or your writing, the goal is to be successful, isn't it? And one of the steps to being successful is to having the correct mindset. And some people don't ever develop their mindset or think about it, and they just, because they go through so many iterations anyway, they naturally do it without realizing it. But I think there's a lot of value in sitting down and thinking about it. And I've learned a couple of lessons about success in the last 2 years that I think people might find helpful. The 4 things I have here are: always put helping people first. I think that's hugely important, because I think what we do essentially is helping people. And helping people doesn't need to be some kind of altruism or showing kindness to people. It could be selling people a product, but a product that they want and that will help them. And when it comes to writing, you could write a good book, but it might not be the book that your audience wants. You know, it might not help them because it doesn't have the right character, it doesn't have the right tropes. It might just be poor quality, so you might need to improve your quality if you want to help them better. So if you have helping people as your motivation, it'll always put you in a good place when it comes to selling books and becoming successful.
I've talked to Russ about this, about the idea of focusing on the reader, picturing your ideal reader and writing to that person, and it'll change some of the decisions you make about your story.
Yeah.
Because you're thinking, okay, my audience isn't going to be interested in this, and I can either have the attitude of, but it's my story, it's my baby, I want to tell this, or you think in this kind of empathetic way where you're going, actually, what is my ideal reader? What is going to be expected but surprising at the same time?
And it kind of feeds into the next point, which is success is a process, not an event. And I guess that also ties into the whole failure thing. Success is a process, not an event. When I first heard that, it really struck me because a lot of people think of success in terms of, oh, that person got a car, they got a house, they got XYZ. You know, someone wins the lottery. Winning the lottery is an event. But that's not what success is. Success is, it's not something that happens, bang, there you go. It's something that is ongoing. It's always happening, and sometimes there's no end to it. So, you know, you don't get to a point and go, I'm successful. You're always being successful. You have successive failures, which hopefully are bringing you closer to whatever your goal is. That's what success is.
There's a joke, isn't there? It took me 10 years to become an overnight success. You know, it's that kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are exceptions to the rule, and, you know, there are overnight successes, but they're very few and far between. Mostly it's all about hard graft and putting the time in, being consistent, persistent, and just going at it. And the next one was, I really like this one in terms of being an indie publisher, but people with ideas hire people with skills. And I think that we can fall down there sometimes because we might try to do everything ourselves. I guess that's the nature of being an indie. You know, a lot more falls on your shoulders than an author who has a traditional publisher behind them. You know, you have to consider things like the cover, the editing, the marketing, and the list goes on. But you don't necessarily do all those things yourself, even if you have to take ownership of them and responsibility for them. These are things that you want to outsource to other people. The cover being a prime example. I mean, we know what happens when an author tries to do their own cover. It's not always very pretty.
Yeah, you need to have those skills. And it's the same with editing as well. You need a professional editor. And if you don't, it's obvious, it's really obvious when you read something that has been self-edited, because there's always stuff in there where you think that is redundant. You don't need that, or you've got the wrong word there.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are things that, you know, you've got the ideas, so you need to hire other people who have the skills that maybe you're lacking. And like you say, editing, you can't see the wood for the trees because you're so close to your work. It's definitely, editing your own work is a big no-no. And then another one was, you find out what the status quo is and you do the opposite. And this kind of goes against the grain, because what everyone does is they go and look at what a guru was doing 6 months to a year ago. And they all flood to that. And because they all flood to it, the value of that thing decreases. It becomes saturated. The value's lost. It's a bit like stocks and bonds and things like that in trading. When you look at a trend, you kind of have to think to yourself, well,
is your billionaire romance really going to be selling in another 5 years?
That's it, yeah. And will it sell at all? Because that trend is pretty big. They've got a huge, voracious reader base, that genre does. But I mean, other things don't last that long. They come and go within 6 months. You know, you might catch that trend at the tail end, and you have to ask yourself, am I going to have enough time to write and publish this book? You know, will the trend be gone by then? I think that happened with some people with the coloring book thing, didn't it? So.
Yeah, there was the adult coloring books, and I mean, it's probably already passed, but the reverse harem romance.
Yeah, it's another example.
So I used to do freelance journalism between actually working for a newspaper and then going into this full time. And the thing that would frustrate me about the freelance journalism was, you know, the rates could change and you made a sale and that was it. You know, you couldn't then make another sale of the same thing because they were usually time sensitive, and there was usually things within the contract that said, you know, we want exclusive rights. It's like, for the same amount of effort, I've got something I can keep selling forever.
Yeah. What kind of products are you making? Are you building things that will last? And it's okay, you know, for me, building, I don't know, I don't like to use this term, but cheap, inverted commas, you know, at some point, for me, part of the process was learning to flip cheeseburgers at McDonald's. So I would write stories that, you know, you have to start somewhere, don't you? I would pump out stories, and I look back on them, and I'm probably not overly proud of those stories on their own, but that did allow me to get to a point where I can focus more on creating a better product. So, I mean, there's nothing, sometimes this can all be part of the process. There's no kind of like, oh, you should do this or you shouldn't do that. Sometimes you need to do it all. And by going through the motions, you can get to a point where you can do better things and create things that your readers really want and be successful.
Just had a look on KDP Rocket at Billionaire Romance. It does say that there's 47,584
really?
Kindle books that match the Billionaire Romance thing.
Talk about competition.
Yeah, that is a lot of books that are very niche.
And you know what? I mean, it's not to dig it, because there are people who make a hell of a lot of money in that niche, but you have to ask yourself, are you know, those people have been writing for how long, and they can pump out books faster than most people, you know. Do you really want to compete with that when you can maybe write another genre and have it a little easier, I guess? I suppose the last thing I'd like to say is you can't really talk about mindset without talking about your mental health and even your physical health, because it's all tied in. There's a saying that I like, which is, the less weight you carry on your person, the more weight you can carry on your shoulders. It's true in a literal and figurative sense. You can't deny that if you're a person who goes to the gym or goes for a walk or gets fresh air and also eats properly, then your body's going to feel better. Put crap into your body and you're going to feel crap. And the same applies to your mind. If you put crap inside your head, you're going to feel crap. And there is a lot of rubbish floating around these days, and a lot of ways to fill your head full of that rubbish. You can overindulge in things like social media or watching the news. I mean, that's one of the ways I think I've been able to gain some level of clarity. I haven't had a TV in over 10 years, must be now. Obviously, I watch DVDs, you know, I do get the news online and stuff like that, but I haven't watched the television's broadcasted news in, I don't even know how long at this point. And it's made a huge difference between how I felt back then and how I feel now. And sometimes I need to do a bit of a clear out when it comes to social media. It'd be great if we could just do away with social media, but it's a necessary evil at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
And I mean, obviously, this is all outside of things like, it's all outside of things like you know, mental illness. Mental illness is a thing on its own. I suffer from bipolar depression at certain times, and you know, if you have something like that, you should get the help that you need, medically speaking. But there are things, you know, that most people can do to improve their mental state, and often because the mind is connected to the body, it can be as simple as getting into a routine where you're trying to become more healthy, to eat better, things like that.
I don't watch the news anymore. That helps, definitely helps. And this one thing I really like about Twitter, actually, is you can mute certain words so they don't appear in your thing. So I have got a list now that is really long, and it includes a lot of things that I don't want to read about anymore because they make me angry or they make me depressed. So anything that is, you know, if I'm reacting to stuff like that, that is a bad sign. So it's just like gone. Things like Brexit, things like Trump, all these things are just gone. I don't read that stuff. And, you know, all the kind of social justice craziness gone. It's just, I can't deal with the insanity, so I'll just ignore it and carry on with what I'm doing.
That's it. You'll have to tell me how to do it offline. But that's the reason I abandoned Twitter. Well, I didn't realize you could mute certain keywords or whatever, but it was just a daily barrage of all of the stuff that you just didn't need in your life. You want to fill your head with positive thoughts. You want to fill your head with stories, with ideas. You want to do things in your mind to help you improve your craft.
Yeah.
And there's the more rubbish and crap you put in there, the less room there is for positive things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Twitter by its nature is just resistant to nuanced discussion, which is something you need with a lot of these issues. So it just becomes divisive and tribal.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate out there, man, isn't there?
So avoiding that is really helpful.
Yeah. That's to get rid of the toxicity. It's all toxic.
Yeah.
And
all sides of the political spectrum. This isn't a political thing at all. This is just everyone's lost their minds as far as I'm concerned.
100%. And that sort of that ties into the mindset too, because see, if you are associating with toxic people, you are going to have a toxic mindset. And conversely, if you associate with successful people, for example, in our cases with other authors, then you're going to have a successful author mindset.
Brilliant. So where's the best place to find you online?
You can find my website at kccarter.com. And I guess everything sort of links to that. So
yeah. And if you want to hear more of Killian's ramblings, there's also the Otaku on Writing podcast with yours truly and Lynn from a few weeks ago. He's another one of our co-conspirators on that. So you can find the Stop Booking Around book. It's available on Audible and paperback and Kindle. And if you haven't done so already, please do leave a review on Apple Podcasts. That will help spread the word about the show. And you can follow me on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. So until next time, cheerio. Welcome to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw and I'm joined again by another guest. Today we have got RJ Barker. He's the author of the Wounded Kingdom fantasy series, and I wanted to talk to him about violence and fight scenes because his book Age of Assassins, I think, deals with that really well.
Hello, John. I'm really pleased to be here. I love doing stuff like this, and I'll endeavour to make sense and not get too sidetracked, which I do a lot.
What I wanted to bring you on the show for was you got a character called Gerton, who is an assassin, but the way you wrote about the violence and about the killing and about, actually inflicting damage on people and fights, it was done in such a different way than I've read before. I really wanted to kind of pick your brains on this, because what I hate, and I think this is a problem a lot of authors have when doing fight scenes, it's like he pummeled in with his left hand and then his right, he struck his left cheek, and it's like it's too mechanical.
I'm terrified of violence. I've been in violent situations. Mostly my way of dealing with violence is to hide. I'm very good at it. And I'm really wary about making it seem cool. And there is an element of sort of excitement and coolness in what they do, I think. But also there's a price to pay for it. You don't just walk away from it. And one of the things with setting up the character of Gerton was that from the first book, I have the feeling that if he had a choice, this wouldn't be his life. It's not particularly what he wants. He's forced into it and he's very good at it, but he doesn't actually enjoy it. He's not a murderous person as a hobby. That's not what he's like, yes, that's up for it. He'd rather avoid it. And then when it came to the actual way the fight scenes work, that I fenced, and I love fencing. Unfortunately, my health means I can't do it that much. But fencing's like chess. It's like chess, but it's very quick. And I wanted to get some sort of sense that when you're fencing, somebody comes at you and you're thinking, how do I counter this? And you know the names of the move and how it's meant to work, and that's what you try and do. But it's like that. That's what I was trying to capture with it. And the idea that actually it's very choreographed. And all martial arts are very choreographed. There's a set of moves, and I wanted him to have these set of moves because I didn't want him to be superhuman. I wanted him to be very well trained. And that's kind of what I bring to the fight scenes, is you have this kind of balletic vision in the first book because it's nearly all one-on-one. And also, it sounds silly, but because I was ill for a long time, and a lot of that time was spent being in agony, which is just no fun. But I learned about pain management techniques, and a lot of the stuff he does to sort of center himself and bring him into a calm place where he can go in and let his training take over. It is pain management techniques like breathing and just sort of finding a relaxed place. And that's kind of how I set up the fight scenes, that to some degree he's not particularly thinking. Does that make sense when he goes through them? It's all very instinctual. And then afterwards you kind of have this sort of rush of the world coming back in and thinking, oh my God, I nearly died. That was terrifying. Yeah. That's called the setup for the first book.
There was a scene that really struck me where you've got Girton, he's a lot older, he's almost out of practice, and then he gets kind of accosted in these woods. And it's just like the most brutal, kind of horrific experience for him being in this violence.
It is very much that he's rusty. He's not been. He's being a teenager, really. He's spent sort of 5 years going, I'm not going to be an assassin because no one tells me what to do. And then he's come back and found that what he is needed to help people he really cares about. And that fight scene it's really unpleasant, and it's kind of rolling around in the mud, just trying to survive. There's nothing glamorous about it. And I think that's an important thing to get across about violence. It's not glamorous. It's awful. It's not something you want to be involved with. Always run away is my advice, which he never takes. But
in terms of like the writing, then, I mean, you mentioned this thing about the fencing and kind of having that link. I mean, you name the sequences. You have like, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's like it's the first sequence or third sequence, and it's this, and then you almost have a description of what the move set is while it's happening.
On a boring technical level, it's a way of controlling the way the reader sort of sees it. And I want it to be quite filmic. So you kind of get this, he tells you what he's going to do, and then you sort of see the effect of it. He says that this is the first move, the shepherd's crook. They're not called that. I've just made it up off the... I'll tell you why I'm doing that in a second. And then he goes into it, and he describes what he does and the effect it has on the other people. And it's partly that, and partly about altered states. I very much want you to have this feeling that when he moves into fighting, he kind of just gives himself up to it, and his training's taking over. He's not actually consciously doing it. It's kind of he's moving through this set of things, and his subconscious is doing it. And then you get in the second book, there's a cavalry charge, which is one of the reasons I wanted to write the whole trilogy, where they ride around on these big antlered horse cap things. And he's involved in this cavalry charge, but he's not trained for that. He's not ready for it. And it's completely different. It is just panic all the way through. He's no idea what's going on, because that's the difference. When he's in that situation that he's trained for, and that's what he is, he's very good. Out of it, he's kind of, oh my God, this is actually terrifying. The moves, this is a good writing lesson. I wrote the first book, and I wrote it in 6 weeks. Because I was kind of a bit manic about it. I had this idea and I thought, I could write that, and I did. And I didn't take any notes whatsoever. And then it sold, which was a bit of a surprise. And I had to write another one. And I came and I started and I thought, oh, I invented all these moves with names. I should probably have made a note of that. So I had to go back and write them all down, so I had it all right. And that is a really good lesson. If you do something in a book and you're going to have to write more and it's got definite sort of things, just note it down. It'll save you so much frustration later on.
World building Bible as you go. That's when you're a writer, you're basically told to be very specific with your wording. And I think that can actually be a detriment with fighting scenes, because I think it can take away from the flow. And as you say, it's like they're meant to be really quick and really brutal. It's almost like you've got to give the readers the opportunity to fill in the blanks.
I mean, anyone that's done, or if you've just watched fencing, or anything like that. Violence is quick. It is really quick. And if you read about historical sword fights, there were these ones that went on for ages, but they're very, very rare. Like the sword fight in The Princess Bride is between the Dread Pirate Roberts and Inigo Montoya is fantastic, but very rare stuff like that happened. Literally, you'd have seconds and somebody's dead, because that's how it works. Without armor, armor sort of changes everything. But I kind of like the idea of I'm trying more to focus on how he's feeling during it rather than what's actually happening, and you don't really get much detail, and nearly all his strokes are killing strokes, I think, when you sort of read them, because he's often against more than one person, so he's just like, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. In the first book, the way it's done is you see him in action early on, and he's kind of in a way to say he is extremely good at that. He's about to go into this fight, and his master says, oh, do it unarmed, just to show how cool he is that he can do that, and to show that he's learning. So she's asking him to do it as a learning task. So he takes these two warriors down without much trouble, unarmed. And then later on, there are other fight scenes, but by the time you get to the climactic fight scenes, everything's kicking off, and he has to sort of fight his way out of a place to get to another place, but that's tiring. And by the time he's sort of getting to the end of the book, he's wounded and he's tired, and he's not. You can't be an amazing warrior 24/7, and that kind of interested me in the first book. That you kind of get, by the time he's coming up for what should be the big climactic battle with the people he's been set up with earlier on in the book, he's knackered, and people he probably could beat around a field all day are easily outmatching him, and he's really struggling. And I like that.
My first trilogy that I wrote was a post-apocalyptic trilogy, and I wanted it so my main character in a post-apocalyptic trilogy never killed anyone. It's almost like you kind of have
that's
to.
That's really hard.
Yeah. And I've got in the third book where there's a scene where he does actually pull the trigger, but his gun fucks up, and it's like he then has the rest of the book of like just having this heaviness and the burden, and kind of going through the rest of this book, almost trying to cope with the fact
I wanted to do it.
that he was a killer, but
I wanted to do it.
Yeah. And that was really hard for the character. And what I like is, especially with your book, is that they're not just random fight scenes that don't link to anything. It's like, okay, there's an emotional reason for this, there's a character reason for this, plot reason for this. It's like they're all in service of something else in the story, which is, I think, where a lot of new authors get lost, unfortunately.
It's taken me 16 years of never selling any. I think I made $5 in that 16 years from writing, to sort of get to a place where I can just sit and write a book. And I do it that way because it works for me. And other people need to plan and do stuff like that. But there are thoughts going on in your head, and the thought that's there, and I think it should be there for every writer, is this telling the story? Is this telling us something about him? Like that scene that I said earlier on, where his master says, right, do it without your blades and fight these two men. That sort of shows you a couple of things. The way that it's written shows you that he's quite cocky, which he's going to get taken down a peg or two later on. The fact that he can do it shows you that he's incredibly skilled, because you don't know these things at this point. It's the first fight sequence in the book. And the fact that she is saying, do this in your blades, means that he'll do what she says. And it shows you that he's still learning, even though he's really good. So there's all those three things. And then in the second book, there's a huge set-piece battle right in the middle. I start in my head with a few things that I want to do, and it was one of the things that I wanted to do. And there's a siege in a village. And as well as the whole battle that's going on, there's a metaphorical moment within that siege where something happens to him. He's forced to make a decision about. I'm trying to do it without spoilers, people.
All right, yeah. I think I know what you're getting at. Yeah, this is a bit where he's got to reveal.
There a weapon.
Reveal something about him that is important to the plot.
There's that. There's a thing that's important to plot, and also there's a thing with weapons that goes on where he changes weapons. That is also quite important. kind of when I imagined them as a trilogy, that I always wanted that to be in the centre of the book. I think it's probably the best fight scene I've written so far, that whole sort of chaotic siege. But it doesn't exist to be a cool fight scene. It exists to put Girton into a position where he has to make a decision on where something has to happen that is very important to the plot and how he's seen later on in the book. So there's always that thing going on. So I want to do this, A, because it's fun to write, and B, what is it going to say and how is it going to be useful later on.
And that decision does have like a massive cost for the rest of the story in terms of his personal relationships and things like that. So
everything he does in some ways always coming back to haunt him. He's kind of I feel quite sorry for him. He has a terrible time, but you wouldn't want to be him. But yeah, I mean, every decision all the way through the book. But I was quite lucky because I wrote them so quickly. By the time I was editing the first book, I'd written most of the second one, and I had a clear idea of the sort of. I do kind of two things. There's a meta story going on through. That sounds so posh, meta story. Like I know what I'm talking about. It's not. I just heard somebody say it, and it sounds really good. There's a story going on through all three books, which is the story of him and his master and his best friends. And I always knew where that was going and how it would end, what was coming, and the other person who I'm not going to talk about. Well, I can talk about a bit, but I'm not going to give much away. So by the time I was editing book one, I was making sure I was putting in things that in book one that resonate in book three. So that was quite sort of useful. And if I'd written them more slowly, I don't think I'd have had that opportunity. There's stuff in book one, which once you read book three, if you read book one again, you'll just go, oh my God. Oh, I see what you did there, which I quite like doing stuff like that.
Okay, I'm going to have to do that then. So, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, you can definitely see that, you know, the through threads and the links and everything, yeah.
The other thing that I was going to say was that although I knew that I had that big idea going on, when I sit down to write each book, when I sat down to write book three, I literally had no idea what the story was. I knew they were going to go to CDOC, which is the capital, and I knew that was involved, and that was it. And it was quite frightening. So it's like, I think I had 3 months to write it, and I was like, this is okay. But I just wrote it. That's what I do. I'll sit and just write stuff. And there's a plot point regarding CDOC and something inside it that I just wrote as a throwaway sentence as they're approaching it. And it was completely unexpected because I like stuff like that. And then I sat there looking at that sentence because about 10,000 words in, starting to get a vague idea of what I wanted to do. And I wrote that sentence and it just wrecked everything. And I just thought why would that even happen? There's no reason for that. That's a terrible, terrible idea. But I'm going to do it. And that tends to be how I do things. I just, yeah.
I'm interested then in your writing process because, I mean, the thing with Russ on this show, you know, I'm helping him through his first book, his first novella, and he's had so many false starts and got X amount of words in and all this, and he's now finished the first draft of his first novella. And part of this was because we went through things like outlining and looking at plot structures and things like that. And like I've tried, I mean, you know, they call it pantsing, don't they, where you just sit down and write. And I've tried that several times and failed. Like that I don't know how that works with people. Like, you know, the stuff I'm working on at the minute, I'm doing a 21, 22 novella series. And it's like, I feel like I'm pantsing it even though I've got the plot points for the ending of each of these books. Like everything else in the middle is kind of up for grabs. But when you say you sit down to write, I mean, how long have you been kind of thinking about it? Have you got scenes in your head? Is it like, right, I know where this is going? Or is it just like, right, I'm going to start writing and whatever happens, happens?
I would never, ever say that my way is the way to do it to anybody. It's the way I do it. And one thing I've learned through life is that I am an individual person. I think eccentric is the polite way of referring to me.
I think anyone who sits down for several months to write one story, you know, I think we're all We're all in that. So
yeah.
yeah.
It's not right. It's slightly obsessive. It's weird that you said about writing. You've written your trilogy with somebody who doesn't kill anybody. I wrote a pacifist space opera with a huge amount of violence in it, which you wouldn't expect. But the main character in it was a pacifist, and he never killed anybody or raised his fist in anger. And I love it. And it went to publishers, and there were a few publishers that really liked it, but it didn't sell in the end. I'll come back to it though, because I dearly love it. And then when you have a book on submission, for me, I can't do anything else. I'm stuck. I kind of puts me into like this limbo place where I kind of, should I write more of that, or should I do something different, or what should I do? And I just can't. And it's really weird. It's like being stuck in the fog. And then when it came back and they said no, my agent at the time was absolutely gutted. And I was just like, no, that's okay. I can write again now. And I'd spoken with an editor called Matilda Imler, who was head of Zeus at the time. She's not anymore. And we had this really long conversation about Agatha Christie. And that sparked something in my head, because I'd started writing something else on the advice of some editors who'd said, you might be really good at writing this thing. And then Age of Assassins kind of landed in my head, more or less fully formed. The first thing that came was the idea of the Tired Lands, and I thought that's evocative. And then I thought, but I'm going to write science fiction. I'm not a fantasy writer. And then there's a proper Agatha Christie style denouement in Age of Assassins, and that appeared in my head, but without any reasons as to why these people had done these things. It just appeared in my head, and I was like, oh, I really want to write that. And then kind of the rest of it just sort of filtered in. And it was like being hit with a brick. I had the whole book in my head, so I sat and I wrote it. I actually, for that one, did do kind of sketchy outline, because I had certain points in it, like the fight in the woods that Girton has in that book, and the idea of him being stripped of all his martial skills. He goes undercover and he's pretending to be someone who isn't martially skilled. For people who haven't read it, why haven't you read it? What is wrong with you? But he goes undercover and he's not allowed to be a warrior, which is good, because it strips everything that he considers to be him from him, and he has to sort of find out who he is again. I knew that idea. I knew there was a fight in the woods. I knew the denouement, and I knew how magic worked. And it became sort of linking those up. And I knew the character of Queen Adran, because I'd been writing a historical script about Margaret of Anjou, who was a fascinating wonderful character, and I based Queen Adran on her. And I also knew that it was about Merilla and Girton and this mother and child relationship, and you have that. Theirs is very healthy, although healthy for people that murder people for a living. And then you have Queen Adran and her son Adar, who are like a really dark mirror of Girton and Merilla. Theirs is a biological mother and son, but it's awful and wrong and not how you should be a parent. And my son was four at the time I wrote it, so parenting was big in my mind, and how to be good at that. So that one. Then the second one, I knew about the fight scene in the middle, because I wanted this centre point to the entire trilogy. I had this kind of weird idea that the books are a set of scales. Age of Assassins and King of Assassins are written the same way. They're both set in a castle. They both have flashbacks to tell the stories of a character. And then Blood of Assassins is written in a slightly different way. It's all very open, and you don't have the flashbacks. You have these kind of things that some people really don't like, but I love them. They don't really make any sense. They're to do with, I wanted to write things that were just a bit disquieting, rather than things that particularly told you anything. And some people have gone, these don't make any sense. And I'm just sat there happily going, no, they don't. They're wonderful. Isn't that lovely? But you don't have to like them. I'm cool with that. So I had less of an idea with Blood of Assassins. And then King of Assassins, I literally had no idea what I was writing when I sat down. I wrote it all. But my subconscious, I often find that I'll be writing things and I'll get to a place, and what I do is, if I get to a place and I think, there really needs to be a talking cat at this point, but I've not written a talking cat in, I'll just carry on writing from there as if there is a talking cat. I'll put a note on it and think I'll fix that. Because this is the point I was getting to. It can take me a long time, but I'm there now. I think it's really important when you write a first draft to give yourself permission to be terrible, which is what I always do. I always presume my first draft is going to be terrible, I don't question that. I don't correct anything. It's mostly read. I write words backwards and stuff like that for whatever reason is going on in my head, and I correct nothing, and I go through it and I write it all.
We call this the shitty first draft. This is really important. It's like you've got to get through it and just keep pushing and keep on that kind of that zone of just the creative zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of like your editing then, I mean, how long does it take you to fix all the kind of, you're coming up with something as you're going along, and then obviously you've got to kind of foreshadow it or, not make it seem like a Deus Ex Machina or whatever. So like, are you kind of doing more work after you've written the first draft than you would say if you'd outlined or, plotted the story in a different way?
This is the bit that annoys other writers. Hello, Anna Stevens, author of Godblind, who always tells me this when we do paddles together. I tend to find that my rubbishy first draft is reasonably close to what it's going to be in the end. So far, touch wood. And my subconscious is working away. Because, I mentioned the talking cat, that I need to be there, and I've just presumed it is, so I'm going to write as if it is from there. I'll often find, when I'm going back, that actually there is a talking cat, and my mind set this stuff up. And I'm like, oh, that's fortuitous. And I'm also, I like puzzles, and I can't keep much in my head. I'm often confused. I get lost a lot, but I can keep an entire novel in my head. So I think when I'm writing, my mind is sort of working away and making things work in a very subconscious and unhelpful to writing podcasts manner. But I don't tend to do many changes. With Age of Assassins, we put in a subplot with my editor. There's Prince Ador, who's like the top unpleasant boy, and he has two sort of unpleasant lieutenants, and they kind of circle round in the book to come back as Gerton's sort of nemesi, whatever, at the end of the book. And that wasn't there originally because my agent said, you've made a mistake here. The reader will want some form of bad person getting their comeuppance. And I was like, oh, all right, yes. And then there was a scene that my editor wanted to put in. There's a scene where you see Merila face off against another assassin. And my editor said, we need that in because we never see her actually fighting. We need to know how good she is, which I'd missed completely, and she was right. So they were the only real changes we made to Age of Assassins. Then Blood of Assassins, it had a prologue on it that when I send it to, because my editor gets quite a reasonably early draft because my deadlines were so short for these books. I think I had about 6 months for each book. And there was a prologue on. My editor said, you've made a mistake with this prologue. And I loved this prologue. I'd set something up in it, and I kind of echoed this moment throughout the book. And it was really poetic, and I really loved it. And she said, no, you're wrong. This prologue just, it makes me uncomfortable. And I don't think the readers will see the Gerton you've set up in that prologue. And I wrote Jenny a 5-page email explaining all the reasons why she was wrong. And I got to the end of it and thought, oh, no, you're right. Damn it.
Hard getting real criticism, isn't it?
Yeah. So we took the prologue off, but the actual plot of the rest of the book didn't really change that much. Everything was there in that one. And then King of Assassins, we barely touched at all, really, in as much as I kind of got Jenny's edits back, and I thought, have you just given up on me? Is it that bad? We can't. There's too much work to be done, so we just thought, right, we'll gloss it over and do a little bit and see it and just put it out there, and then we can be done with it. But I talked to her about it. She's brilliant. It's my editor, Jenny. I love her. And I was going, you've not done very much. And she went, I don't need to. It's cool. And I was going, no, we need to do more editing, I'm sure. And she was, no, trust me. It's there. It's good. I'm a very bad role model, I think, because I'm just lucky in that my mind happens to work in a way that lets me do that. I'm not entirely sure what I will do one day when my editor turns around to me and says, all right, this portion doesn't work because what we really need to do is refocus this character in X way so that this happens, and gives me lots of technical details, because I will just go, I don't know what any of that means. I'm lost. Ed, my agent, once sent me a thing that said, you need to take out more adjectives from this story. And I was like, oh, God, I have to Google adjectives now. I don't know what they are. Don't quit school because you're going to be a rock star at 14 is a good bit of advice that I should have taken from my dad. And I was never a rock star. But I'm deficient in the technical aspects.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's the difference between naming parts and knowing how to use something, isn't it? So whatever.
I'm a great believer that if you read a lot, you know how to write a book. And that's the essence of it. And everything else is finding ways to unlock that knowledge and make you confident enough to go with it. And if that involves you planning, because I know that Ed McDonald, who wrote Blackwing, he writes his first draft the same way I do. He just sits and writes a book and he doesn't do any planning. But then he takes it apart afterwards completely. He kind of destroys it and rebuilds it. And then Anna Stevens, who I mentioned, she massively plans everything she does. And we all sort of get to the same point. And I've got kind of a reputation as a quick writer. That's because I don't redraft an awful lot, not because I write X amount of words a day.
In terms of your writing, then, I mean, do you have like a writing habit, or do you have a routine that you stick by, or is it a piecemeal approach?
I'm lucky enough to have been really ill, so I didn't have to have a proper job because I'm too ill to have a proper job. Which it doesn't sound like it should be lucky, but I think it is because that allowed me to sit and write. And what I try to do is during the week, I try and sit down and write 2,000 words a day. That's always my target to do that day. I don't put any pressure on myself to do it. And if I don't do it, then I don't do it. And some days I will play a PlayStation all day and not do any writing because my mind isn't in that place. But not very often. But that is my target each day, 2,000 words, because that means I have 10,000 words by the end of the week. And then I can do a 150,000 word book in theory, 15 weeks, which is quite good for me. It doesn't work that way, but that's what I do. But I think the important part of it is not the how many words I do per day. It's the not putting any pressure on myself to do it, because that's where you start having problems, because you start, I did 1,500 words yesterday, so I need to do 2,500 today. And maybe that's not what the bit you're writing needs. Maybe the bit you're writing actually needs 700 words, and that's a really good place to finish. So do your 700 words and stop. Or maybe it needs 100 words. Some people only do 100 words a day or 200 words a day, and that's how they work. One of the things that can send you a bit loopy as a writer is self-expectation, where I expect nothing of me. I'm always quite surprised that I do anything. So every day is a win for me. I mean, it didn't feel like a win when I was doubled up in agony, but it was an investment.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of paint to draw on and all that stuff. So
yeah. I'd rather not be chronically ill, but I can't do anything about it. So you may as well make the best of it that you can. And I think the other thing is that I love to write. I can't believe I wake up when I first got my publishing deal. A lot of people sort of said, but in a year you'll got used to it, and you'll have seen all the bad things of the industry and how it's difficult to be an author. And that is just not my mindset at all. Every day I wake up and think, I can't believe I'm actually doing the thing that I love most and getting paid for it. That's mental. And it's just joy. Every day is just like, I get to do this thing that I love. Even when it's hard and things like copy edits come in, which are essentially quite boring, it's still words, and I love words. And I think not putting any pressure on yourself and finding that love in what you do and just enjoying it are tremendous for getting on with stuff. It makes it really easy. You're just like, oh, a thing.
Yeah, it's like we're getting paid to plop stuff out of our imagination. It's like, what?
Yeah. So, and it's the nearest to actual magic you can ever do, that you sit up and you invent things, and then other people actually read them. That's mad. Somebody in America now is reading a story that I wrote, and it just fills me with amazement every time I think something like that.
Yeah.
It's just, I just imagine what 20-year-old me would have thought if I'd gone back and told him that. He'd just be like, no way. No, that's not going to happen, because I am going to be a star of metal. And I would have had to go say, sorry, but you're just not very good. And I'd have been... I wouldn't have believed me. I'd have been, shut up, Grandad.
I mean, with the disability stuff, I mean, your protagonist has a clubfoot. He has a disability that affects him, and it seems that also affects some of the other characters in the story. And again, that's something that I think when I started reading the book, read the clubfoot thing. Oh no, like the dread of I don't know. There seems to be like, oh, he's disabled, but he's magical because of it, and it's like it wasn't that at all. I was really glad.
Yeah. Someone pulled me up on something, and they said don't answer your critics, and I generally don't. But sometimes I think people say things, and you can. And I'm not the sort of person that gets angry, so I'm not worried about offending people. But they said that they were disappointed in the book because they wanted to see how Girton got around things despite his disability, and how that forced him to act in different ways. And I kind of stepped in and said, because what they were saying is absolutely fair and right. And it was something I gave a lot of thought to when I wrote the book. Am I going to do this? But I also had another point that I wanted to make, which was that being disabled in some way is not everything you are. And it becomes your normal, and you just get on. Just get on and you do stuff. And that was I didn't want to muddy it. I wanted to be the fact of him that, yeah, he has, to be fair, what wouldn't be counted as a disability in medieval times. Byron swam the Hellespont with a club foot. So it's not a hugely disabling disability. But I wanted that because I wanted him to be able to do things. And I wanted one of the messages of the book to be saying being disabled does not make you unable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's the thing with him. As the books go on, his disability is mentioned less because it becomes more and more your normal. You don't think about it. It just becomes the way your life is. You become used to, like, you hear people say, "Oh, you're so brave to be going through this thing," and I always think, no, this it's not bravery when you don't have a choice. It's just the way things are, and you want to carry on, and that's what I wanted to do with him. He's carrying on. He's not letting it stop him, and if anything, it's an advantage to him because people constantly underestimate him, and he uses that. And also, yes, it is a bit cheaty and lazy of me to choose something that lets him kind of cop out of some. Like he never gets up and thinks, "I just can't do it today. I'm too tired and ill." Because it's an adventure book, and yet you have to make some sacrifices. But I have had people who are disabled come up to me and say, that's the character I've wanted to read for a long time. That's what I've wanted to see, is somebody who isn't bitter or held back by it, who is going, it's annoying, but I'm going to get on. And that means a tremendous amount to me, because it's from my experience of barely being able to walk some days is where he comes. That was serious for me.
I'm coming up from my own visual impairment, and it's just like, it just makes me cringe when I see, like, the blind seer, the blind wise man, all those kind of tropes that are just everywhere. And it's like, it's like, okay, get something.
Yeah, even stuff like, to some degree, Daredevil, I'm never quite sure how I feel about Daredevil, because it's kind of, Daredevil he is blind, but also he's magically not. Yeah. And I always, and I was like, I really enjoy it with that little thing. He's like, he's not really blind, is he? It's kind of, it doesn't affect him that much. So yeah, but I am equally guilty of that. So, but yeah, and I also think that the other thing that I should have said is it's important to show people, because the more you normalize something, the more people accept it. So I think it's important that you have disabled characters in books, and you have characters from different backgrounds and different places in books that people can see, not only because for the people who are that and see themselves and think, oh, God, that's me, but for people who aren't that, maybe live in a place where they never meet anyone who's a bit different, so they can come across people and think, oh, well, there's people in this book and they're not what I'm used to, but they do seem perfectly human. How amazing. And I'm very, very into that. I think we need to show everybody. I think it's important. And it's fantasy. So there's nothing holding you back. There's nothing stopping you putting everybody in it and just going, look at all these amazing, wonderful people with all these differences, and they're all getting on and doing a thing. And that is fantastic. As long as you're not sort of doing it for like token value or collecting points to sort of tick your little boxes.
Yeah.
There has to be reasons. If you get the chance and the books sound interesting to you and you enjoy them, let me know. I don't think people ever realise, not just me, actually any author, that was a bit selfish of me. I don't think people realise, and you'll know this, John, I don't think people realise how people often say that writing's a lonely thing, and I don't think it is, because actually we have like people, we have editors, and I have a publicist who's constantly making my life hell. She's a terror. You'll have seen her on Twitter being mean to me, and my wife and my family around me. But the actual knowing what your book is doing when it gets out there, you can see like sales figures and stuff if you want to. I don't personally look, because I think it would just be something for me to be anxious about. But there's moments when somebody comes back to you and says, I read your book, I really liked it. Just that, it's just stunning. I can't imagine that ever getting old for any author. So if you go out and you enjoy a book, tell them.
When someone likes it because of why you wrote it, if that makes sense. Like I wrote a book that was called Blind Gambit, which, it's one of the, it's basically a bit of a Ready Player One type thing where it's set in a virtual world. My main character is blind in the real world, can see in the virtual world, but half of the book was set in the real world and was basically about this teenager coming to terms with going blind. And, when someone has actually come up to me and said, that story is what I needed to hear, it's like, I don't care about the other reviews or whatever. This is why I wrote it. It was almost to talk to this one person, if that makes sense. So,
And it is amazing just to think that even if it's just somebody saying I really enjoyed it, it's just an amazing. But those moments when somebody says, that's what I've been waiting for, are just astounding. Tell us if you didn't tell the authors if you like stuff, it makes them so happy, and then they will write more, and it's all good. And Amazon reviews, sadly, I feel like such a corporate shill for saying that, but our publishers love to see Amazon reviews. It makes them very happy.
And we have very fragile egos, so anything like that.
We do, yeah. 5-star.
Feed us.
Yeah.
Where's the best place then to find your books? I mean, where should a reader start if they wanted to get into your work?
You can get hold of the Assassin books on any good bookshop will have them. If you're northern-based, Waterstones and Leeds, I believe, have some signed copies, as does Waterstones Norwich. And so any Waterstones, any good bookshop, some bad bookshops, I imagine, have them. But is there such thing as a bad bookshop? You can go to the Amazon, always. Also, if you go to my website, which is rjbarker.com, I think there's some short stories on there that are probably not representative of the books, but they're quite, I like them. And there's short stories dotted around the internet and stuff, just all manner of places. Yeah. If you ever want, I'm having some book plates printed up. I have some, but if you want a signed copy, I send them out for free because it's a nice thing that I can do for people. Just find me. I'm quite happy to talk most of the time, as John has sadly found out. So witter on. And wish your friend huge good luck, and just let him know it's not the doing of it, it's the not giving up. And that's the truth of it.
Thank you very much for listening, and thanks to RJ Barker for coming on the show. Remember, you can check out the Stop Booking Around book. It's on Amazon, Kindle, paperback, Audible, all that good stuff. And you can follow me on the Twitter at JL Cronshaw. Hopefully I'll have Russ back in a couple of weeks to talk about his second draft. So until next time, cheerio. To Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined again by another special guest. Today I've got Emma Gein. Now, Emma is the author of The Many Cells of Catherine North, and we met in 2016 at Edgelit, and she ran a workshop about writing about non-humans, writing about animals, and how to do that effectively in your writing. You wrote this book that was about, I think the term used was phenomenauts, which is the experience of another animal. So you go into the bodies of these other creatures, and I seem to remember you had like the experience of being a seal, which I thought was really cool, and like insects and things like that. And I think for writers it's really difficult to get past our humanness.
Even when you're not actually writing about another species that actually exists and you're sort of creating your own and you have strange aliens and that kind of thing, I think it is really hard to kind of break away from the point of view that we kind of inhabit every day. And I think one of my slight bugbears is that most non-human kind of characters that we encounter in fiction are basically humans in a sort of strange bodysuit. And it's a kind of big question of how do you break away from that? And I guess to a certain extent, do you want to? Because I think in some senses, if you write a character that is completely non-human, it can be sort of hard to empathise, or people might not be interested in it. So I think that might be another interesting thing to discuss, of whether we truly do want to represent the non-human in fiction. But yeah, that was when I was sort of embarking on my novel. I guess I was kind of engaged with those kinds of questions of what it would be like to experience other bodies and other kind of realities that are kind of come to us, would come to the character through the prism of another body, and what that did to her and her psychology.
It was an absolutely fascinating read, the way it worked, and you know, the way you spoke about just how many nerves a particular creature has got and how they perceive things with senses that maybe we don't even have. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do you start with the initial research of that?
It's a really hard one in the sense that I think I certainly went into this book with the awareness that it was in some ways an impossible task that I was setting myself. And so, you know, it's very, very nice to have people say that they felt that I succeeded, because I think in some ways, you know, I kind of only made a small stab towards something that's pretty much impossible. But I mean, just in terms of the practicalities of sort of making those small steps that kind of are possible, I think a good start is to really kind of read as much of the research as you can, like understand what their senses are, understand sort of what their body is and how they can move. And with my book, I kind of slightly cheated and gave myself an easier task in the sense that it was very much about human consciousness in the body of another animal. So I didn't have to sort of go into the complexities of what kind of other thoughts or cultures would arise through creatures that inhabit different bodies. But certainly starting with the materiality of a creature, I think, is a really important thing to do for whether you're trying to write, you know, other animals that exist or kind of aliens on other planets. Because in a sense, who we are is very much determined by our sort of fleshy realities.
How much does the physiology kind of inform character and inform decisions about the story?
I guess to a certain sense the answer to that's going to depend on what you're writing and what your aims are. As I was saying, in some ways I was slightly cheating because the person who was inhabiting the bodies of my novel was very much human. They were human who had been sort of impacted on by inhabiting these bodies. But I guess if you're writing like a character that's, you know, they've always inhabited a certain body, then I guess in a sense that physiological aspect has got to change everything really. And I guess then that's sort of tied into issues of kind of what their environment is and why they have that particular physiology. Because in a sense, I think a creature is always sort of not only, you know, intimately part of their own body, but that body is going to be kind of intimately tied into a certain environment and adapted to that. So I guess in some ways as well, if you're writing, say, an alien, there is, I guess, a certain question of, do you start with environment and then kind of create a body from that and then create a culture from that? Or do you start with a certain body and then sort of say, okay, well, what sort of environment would this sort of kind of evolved to, and what kind of culture will come from that? Or even you can start with culture and then go backwards to say body and then environment. So I guess it also depends on what your aims are and what your process is, I guess. That's probably not a very helpful answer. But I think so long as you're aware of the sort of entanglement of those three things of sort of culture, body and environment, and how they're very much intimately connected and entangled, then I think that's always a good place to start.
When you did your research for these different animals, I mean, was there a point where you read something that was just like, wow, I need to use that? Is there anything that really kind of captured your imagination?
I guess reading about other animals is really great because they're incredibly familiar and yet incredibly strange. So I think there were kind of lots of moments where I was like, this is just really exciting. So like octopuses, they have quite a lot of so that most of their this has been a while since I've read this, so I'm not going to have the exact figures, but basically most of their sort of nervous system sort of all kind of I don't know if it's necessarily called central, because basically in a human we have our central nervous system, which is kind of our brain and sort of slight bits of the spinal cord, which are sort of very much, that's where our cognition is, and it's very much sort of based in our head. And then we have sort of obviously nerves going out through the rest of the body, which sends sort of information back to the brain, but kind of all the sort of central kind of executive decisions are made by the brain, whereas in an octopus there's a lot of decision making that's sort of located in their tentacles. So sort of tentacles will kind of have sort of their own autonomy and their own volition. So if I was an octopus sort of wandering along the sort of floor, like my main sort of brain might think, oh, I want to go this way, I want to go that way. Whereas, as I went along, my tentacles might be sort of picking up things by their own accord and sort of, flinging them around. Or, I mean, it's obviously kind of very difficult then as a kind of writer deciding what that experience would actually be like, because it could be that in some ways it's a false idea to say that, an octopus would feel more distant or as if their limbs were not so much under their own control as a human does, because it's quite hard to sort of translate that kind of, the breakdown of the neurology into actual experiences. But it was certainly sort of something that I read when I thought, well, that would be a very weird thing to write about.
And I suppose as well, in terms of writing things like description and everything like that, I suppose with the idea of scale, I mean, obviously a tiny lizard is going to have a different experience of the world than a giraffe, for example.
Yeah, I think one of the things kind of I've been very interested in recently is how much that kind of bodily idea of scale and those senses impacts on all literature. Like even this idea of, like there's a, kind of this idea of like third person omniscient narrators, like it's supposed to be not attached to any particular character, and the idea is that it's sort of disembodied as well. But then when you kind of really look at just about any book with that kind of thing in, it's always very much grounded in a particular kind of authorial body. Like, to say something is small or big or hot or cold or hard or soft, that's always implying a particular type of body. One of the big things I wanted to write about that in my novel is because I think it sort of shows how much our reality and what we think of as sort of unignorable facts, like, something is very big or small, is, entirely dependent on sort of our own materiality, what our body is like. The idea of empathy and writing and this is obviously something that's really important to you. And I'm just wondering how you improve that for writers. I mean, what are the kind of things you think we can do? I know the workshop I ran at As You Came To, I was sort of getting people to do some slightly strange LARPing and role-playing as other animal bodies, and I think that was more or less successful for various different people. But I think sometimes when you are faced with such a daunting and basic, I think it is an impossible task of trying to sometimes, understand what it's really like to have an entirely different body. I think sometimes moving your body and sort of trying to interact or work with the world as closely as another being would can be quite a good way of sort of getting into that mindset. So I had quite a few rather embarrassing times in the swimming pool when I was trying to work out what it would be like to be a polar bear, of this kind of like splashing and paddling around, like what I thought a polar bear would be, how it would like to be that. So I think sometimes a good way of kind of closing that sort of empathy gap is to sort of get as close to experience that kind of material situation as you can. I mean, because in a sense, it's difficult. I won't kind of bore you with basically my 5,000 word literature review of my PhD on this, but nobody agrees exactly what empathy is. But I mean, certainly in some definitions, it's sort of based on this idea of sort of that sort of empathy in some ways can come from sort of bodily mimicking. So, it's the kind of, when you're kind of with like a really good friend and you sort of sit down, you'll sort of start, if they lean back, you'll lean back a bit, or, sort of research shows that, often people will start kind of breathing in tune and that kind of thing. There's this sort of idea in some ways that sort of understanding another person is in part based through bodily means. So there's this idea in some ways that because emotions are bodily experiences, in a sense, if you're mimicking another person's bodily experiences, then you're going to in some way share some of their emotions too. Not everyone agrees that that's what empathy is, but that's certainly a strong theme. So yeah, certainly trying to get as close to that bodily situation as possible can be a really good way of getting into that character's mindset.
I suppose, we're talking about animals and aliens, but I mean, this can easily go for people, and the idea of experiencing other cultures and people who are different to you. I mean, it's this thing of like trying to understand and not just taking it from your context and your perspective, and actually trying to experience it through different lenses if you can.
And I guess the kind of great thing about writing about other people is that you can go and talk to them and ask them and get them to feedback on how you've written things. So I guess the problem is, with writing aliens and other animals is that, I guess the great thing is that you're not going to get any kind of angry letters. But I mean,
Polar bear leaving a bad review on Amazon.
Yeah, well, yeah. That explains so many of my 1-star reviews. It is obviously very difficult to know how successful you'll be, and there's all sorts of moral questions as part of that as well. How right is it to speak for people speak for creatures or beings that don't have a voice? But yeah, obviously the great thing about writing other cultures and things is that obviously the first thing of that situation is always to go and talk with people. I'm not recommending people go and sort of LARP out what it's like to be, well, I guess to a certain extent with some things it's basically method acting. Like it is obviously very dubious territory, like how much, I don't know, I guess that kind of thing can very easily devolve into basically like blackface or something, but
yeah, it's when you're slipping into stereotypes.
I think also that kind of thing of somehow thinking, I've experienced something a bit like this means I understand the whole perspective. Like I know some people kind of get quite angry at those things, like those sleep outs, like saying, we're going to understand what it's like to be a homeless person, so I'm going to go and of my own volition go and decide to sleep on a pavement for one night. And it's like, I guess to a certain extent that's going to give you a bit of an appreciation of how horrible it is, but you're never going to fully understand because of that, because I guess you've chosen to do that, and you know that it's only one night and it will be over soon. So I guess it's the kind of thing where that kind of thing can be helpful, but always has to be taken with like a very, very, very large pinch, maybe like a whole tablespoon full of salt.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've read quite a few novels now with, uplifted animals and things like that. I mean, is there any that really inspired you?
So there was, this wasn't one that inspired me, but I can certainly recommend a book which came out, I think, a little bit after mine, and it was so painful to read because it had done it so much better than I had, and that was Pax by Sarah Pennypacker. That's a children's book, but it's kind of writing about a boy and his fox, and it's very good at kind of getting into the fox's senses and that kind of thing. All the classics are kind of worth a look, but I think it's difficult because, even though I've said, it's an impossible task and it's very hard to do, even though I'm always aware of that, there's always a little part of me that's sort of disappointed when I read kind of books, because obviously I'm asking the impossible of them.
When you were coming up then, I mean, what books were inspiring you?
I mean, I guess, there are lots of writers who inspire me, but it's always kind of quite hard to say, how, a particular book kind of came from being inspired by this particular writer, if you see what I mean. In a very nerdy way, The Many Cells of Catherine North was sort of inspired by a bunch of sort of philosophy books on, The Phenomenology of Perception by Merleau-Ponty, which is very much about the kind of ways in which the body shapes our consciousness and how we experience the world. So in a kind of very nerdy, geeky way, in some ways it was inspired very much by non-fiction. I mean, obviously, even in terms of craft and that kind of thing, it sort of comes from a whole bunch of lots of other writers I really respect, but it's sort of quite hard to sort of pinpoint, this novel was the one that made me want to write that.
That's interesting, the philosophy stuff, because when I was, to be honest, I've not really done it with my novels, but with short stories and things, I've got several which are like inspired by Derrida and things like that, where it's trying to kind of get at this weird sense of erasure, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you've ever read any of his stuff, but he's obsessed with this idea of the trace of something that's kind of not there and is there. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird one, but that's something I've been trying to get at with some of my sci-fi shorts, and I think it's interesting to kind of try and express ideas. Just having that inspiration is, it's a really interesting way to almost translate ideas between the philosophy and the story, which is, I think that's quite a underestimated thing, I think.
Particularly for short stories, they're really great, aren't they? There's sort of so many. Every time I'm sort of sitting down to read like a book in that kind of line, I'm basically just, constantly making notes and margins about, that would be a really great short story for this and that, and never have time to actually write all of them. But I mean, I guess I should say that in terms of sort of anyone sort of starting out writing, I think I'm not necessarily recommending using that as a process, because I think I've sort of very much been through a process recently of realising that kind of thing of starting with a sort of philosophical idea and then building a story around it is not done very often, because it's a really bloody awful technique, and it means I've been with my first two books, I think I basically ended up fighting for years in terms of trying to get the plot to fit to the idea, because I'd started with the idea. So I think use that method with caution. I think it's sort of better to kind of have a very general idea that inspires a bunch of sort of characters and emotions and plots, and then sort of, work the more ideas based in around that. Yeah. Otherwise you can just end up fighting forever trying to get plot working with ideas. It's just a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, well, I think this is why I had to go and learn all the stuff about plot structure and narrative theory and things.
Oh, yeah.
And just kind of working out how I could weave a theme into a story without it being like, right, I really like this passage by Nietzsche, let's go and write a story about that. I think you can do it on a flash fiction when you're in and out, but I think when you're getting into the longer pieces, I can't imagine how difficult that must be to kind of do that as a consistent thing, unless you're just doing it naturally.
I kind of had a similar process of, kind of going, okay, I really need to go away. And I mean, it's stupid, even though I've been in creative writing academia for quite some time now, I never actually learned how a plot actually works. And I had to go away to scriptwriters to actually sort of learn the basics of that. So I think to a certain extent, like, ideas can crush that kind of natural instinct people have for story sometimes. And I think it's probably better to let that natural instinct flow first and then sort of shape it with ideas later. I mean, just as a comparison, I spent 5 years fighting with my first novel, like draft after draft after draft, trying to make it work. Just because trying to get the ideas and the plot to mesh. Whereas my third novel, where I was like, fuck it, this is a really stupid idea, I'm going to start with plot first. I've written the first third of it in like 2 months. So it's plot first, always.
Yeah, plot, character, yeah.
Yeah.
Character's probably the, who's your antagonist, who's your protagonist, and trying to work it out from there. What's your conflict?
I very much believe that character is plot I'm hugely inspired by, like John Yorke's Into the Woods.
I am reading that at the moment. I'm about 25% through it, so yeah.
It's like taking a shot of pure storyness. How this is, the very basics of how story works, I felt. But yeah, he's very much of the idea that plot is basically, a character needs something and meets some kind of resistance in the world that stops them getting that, and often that's embodied by the antagonist, who's in some ways reflective of what the protagonist needs, and through kind of combating the antagonist they come to grow and absorb that part of themselves that they needed, and that's basically in some ways what he says plot is.
I've been studying this for a few years now, and a lot of story gurus basically say the same thing in different ways. It all seems to be linked back to character, and one that I found that's resonating with me at the moment, I don't know if you're aware of Dan Harmon's Story Circle. So he's the guy behind like Community and Rick and Morty and things like that, and he's got a really kind of cool way of looking at the hero's journey, the kind of 3-act structure thing, but really tying it into character development. And
cool.
It's very cool. It's worth looking at, and
I'll take a look.
Can work really well for series.
Particularly important for like fantasy sci-fi stuff, I guess. How do you keep a sort of series going when in some ways, if you've already resolved your character issues, that's a really difficult one?
You just give them lots of issues and have them maybe one
really messed up characters. Yeah.
What's next for you then in terms of your writing? I mean, have you got any books on the way or anything like that?
I'm working on my third one, which is, I guess it's very much based in the here and now, but there are giant sea monsters coming up and kind of crashing coastal towns, but everyone is ignoring them. So I guess continue my kind of rant about climate change and that kind of thing, how we're destroying everything and everyone is just ignoring it.
I keep bringing this up on the podcast, but I'm obsessed with Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun, and there's like continent-sized sea monsters in that are waiting in the sidelines. They don't really feature in the story much, but they're always referred to. I like the sea monsters.
Sea monsters are a thing. I didn't realise this before I started writing it, but people get strangely, they're a thing. They're basically huge-sized animals, so like frogs that are covered in tumours or giant shrimp with fungal infections and that kind of thing, but very, 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 very big.
That sounds awesome. I was watching I think it was a Planet Earth thing, and some of the things on that were, what was it, like the bobbit worm? Don't know if you've seen those things.
Freaky. Bobbit worms. It's the fact that they sound like hobbits as well, like hobbits in their comfy holes, like these bobbit worms in their little holes in the seabed that just leaped out,
and I was thinking about how big they are. And it's like, my God, these are the size of my son. It's like absolutely frightening. I think my son's to blame because he's 6 and he loves the Octonauts. I don't know if you've ever seen that program, which is like, I think it's meant to be some kind of science outreach program about undersea stuff for kids, but there's anthropomorphic bears that pilot submarines and things. So
nice.
Very, very strange. Might be up your alley. I don't know.
You got me with the bears piloting submarines. So,
yeah, and I think there's a pirate cat as well, and yeah. So anyway. Where's the best place then to find you online? Where are your books?
So you can find me at Emma C. Geen on Twitter, or my books can be found on the Bloomsbury website or kind of Amazon if you want to use them. Still around in some Waterstones.
Yeah, so that's called The Many Selves of Catherine North. So remember, you can check out the Stop Booking Around book on Amazon, Audible. It's available as a paperback as well. You can also follow me on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. If you've got any questions for the show, just get in touch. So until next time, cheerio. to Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined again by another guest. I've got Claire Sager with us today. She's the fantasy author of A Thief and a Gentlewoman. Now, this book is huge. I wanted to talk to her about completing big projects and also the kind of different methods that you use depending on, the size of a project you're doing, because one size doesn't fit all. Your book, I worked this out. I think you mentioned a while ago that your book is 170,000 words, which is the same length as my entire Wasteland trilogy and the prequel novella.
Yeah, it's 185,000, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So with the short
sorry,
as well.
Let's just add another novelette onto that.
Excellent. So yeah, my entire Wasteland series. Yeah, there you go with the short stories.
Yeah, but I think I envy you being more sensible than me in doing that.
How did you manage that project then? Because I mean, that is a lot of words and a big undertaking in terms of both first drafting, and then I cannot imagine how long this must have taken you to edit.
Yeah, it is a bit of a beast. It's a little bit of an odd one because it's the first novel I've completed despite, sort of when I was much younger. See, if I had had this podcast back when I was a teenager, I'd have finished the first book much sooner, but there you go. You have to time travel and send it back. Yeah, I'd, sat down to write novels since about the age of about 12 or so, and this is the first one I've ever completed. So it was probably slower than I could do it now, because, I was learning a lot of things along the way and real life gets in the way. So I'd draft it and then wouldn't touch it again for a year or something like that. I mean, if you go from when I first started drafting it, that was in 2009. And then obviously I finished editing it and released it this year. And this is 2018, in case you're listening in the future. It's almost hard to sort of give it a time scale because of that. But the way I sort of ended up getting to the end of it, I think if I were to sit down and put all that time together in one block, it maybe would have been a couple of years, I think. And drafting wise, one of the main things that I do nowadays, I've kind of learned from going through all of that process, is, I've used a lot of the tips from things like the Rachel Aaron book. Have you read that one? 2K to 10K, is it?
Oh, yeah, I have read that.
Yeah, I picked that up when I was still working on the first draft of this. And yeah, all the tips in that I found so helpful and really helped me to improve my word count rate. I suppose a lot of the issues that you get with writing become magnified when you write such a big project. So not only do you get sort of more mileage out of any increase in your writing speed you can get, but also the more time you can get and the more into the right mindset that you can get to spend time writing rather than maybe procrastinating or doing other things. So I kind of worked on all of those things to help me really get through the draft and then eventually through the edit as well. I think the edit took me from getting my developmental editor's feedback. I think I took about a year from doing that to publishing.
With the process then, I mean, was this something that you outlined and plotted beforehand, or was this you just sat down and wrote?
And things appeared. No, I'm a massive plotter, definitely. For me, that's proved to be one of the biggest differences from what I've done with this book. And there's a novelette that goes with it that I give out to my reader group and so on, and started work on book 2. All of these have got a very detailed outline, whereas stuff that I tried on as a teenager and even in my 20s, I was trying to pants it, and just that for me that doesn't work. I think it's one of those things you have to do what works for you, and trying out. That's why I definitely advocate trying out different techniques in all areas of writing. But yeah, for me, I definitely had to have an outline, and it was a very detailed one. One of the big things with a long book like this, and this is book 1 of a 4-book series as well, so the whole story in itself is going to be ridiculously long. Is you've got a lot of moving parts. You've got a lot of characters, you've got your central plot, but then you also have your subplots that all have to weave in, and keeping track of all of that stuff over such a long story, I don't know how anyone would ever do it, pantsing it, to be honest. So yeah, I do a very detailed outline. I have scene by scene exactly what's going to be in there. So for book 1, I did the outline and so on, went ahead and drafted it, and then got a developmental edit and had to change a load of things, and I actually ended up adding 65,000 words in that edit, and I'd rewritten scenes and characters and things like that as well. But what I'm doing for book 2, and I think I would suggest is a good idea for anyone, like I said, especially if you are working on such a long piece, I've actually done the outline and then put that past my developmental editor at that point.
That's a very good idea, especially as it takes such a long time to draft things. It's almost like you're throwing away so much work. I don't understand why people aren't more inclined to do that, to kind of go on the outlining stage, because I think it'll be cheaper.
It's a fairly detailed outline. So for book 2, I think it was about 11,000 words, and that was significantly cheaper than her editing the 120,000 words of book 1. So yeah, absolutely. It's a lot quicker for her to get it back. I think she gave it back to me about 2 weeks as well, whereas her edits on a full book for me would be more like 8 weeks. Again, because of she normally works on a sort of 4-week turnaround, but because my books are so long, she does 8 weeks for me. And the other thing as well, the great benefit about having her look at the outline and identifying problems at outline stage and fixing them then, is it's so much easier to move a bullet point paragraph from one part of the book to the other, or to change it or to scrap it, than it is, like you said, if you've spent hours writing 3 scenes that all need to be scrapped or completely rewritten because you've got a character completely wrong or the event's completely wrong. And that also goes for me about pantsing versus plotting. If you've already planned it out and you know what you need to write, you know who done it, you know what clues you need to seed in different parts of the story, that again just saves you dead ends and writing yourself into a corner in future. And like I said, if you want to pants it, that all power to you, but I don't know how you do it. I'm amazed at people who do.
It's weird for me for the series that I'm on at the minute. I feel like I've almost gone more towards pantsing and less outlining. My outline for Blind Gambit was nearly 4,000 words for a 60,000 word novel, and now, this is going to be a 500,000 word series by the time it's done. And I think it's 22 bullet points for the series, which is basically 22 sentences where, okay, I know at the end of this episode, this is where it needs to end. And then everything else is up for grabs. So it's I know the episode I'm writing at the minute, which is episode 6, is basically, if you're following the hero's journey, this is the journey to the other world. It's crossing the threshold. So my character is literally on a ship to another land, and there's stuff going on in that. It's a standalone story on its own, but then it fits into this big
wider structure.
Yeah. I look back over the edits and I think, okay, I am actually hitting maybe it's just because I've done it a few times.
That's what I was going to say, actually, yeah.
I'm getting the thing of, right, okay, every scene needs an inciting incident, every scene needs a progressive complication, and, that's kind of where I'm thinking. And I'm just wondering, for yourself, do you have any formulas or something like the hero's journey or, Save the Cat or something like that you follow when you're writing, or is it literally, I know where I need to go?
So in book 1, when I first outlined that, it was actually for my master's degree. So obviously I had sort of input from a lecturer at that point, and we did talk a bit about, 3-act structure and things like that. And obviously I'd studied it in my BA degree and stuff like that. So I think back at that time I did sort of vaguely look at 3-act structure, but at that time I was like, oh no, it's cramping my art, darling. So I didn't want to get formulaic. Oh, sweet, innocent, naive Claire that I was. So with book 1, I didn't really sort of follow a specific structure like that. But now I look at it and sort of, so that's one of the things I've looked at since finishing book 1 and have tried to implement into my outline for book 2, is sort of following more of a structure. And actually, as I was reading up on it more and getting into it in more detail, I just sort of think I was caught myself thinking about things that I'd done in book 1. And although I didn't sit down to follow a particular sort of structure, technique, I suppose, or model, there are definitely things in there sort of go, oh, actually, yeah, I did have, the dark moment and things like that in book one. And I think that sort of thing can come from just internalizing it sometimes. Obviously I was always a really avid reader as a kid, and how many films we've watched over the years and TV shows and stuff like that. So I think you can kind of internalize some of those things. So I've outlined book 2 and book 3, which is currently with my editor, and I used K.M. Weiland's Structuring Your Novel. I've also read Save the Cat, so I kind of set out, and I've read halfway through Into the Woods.
Yeah, I'm about halfway through that. I find that one really difficult.
A bit heavy. Yeah, it is, I think. And it's quite beautiful, but it feels quite sort of theoretical as well. It feels like something that a university lecturer would be telling me about, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like kind of, goes into so much depth, whereas actually what I need to do is X, Y, and Z, whereas it's covering all the way from A to Z. So yeah, I kind of pulled in a bit of Save the Cat and a bit of Take Off Your Pants.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at my shelf next to the desk now. Story Grid. I looked a bit at that, but I need to go back and reread that and take sort of notes to kind of distill it a bit more, I think. But yeah, it's kind of a bit of all of those.
Weighty one, isn't it? That one. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you could have written this book in like half the space, I think, and given me the same information. But anyway,
have you ever read any of Robert McKee's books, like Story and Dialogue? I think they're excellent.
Do you know what? I've got one of them in my to-be-read pile. I think it's Dialogue. And I went to pick up Story a while back, and it looked like it was out of print. I generally read fiction on ebook, but I like to read non-fiction in paperback, so I can put in tabs and stuff like that. So I wanted to get the paperback, and I was like, so I'll go back and check in case it was just temporarily out. But yeah.
What I like about Dialogue especially is that taught me about subtext, like in a really useful way. Because, I'd heard about it a lot before, but actually seeing the examples and going, okay, now I understand. So, yeah, and then just watching some good films like Lost in Translation, which I think I mentioned repeatedly on this podcast. But
I think you have, yeah.
Like that in terms of subtext and dialogue is just like you study that and
yeah. So yeah, I sort of took those books, and because I'm a bit of a nerd for things like this, I did a spreadsheet that's mostly based on the K.M. Weiland Structuring Your Novel book. So I've done it so it's a row for Act 1, Act 2, Part 1. Act 2, Part 2, Act 3, and so sort of divided it into 4 and then put in roughly where each thing should happen. So each cell in the spreadsheet would be a scene. So that's what I've used to outline books 2 and 3. Yeah, and I found that really helpful. But at the same time, I do always think that once you learn those, it's always that thing of once you've learnt the rules, you need to know when to break them. I think, if it logically isn't going to make sense for your dark moment or something, one of the particular parts that someone tells you in their structuring method, it doesn't make sense for it to happen there, and actually you need it to happen a scene earlier or 3 scenes later, or if it helps you to have it 5,000 words later or earlier, then I think sometimes you kind of got to make that executive decision, as it were. So I think there's a danger sometimes of people maybe following those things too slavishly.
Yeah, well, I think Weiland is kind of at the extreme end of that, where she'll be like, right, at 16.5%, you need to have this plot.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Have you ever watched Life is Beautiful? It's like the inciting into that doesn't come until about halfway through the film. So it's an amazing film. It's just stunning. The whole thing with that is that the first 45 minutes of it is just set up so that the inciting incident does actually give you that gut punch. So it's really, really heartbreaking. With the stories then, how do you find it then? You mentioned you've got this novelette. How do you find going from a massive story to something that is about 10,000 words or something like that?
I really struggle. I think I just am natural. Even when I was a kid at school and things like that, I've always struggled to write short stories, to be honest, because it's maybe my natural inclination to go towards big ideas and big stories. And then, even as I'm writing down the story or the outline and sort of the idea of it, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then that will tie into that, and that can be that, and then that person actually might turn out to be such, you know what I mean? And so it all becomes quite interwoven and complex as I'm coming up with ideas for stories. So I think that's why I end up, I've always gravitated more towards writing novels than shorter fiction, and then why obviously my first one has ended up such a monster of one. But what I am working on now is my next project, because The Thief and Gentleman was so long, and obviously I've set a precedent for that series and a sort of style of book, if you like, for that series. Yeah, I've done the novelette, which I think was about 10 or 11, maybe 12,000 words that I give to my mailing list. I've done those, and then obviously I've got to continue in that vein for that series. But doing that, I'm not going to get another book out until April or May next year at the earliest. And I kind of don't want to leave things fallow for that time, if you like, in terms of publishing. So I've actually developed a new series that I'm also going to be working on alongside. And for that one, I've learnt my lesson because I'm going to do it as, rather than one full-length novel, it's going to be 4 novellas that add up. Eventually I'll publish as one volume, and then there'll be 4 of those. So it'll be 12 books altogether that will all be sort of 20 to 30,000 words. I've outlined the overall series, and then I've outlined the first 4 novellas mostly that needs a bit of adjustment and so on. And for me, that works a lot better because I haven't got the thing of, it's just a novella, because it's part of this, 12-book series, essentially. For me, I can still come at it with my mad, complex ideas and sort of springboard off into different things without feeling too stifled by working on a short piece.
That's an interesting that you'd say it'd be stifled. It's like, I don't know. I find it more, I really thrive with that thing of knowing that I've got to kind of be disciplined and focused, and I find that more beneficial to me to go, right, I've got to get this done within 20,000 words rather than 50. Or
I think as well, maybe for me, it's not necessarily that I write very sort of purple prose or anything like that. People, a lot of in fact, the main feedback I got back from my developmental editor and a couple of my initial readers before I edited was that actually I scrimped on description and the pacing was too fast. So I had to actually slow myself down in adding those 65,000 words to make it 185,000. So I think it's not like I sort of bulk it out with excess description, one of those things with some fantasy is that you can end up with a ton of world building in there that really doesn't need to be there. Yes, Tolkien, I'm looking at you. Yeah, I sort of don't tend to do that. So I think it's just a lot happens.
Is it your method then with the novellas? Is it basically you're really planning just another big novel, or are you kind of seeing these as individual stories that all resolve themselves and all that? I'm just kind of wondering if there's any difference in the way you're kind of approaching the shorter stories.
Yeah, I've kind of done almost like a nested structure is how I kind of think of it. So the overall series story is split into 4. So you've got Act 1, first half of Act 2, second half of Act 2, and then Act 3. So each of those acts are essentially going to be a novel, but then each novel is split into 4 as well. Again, Act 1, 2.1, 2.2, and 3. So each of those novellas, like I say, 4 of them will add up towards one novel. Yeah, I have structured it in a way that the individual book fits that structure. I've definitely had to twiddle around with things a lot more, like I say, I'm sort of breaking the rules with those novellas because, there's be so few scenes compared to what I'm normally used to having. So yeah, I've kind of done that as a bit of a nested structure. I personally like my series when I'm reading to have an overall story. I hate it when I pick up a book and it's the second one in the series. I've really enjoyed the first one, and the second one, I like it to directly follow on from book 1. I know not everybody does, but that's my preference as a reader. So I like it to be that it continues an overall story, even if the specific events of book 1 are resolved to an extent, but there's still something carrying on into book 2. I don't really like picking up a book 2 and then it treats me like I'm a brand new reader. So these ones, this novella series that I'm doing, it will be that the first 4 books, if you read that first novella, you need to read the next novella. So I'm trying to sort of balance having not necessarily cliffhangers, but impetus to keep reading like you'd have in a serial.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to do with mine, actually.
Yeah.
I'm caught, hooks at the end. So the main point of the story will resolve, but then there's enough that's still open to keep the reader interested. So, for example, I don't know, like the first couple of episodes of my series is all about this girl. She's just coming into womanhood, and this has basically triggered a whole bunch of things where she's got to get this kind of magical blessing, and gets an arranged marriage, and all of this stuff's going on. She gets the ceremonies, and that's okay, and she meets her husband, who's horrible, and that's okay. But then at the end of each episode, I'm kind of adding in another loop or flipping an assumption on its head. So you're going into the next book going, oh my goodness, what's this about? Why has this suddenly happened? I mean, there is a thing as well of having a magical awakening occur at the end of an episode. So then you go,
yeah.
Hopefully want to like carry on, and because it is building up to that, and there's all these clues along the way. But the ending of the episode it's fulfilling in the sense that you're getting what you're expecting, but then it's like that will hopefully then raise several questions for the reader, and how is this going to go forward? Why did this happen? And the next episode is about her trying to work out what happened, and then that leads on to other things, and
exactly. Yeah, I like to think of it always. I can't remember what podcast I was listening to like a few years ago now, and they kind of spoke about the difference between cliffhangers and game changers, and I like to think of it like that. Buffy, for example, is always the one I think of. Buffy, at the end of one of the seasons, I don't remember which, they introduce Buffy's little sister, or was it the end of an episode? I can't remember. I think it was the end of a series. They introduce her little sister, who just suddenly appears out of nowhere, and you're like, wait, what? For me, that's a game changer because it changes the lay of the land, if you like. It's a new situation, a new circumstance, and you're interested to come back. You're like, well, how has this happened? Where has she appeared from? And how is this going to affect the future? So that to me is a game changer. And like I said, I think Buffy did that really well on an episode level and on a season level. Whereas, I won't name it, but a few years ago, I read a book and I got to the end of the first book. It was a series, that's fine. And like I said, I do like the story to continue through rather than them to be complete standalones. But this one, the whole of this first book had been leading up to a big battle between essentially the goodies and the baddies. And the end of the book, you get to the place where they know, and that it's supernatural, so it's going to be this date because that's when the full moon is, or whatever it was. They go to that place, they start the fight, this character goes running off here, and this character has to stay over here and do a ritual to stop the gateway opening and for the baddies to come through, and then it stopped. While they're still in the middle of the fight, the other characters run off. This character has just failed in the ritual, or is trying to do the ritual, I can't remember, but it stopped literally midway through the fight. And to me, that's a really bad cliffhanger.
It's not the full story. It's like, I think you need the full story arc. Mm-hmm. And then I think that's a really good way of putting the game changer thing. I think you can add that, or you can add intrigue. I don't know if you've ever read Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun. He basically ends every book. It's like a journey of this guy called Severian. And at the end of each book, he comes to a gate, or some kind of portal entrance or something, and it's like, because it's some weird narration, he's like, dear readers, I understand if you don't want to come along with me anymore, and like I love that because it's resolved whatever was going on in the book, but you are then at this point of
a new thing about to happen, and you're intrigued by it and curious about it.
Yeah. So it's like you realise you get to the end of the first book and you've got to the edge of the city, and it's an absolutely massive city that is, I don't know, I think it's probably about the size of our country, it's just one city. There's all these little details that come out as well when you realise, okay, this isn't a medieval fantasy, is it? This is actually a far future science fiction. There's robots everywhere, and it's like you get the rug being pulled from you all the time with it, and the unreliable narrator and a weird style, and so that just keeps you intrigued. And I don't know, it's like wanting to see more of the world and wanting more rather than just if it had gone, he opened the door and then that's the end of the thing. I would have put the book down and never read it again, but
yeah, although I had to chuckle to myself when you were saying about the portal thing, because it did remind me of, and this is like revealing my terrible 90s TV viewing. Did you ever watch Sliders?
Yes.
So if I recall correctly, I know that at least it is on one episode, if not every episode. At the end, they would slide to the new place.
Yeah. It's
and you would
quantum
and
leap
did
thing,
I was saying
isn't it?
quantum leap do the same thing, yeah. And you'd have them just look around and be like, well, what's this place like? And then that was the end of the episode. So, you're like, right, well, how are they going to manage in this world that's all flame or whatever it was? Or how is, what's his name from Quantum Leap going to deal with being a woman who's taming lions or whatever it might be?
But the story was already resolved. So
yes, exactly.
That worked, so.
Yeah. With A Thief and a Gentlewoman, for example, in that there is a murder and a character is framed for that murder. By the end of that book, Quinn, the main character, has solved that crime and resolved that story. But the person behind it is, although that one person has been, who is part of the crime, has had faced justice, there is still somebody who's at large, and we know that they've got a bit of, they're going to be coming back to solve their beef with that character, as it were. So I've left a hook open, but I have resolved the story of that crime and that framing. So, like you say, it's about having open loops, but giving some sense of satisfaction to what you've set up.
I find this can actually be really frustrating with scenes. I don't know if you've ever read any Dan Brown stuff.
I read the Da Vinci Code, back when it was, such a big thing.
I had a mate, when I was doing my PhD, I had a friend who was doing his thesis about the Roslin Chapel. And basically when you do a PhD, you kind of have to read everything that you can about this subject. And so this was at the time of the Da Vinci Code, and there was loads of crap conspiracy books and spin-offs all about
the chapel. That's bad timing.
So, yeah, I think it really hampered his work a bit. But yeah, like the way that is written is it is just cliffhanger just to get you to go to the next page, and it's exhausting. I found that book really just, I think it's fast paced, but it's fast paced because it just uses a lot of cheap tricks and
and I definitely know exactly what you mean, and I seem to recall it was quite a big book, like it's very thick, but I think part of that was because
100 words per page or something, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, because I seem to recall like a lot of the chapters were really short, so a lot of that must have been a blank page where they'd only used part of the page of the chapter and already started a new one, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's definitely a balancing act between, and I'd say like at a scene level, at a chapter level, at a novel level, and also I'm going to be serializing 4 novels into 4 novellas, each one of them into 4 novellas. So as a balancing act there between each novella, but giving some sort of satisfaction, but still leading the reader through. So I think a couple of my novellas might end up with cliffhangers, but the next one will be out 2 or 3 weeks later, and the end of that set of 4 novellas will be a game changer rather than a cliffhanger. So there'll be some sort of satisfaction and resolution, but there'll be sort of a new thing opened up. But I think it's about balancing those things so it doesn't feel like a cheap trick to the reader, because I felt that way about reading the Dan Brown, and like you say, for it to not be exhaustingly paced.
Yeah, with my novella series, it's like I've got the first 5 books. I purposefully resolved that 5th book in a way that would feel like the end of a novel. We're moving on to this kind of next series, next kind of section, which will be the next 5 books, and that ends. I know where that's ending. I know that's got a particular kind of satisfying series arc kind of ending there. So yeah, that nesting thing's a really good way to see it. It's like following a story within stories within stories, isn't it? The different layers of story that all kind of fit together. So one thing that I find weird is I think I found my groove with the novella length. I think that is perfect for me in terms of I don't feel like I'm drafting for too long, and I often find that short stories take longer to write than they should. If that makes sense. I think that's because they are just, I don't know, they seem to require a lot more tightness in terms of storytelling and character and on a prose level as well.
Yeah, because you've kind of got to, you've still got to have those structural elements in there, but you've got a fraction of the words in which to do it. So I'm similar. Yeah, I don't find short stories don't take the proportionate number of words, less time and effort to do than something longer at all. Yeah, definitely. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. A lot of short fiction is definitely structured differently to the longer pieces. Like, I found this with writing flash fiction is, flash fiction is stories that are under 1,000 words, and you kind of have to get in and out. And a lot of the stuff that we're told about how to structure a story, sometimes you don't need even a climax in a flash fiction story. Sometimes it can be the point before the climax where the character has a realization, and that is enough. Same with short stories as well. I mean, there's I don't know if you've ever looked at Lester Dent's short story structure thing. Like, I find that really useful just because it is the perfect way to think about doing a short story, which is basically you chop it up into 4 pieces, raise attention each time, have something of a twist or a revelation at every quarter, and then end with something unexpected that ties back to the beginning. And it's a really cool way of doing it, but it just doesn't work once you get past a certain word count. So you've written this really long book, and I don't know, you seem a bit like not bitter about it, but maybe a bit of regret or something there. I don't know, but I mean, what have you learned from this? Is there anything positive about the experience of writing a long book?
I suppose I've been kind of mean about long books, and you absolutely can write a long book. Maybe some of the benefits are a bit harder to quantify because it's not necessarily, if you write a series of novellas, obviously you've got more chances to make money and things like that, but you can't, if my book's 3 or 4 times the length of someone else's book, I can't charge 3 or 4 times the amount. So I think it's maybe easier sometimes to see the benefits of writing shorter books because they're more quantifiable. But I think some of the benefits of writing a longer work, because my plan is to continue writing, almost having like a series that has long books and then another series that has those shorter books and alternating between them, because I think there's real benefit on both sides. So yeah, I have sounded like I'm a bit down on long books. I do think if you can maintain a pace with them, I think they can make really addictive reading. So although my book's 185,000 words, we should make this a drinking game. Every time you say that number, you should drink. A lot of people have commented, like in my reviews and things like that, it's actually really gripping read and very pacey. And people have said that they sat there and they ended up staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning because they couldn't put it down until they'd finished it, even though it's that long. And I think if you can get that pacing right, then it's really addictive and there's less chance of the reader putting it down. Whereas if you've got a novella series, like we were talking about, so maybe you have the same number of words, but it's actually 6 novellas, then when they get to the end of that novella, even if you've given them a very tasty cliffhanger that's got them wanting to come back, it's still a signal to their brain, well, I finished that book, and they could put it down and walk away. Whereas if you've got one long book, they've not got quite that same signal and quite the same sense of finality. You get to the end of a chapter, it's not the same as getting to the end of a shorter book. So I think that's a definite benefit. And another thing that's sort of come through on some of my reviews or comments people have made to me on social media is that I think readers feel that they're getting real value for money. So obviously, as an unknown author, my first book out, people are getting, I think on Kindle it's over 900 pages. The paperback is about 650 or something like that. And a lot of people have commented that the font size is small, so it maybe should even have been more than that. But people have said, I feel like I'm getting a lot from it. And that way, for future books in the series, I'll probably keep this one at its current price. But I think, you've kind of done the work then to maybe charge $4.99, $5.99 potentially for future instalments. So that's something to maybe think about. At the moment, I don't really have the data, and like I said, it's maybe a qualitative thing rather than a quantitative thing, but I feel like it's maybe more immersive because it's longer. They feel like they've gone on a real, a long journey with those characters. They've spent hours and hours reading that book. So I don't know, my instinct kind of says it's maybe a greater chance to win loyal fans than if you're writing shorter books. Not to say you can't win loyal fans, but I think they'd maybe have to pick up a few of your books before they became a loyal fan if you're talking about shorter books. And also, the most important thing is that I've now got a massive book on my shelf that's got my name on it. The spine is like 1 3/4, nearly 2 inches. You could probably break someone's nose with this book, and this is just a paperback. So, it does feel like an achievement, and it looks quite impressive on your bookshelf. So that's another pro of doing a longer book as well. So don't be put off by what I've said so far.
Excellent. You did the masters and things. I mean, did you do much in terms of short story writing there or anything like that, or has it all been just focused on the novel side?
Yeah, so when I did masters, in that when I did my BA, because I did my BA, worked for I think a year, and then went back and did my masters at the same place, so it does kind of all run together a little bit in my head. Yeah, my BA, you kind of, in your first year, you did poetry, screenplays, and prose fiction, as well as various creative non-fiction stuff. So you kind of had a chance to try everything, which I thought was really handy for the BA. In the masters, you chose from the start whether you wanted to specialise in fiction, screenplay, poetry, and I think you could also do creative non-fiction like memoir or something like that. And it actually ended up that all of us did straight up fiction. So the MA, I think we did do a couple of short stories. Things like it was maybe be given a theme or a technique or something like that to sort of work with and try out for short stories. But looking back, actually, now I think of most of my short stories, not all of them, but a lot of them actually end up more being tableaus of a bigger story, which, unsurprising for what I was saying earlier about sort of the kinds of ideas I have. So, yeah, I have always sort of struggled to write short stories anyway. But yeah, we did short stories, and as well as then you had to submit the first 40,000 words of a novel as your dissertation, essentially.
On this podcast, I talk a lot about structure and, I don't know, the macro stuff of getting the stories done and all the kind of tricks you can do for that. But I'm thinking in terms of, I've not done a master's in creative writing, anything like that. Are there any kind of tips or anything that you got from your masters in terms of writing on a sentence level?
I'd say between my masters and my BA, we did a lot of work at that kind of level. So I'd say I'm probably better at the craft of, on a sentence level type writing, as opposed to, I think, a lot of the things in terms of structure and sort of working in commercial fiction, I'd say is more stuff I've learned after or independently. This was maybe where getting to do a bit of poetry during my BA actually helped. Things like just thinking about the metaphors and similes you use and thinking of and looking at different ways to describe things. So I remember my very first day of my BA, we were given an apple and had to describe it, but it was about actually really looking at the thing. I always try and sort of go back to that idea, and I did study art for a little while before I did that, and that's something else you have to do, in your drawing and your painting and so on. You don't just look at the apple and go, oh, it's green apple. It's about that texture of the surface of it, the way that it catches the light. Is that specific apple actually quite matte? Has it got speckles of brown on the top of it? Actually, when you look at it, because of the kind of light you're in, although it's a green apple, maybe in the shadow there's a different colour in the shadow. And it's all of those things. It's a cool shadow because maybe the light is warm. And really taking a step back and seeing things and thinking about that, going back to that idea of specificity, I suppose, that was something we spoke about a lot. So I think learning to really be very specific with the words and the description and the likenesses that you draw between things. I think, use that one right word, not 3 nearly right words.
I suppose it's knowing when to do that and knowing when to kind of zoom in and zoom out and how that pacing and things.
Yeah, once you start getting into things that maybe have specific terminology. So like my books have rapier type fights, so you've got fencing in there. I drop in maybe the odd bit of terminology, but generally try not to get too bogged down in it. So I think there's maybe something around keeping to the language that a reader is realistically going to know and need to know. Definitely trying to put yourself in that character's mind, even though, you're maybe not writing first person. I've started doing sort of close third person, so I tend to write in. And, if I'm fighting for my life, I'm not thinking, I'm going to do I don't know fencing terms. This is will be revealed as a fraud right now, but hey, I'm not going to think, I'm putting the finger around the ricasso of my rapier. I do have a rapier sat by my desk, by the way. And I'm going to pirouette away from my enemy and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to execute the such and such maneuver. And all that's not what I'm going to be thinking. The things I'm going to be thinking are, oh crap, there's a cut on my forehead, it's leaking blood into my eye, I have to keep wiping my eye, it's getting sore, and I'm going to get killed if I can't see what I'm doing or what they're doing. I need to think about my surroundings, I need to keep an eye out for this. How does the floor feel beneath my feet? All of those very visceral things. So yeah, they're definitely moments when I zoom right in on the feeling and the physical feelings and also the emotional ones that are at play. Maybe the specificity of where you're talking about it's a Rottweiler rather than a dog. You maybe change it for, you talk about the teeth and the colour of them and the way they gleam in the light and the bit of spittle coming off of its jaw as it's barking at you and about to bite you or whatever it is. Those moments you kind of, rather than using the perfect word in a technical way, you're using the perfect words in a more personal and visceral kind of way, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
I think that's maybe my take on it anyway.
I really like close third person. I think that's a really effective way of doing it. And I think you can use the metaphors and things like that to say something about the character and their experience. Someone who has been brought up in a royal household is going to see an item of clothing in a different way to a serving boy or whatever, And so the descriptions, you can kind of fit it around that character.
Yeah, exactly. And the things that they notice, I like doing that with that as well.
Yeah.
So like one of my characters, the main character, she's, been learning to use a rapier since she was about 8, 9, 10 years old. Her sidekick type character, if you like, is from a completely different part of the world, and her background is more like a sort of Viking-esque one. And even then, she was always very bookish. So although she was sort of taught to fight to a certain extent, that wasn't where her interest lies. So the way that she would describe the things happening in a fight, even if she was using the same weapon, would be very different to the things that the other character would notice. So yeah, all of those things, I like the way that they can kind of add up. And I think that's maybe what I really enjoy about longer fiction, is that you get the chance to really sink your teeth into that and inhabit that character. And I think because I enjoy it as a reader as well, I love that feeling of you're reading a big long series that's like 4 really awesome books, and you kind of come to the end and you're actually just really sad to be saying goodbye to those characters that you've been with for maybe 500,000 words in total or something like that.
Because your book is, I remember talking to you about this, I think it was in February, and you were saying that it was, historical fantasy, kind of gaslight. Is it gaslight romance, gaslamp romance kind of?
Yeah, gaslamp, I think, is sort of, for me, the closest like subgenre I found to.
And it was, I'm just trying to remember, like Constantinople kind of setting, was that?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Well remembered. That was back in February, yeah.
I'm just interested then in terms of, getting the details right and the research. Where does this come in your process? Is this something that you like, right, I need to know about rapiers, I need to know about the history of Constantinople, I need to know all these little details? Or is it a case of getting a story and then, we'll work that out later?
Yeah, it's a kind of 18th century fantasy version of Constantinople, and I think I prefer doing that than I would straight historical, because if something doesn't work in real world history for the story I want to tell, I'm kind of stuck with it, and it could mean that story's never going to be doable. Whereas in fantasy, I can kind of go, well, in my version of Constantinople, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it's like alternative history, fantasy.
Exactly, yeah. So I put that disclaimer out there. So I'm not trying to be like 100% historically accurate on anything, and that's my defense on that one. But I kind of like to go through a stage of immersing myself in the feel of the thing I'm writing about or the period I'm writing about. So this city is, like I say, it's 18th century London meets 18th century Constantinople, as it was named then. So I watched quite a lot of films and TV shows set in the 18th century and sort of read bits and pieces of history from those eras and places, and just sort of little things that I became that I was interested in and maybe became a bit obsessed with. So one of the key things for me is the masquerade ball and that kind of idea. And there's actually a pivotal scene in the story that is set in a masquerade ball. And as I was reading up about them, I think it was literally just Wikipedia on this particular thing that I read. But, you know, I kind of let myself go down the rabbit holes, if you like, because I was building up a picture of what my world was going to be like, what my version of Europe was going to be like. And I just let myself sort of follow rabbit holes and things like the kinds of things you try not to do when you're trying not to procrastinate. But I was letting myself do them to kind of, like I say, see where it take me. And one of the things that I read about was that, I want to say it was King Gustav III of Sweden, I think, off the top of my head, was actually assassinated at a masquerade ball. And I just sort of was like, found that really interesting and sort of read more and more about what happened, you know, in that situation. So, and that gave me a bit of a springboard for things that I wanted to write about. So although I didn't sit there and go, well, what was Constantinople like then? I sort of read, if you like, little snippets and tidbits of information that I could A, drop in as little droplets, and then B, like I say, would be almost like springboards for my own ideas and things like that. So that's what I think I like to do in terms of research. But yeah, not get too bogged down in, oh, well, you know, in Europe in the 18th century, they didn't really have cotton so much because they didn't like to bring it over from America because of politics and blah, blah, blah. You know, that wasn't relevant.
That actually sounds really similar to how I've been doing my research for my series, actually, is getting the feel and the immersion. So, you know, I spoke about this episode where she's on a ship, and so
I was going to say, you've been doing nautical fantasy, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been reading.
I need to hit you up for some recommendations, actually, because that novella series I've been talking about is I'm calling it my pirate series at the moment. So cool. I might be hitting you up for some recommendations.
Yeah. So I did, you know, reading some nautical fantasy and just generally, you know, like things like Master and Commander, and watching the film, reading the book, and then going to the Maritime Museum and just kind of having a walk along the seafront, and with that in mind of like the feel of the sea and the waves and the salt and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then just, watching videos on YouTube, which was tours of boats. Like that was really cool. And, you know, just doing little things like that where you pick up little details, little nuggets of information that, like, you know, knowing about what the people ate on HMS Victory and the fact that the cheese would have red worms in and stuff like that, which is just disgusting. But that's going to feature in my thing because it's a detail, it's realistic. And, you know, I've also figured out the solution of I am writing from my character's perspective, so she will refer to it as a boat and not a sloop or a bark.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
and won't know that these ropes are called rigging, and you know.
Yeah, and like she might at some point hear someone else call it that, so she'll then have kind of maybe learnt that term, or she'll be like, oh, what do you mean by that? But then as a reader, you've almost got like that outside knowledge as well. So yeah. Think of it like seasoning, you know, for your little details and things like that. You know, you don't want a ton of pepper and salt on your food. You want, you know, just a little sprinkling of it. And that's what brings things to life without, a bit like we were saying before with action scenes and so on, without bogging it down in too much accuracy or too much detail that isn't really needed.
Yeah, there was one detail that I learnt as well, which was how the officers on a lot of the ships in the 18th century, not the normal sailors, but the officers, their hammocks were strung in basically coffins. So they had their own coffin with a lid. The lid would be nailed on if they died, and then they'd just get slung in the sea with that box. But,
well, I mean, it's sufficient, isn't it?
Yeah. But they used to basically sleep on hammocks stretched in coffins, which I just thought, oh, yeah. So,
well, I didn't know that. I'd never heard or seen that one before. That's interesting.
Yeah. So little things like that where you're just doing the research, you're getting immersed in it, and then picking stuff up and not getting bogged down in the details. But then I suppose if you are writing historical fiction, I think it depends on the genre. It's like when I've written post-apocalyptic stuff, I've made sure to get a beta reader who knows about guns. I'm British, though, you know, so...
we're like, guns? I've never seen one in real life, or never touched one.
So, you know, it was good to know that a revolver didn't have a clip and all these little details, and that different guns have different sized bullets. And you know, you can't call it a bullet for a shotgun. It's not even a bullet; it's a shell.
It's a shell. Yeah. I learnt that from Shaun of the Dead. So, you know, goes to show where you can pick up information from.
Kind of not giving a knowledgeable reader chance to kind of be brought out of the story and go, that wouldn't happen.
I was really lucky, and a few years ago I did actually get to go to Istanbul for a long weekend, and that, although by that point I'd finished the first draft, and I was editing, so, you know, if anything really major came through that was going to ruin the whole story, I was kind of in trouble, but thankfully that didn't happen. But it did give me a chance to go to some of the places that I'd already planned to use in the story, and just pick up little details. You know, some of them didn't end up just being part of the description of the place. They actually sort of came into the plot. So, for example, I went to the Topkapi Palace, and there, you kind of, in just one of the parts, there were these archways that then had a crossbeam between them. And it just must have been something to do with the structure or whatever. But I kind of noticed that, took copious photos, and sort of just went away. And then in the story, that ends up being the method that Quinn uses to get in through this particular window, because she climbs up to the crossbeam, walks across it, and gets in through the window, kind of thing. But I wouldn't have known anything about that if I hadn't had the chance to go. I doubt it's the sort of thing that you'd see very clearly in a photo, or maybe if you saw it in a photo you wouldn't think of it as a thing your character could use in that way. And there were places that we went when we were visiting that I didn't really know about, and I was like, oh my god, that needs to be a location in the next book or something. So there's this amazing the Basilica Cistern, which is this underground Roman water cistern that they use for storing all the water and so on. They had several of these across the city, but this particular one is now open as a tourist attraction, and it's really interesting. The atmosphere in that place is amazing, even though quite a lot of other people around. Because it's dark, it's got water in the bottom with fish in it. It's just they've got these subtle sort of uplights at the bottom of all these columns that have been taken off of ancient buildings to create this cistern. It's just a really crazy, interesting, atmospheric place, and you never get that necessarily from the photos of it. Sort of getting to go somewhere like that, like you say, getting to go down to the sea and really think about the smell and the feel of the wind and the quality of the sound of the waves at different areas along the shore and things like that. All of those just little details. Don't spend 10 pages describing them. You're not, like I said, you're not Tolkien. Sorry, Tolkien. But just adding that, just that one sentence sometimes is what brings a place to life, or a character or something. Just saying a few words that then lets the reader kind of fill in the rest. But if you get those few words that you do use right, it makes their picture all the richer.
And I think this is a case as well of just paying attention to your surroundings, because you never know when something is just going to give you a spark of an idea or give you a solution to something in your stories. Like, the whole reason I am doing this series now is because, well, I've been thinking about it for over a decade. So it was in 2007, we went to visit Holy Island in Northumberland. I don't know if you've ever been there, but
no,
it's basically a priory, and it's tidally locked, so you can only get to it at certain times of the day on a tidal causeway. And I just thought you could have so much fun with a story based on this, and all the kind of. I was thinking more of a mystery story when I first thought about it. That trapped kind of room where people are stuck on a place until the tide goes out or whatever. And the story I'm on now is it is basically set on a fantasy version of, I don't know, a cross between Holy Island and Dover Castle. So it's Where's the best place to find you online then?
I can be found at clairesager.com, and I'll spell that out because both parts of my name tend to get misspelled. So it's ClareSager, Sager, and I've got links on there to my book. If you want to get that novella, that's on there. And I've got a podcast as well, Confessions of a First-Time Writer. And I hope one day I'll be able to make it Confessions of a Full-Time Writer, but for now it's first time. And I'm floating around on social media, but there are links on the website for that as well.
So remember, you can get the Stop Booking Around book. It's on Kindle and Audible and paperback and all that good stuff. If you haven't done so already, please do take a moment to leave a review wherever you get your podcast, just to help more people get to the show. So thanks again to Claire. So until next time, cheerio. To the Stop Booking Around podcast. I'm Jon Cronshaw and I'm back today with two guests. Today we are going to talk about a interesting subject. I think at the bottom of it we're essentially going to be talking about character and individuals and personas and things like that. So this was pitched to me by Ben, who is with us.
Oh yeah.
And what Ben suggested was bringing together someone who develops personal branding and someone who helps musicians develop their artistic personae. And then, of course, there's me, who writes for a living. So this is going to be an interesting discussion, I hope. So, Chris, if you want to introduce yourself, tell us what you do.
My name's Chris O'Gorman. I run a digital consultancy called Meledra Digital, and my background is basically working mostly in the music industry. I've worked for Universal Music as head of digital at Capitol Records, and before that at Sony Music as a digital manager. And my roles at both of those companies was essentially launching artists, the sort of digital online brand identity, and then the digital marketing of that. So launching acts like Sam Smith, 5 Seconds of Summer, One Direction, Little Mix, Ollie Murs, all of these, very digitally led projects where telling their sort of personal story and sort of cementing their brand identity online was in some ways almost not more important, but came before the actual marketing of the actual music product. So that's sort of my background in a nutshell.
Excellent. And same for you, Ben.
Okay, so I do three things. I'm a dad. I do some property investment, but my main kind of, the dad thing, there's a link here because I'm interested in my kids and their development. So there's something there. And the other thing as well is I'm a lecturer over at Leeds College of Music, and I teach one-to-one singers on the pop program there. It's built into the course over at LCOM, Leeds College of Music, that the artists that we work with are trying to build and develop their own brand. Now, I'm personally less interested in the kind of the financial side as far as this discussion is concerned. That is really probably more like Chris's domain in terms of how do you reach customers, that kind of thing. For me, I'm interested for this as with the art side of it. So by presenting yourself on stage in a certain way, what are you saying to the people in the room watching you? And so that's really where we're at.
I write mainly speculative fiction, so science fiction and fantasy. I do it full time, and I am very much concerned with creating memorable characters that people hook onto and want to read more of. My first question, I suppose, for you is, why have you brought us together?
Right, yeah, because we're just before we got properly going, you asked what are we even talking about. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if it has a name. No doubt it does. But whatever it is, it's the thing that kind of draws people to either other characters or possibly like other brands. So it's kind of, what is the thing that attracts people to something else or someone else? It's kind of like when you read a book, you know, there's a sense of whether a character is good or not. There's a sense when you're watching an artist perform, there's a sense of, oh, I really like that, you know, I really like, you know, whether it's how they're dressed or, I feel like there's something deeper below that as well. It's not just how they are physically and practically dressed. It's like what's being spoken to in the person that's attracted to that.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that sits beneath the kind of the veneer.
Yeah.
Does that make sense
to
you?
Absolutely. It completely makes sense to me from sort of an art, you know, from developing music artists. Because the thing that, you know, because as many of the hit artists that I've worked on, there have been ones that did not work.
Right.
That I won't name.
Yeah.
And the difference is people bought into the successful ones, and it wasn't just the music, because the ones that didn't work had just as good music, were just as talented. And it wasn't that, it was an extra thing. It was what made people buy into these other artists like Sam Smith, etc. What made people buy into them as a person, what made them connect their sort of music to their personality, and then why did that resonate with people, particularly to the point where they felt passionate enough about it to consider themselves a fan. Because, like I said, there's many artists I've worked with that haven't been able to connect those dots, even though their music is just as good. So that doesn't completely make sense. It's a bit of a formula. Well, trying to find the formula.
Yeah, but I mean, this is part of why I wanted to have the discussion, because there might be some stuff that Jon knows about what makes a decent character. You know, what is a good character? And maybe there's some overlap. And by the same token, it's kind of from the music side of things. What's the overlap? And I was hoping with you, Chris, as well. I mean, I know obviously like the music is a big side of what you do, but you've also been working with some like non-musical brands as well. Am I right? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a really
interesting angle as well. You know, to hear how maybe it spreads out beyond just kind of character development and artist development. Maybe it spreads out into the wider world of business too. You know,
it totally does, because a lot of the work we do as well is actually with public figures in general. So a lot of the times that might be business leaders, people where their sort of personal story of how they built their business, scaled it up, you know, employed a bunch of people, of, you know, launched a successful brand. It's their personal story is actually so connected to the success of their company. So actually a lot of the work we do is personal branding for those sort of, I guess you call them thought leaders, or business leaders. So it's their personal branding, and then doing that obviously online, digitally, and how you tell their story in a creative, interesting way, because especially because that side of things can be extremely dry and boring and corporate.
Yeah.
So it's sort of bringing the experience from the entertainment side, which is a lot more fun, a lot more creative, and then applying that to sort of more professional industries, I suppose, business leaders. And absolutely, it's the same thing. It's, you know, people buy into the story of Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and even Mark Zuckerberg. You know, people buy into their personal stories, which there have been films about, many films about them.
The way I'm seeing this is just to go back to, I suppose, what Ben said he was looking for but couldn't quite articulate. I'm thinking of it as something like a personal, empathic connection to the other with something that resonates, if that makes sense.
We're getting there with that. Getting there with that, definitely.
Yeah. So
that resonation is because I think there's like humans. I think we are narrative creatures, aren't we? Like we look for story.
Yeah.
You know. Maybe even when it's not there, but we look. Do you know what I mean?
We are pre-wired for story. I think it's like the pattern recognition thing, where we will create a narrative even when there isn't one there. Like we'll see something, we'll see some litter on the ground, and we can think, oh, somebody has dropped that. You know, we already attach a story, a series of events in our minds that might not necessarily be true, but it's a fiction.
Yeah.
When I think of characters, I think about, I mean, first of all, I want the voice, and I think the voice is important in terms of how the character sounds. So this is, I suppose, how they're presenting themselves, but then obviously this ties into things like plot and theme And the thing that I've even got it stuck on a post-it note is intention, obstacle. So whenever I'm writing a story, I want to know what the character wants, what their aims are, but also what is in the way. And I think when we've got these stories of business people, and there's always obstacles, there's always things they've had to overcome, whether it's a poor background, or they've had to stop people trying to steal their ideas, or something like that, or there has to be a story, there has to be an obstacle, there has to be almost an antagonistic force that they've overcome, which makes them seem heroic in some way.
Interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
So that need for them to have been, it's like a challenge. It links to the kind of hero story, doesn't it? It's something has to happen that's blocking them, and they have to overcome that, or there has to be some method by which they do.
I think that links back to when we've got the old hero myths and the old hero stories where we've got a character we look up to. They've gone through these trials and tribulations, like an Achilles or someone like that. But today we don't have the same heroes. We don't have the same type of hero. So I think there's almost a need to put that heroic journey. Joseph Campbell talks about the hero's journey, this kind of arc of going through different challenges. Like, we almost have to put that onto the people who are maybe the higher station, the singers and the the leaders and
project
like that.
How do I know this is going to somehow end up back at Trump? But people do that to. I think you're absolutely right. People do that to entertainers, to many people in the public eye, and that ultimately includes politicians and political leaders as well. People project a story onto them that actually isn't even remotely true, and that's sort of what you get with Trump. There is that people have created this narrative in their heads of him being the underdog when he absolutely isn't. So
you've just touched on something there. You just touched on the authenticity thing, and I was hoping that we could get into that. Would we be able to just put a pin in that and get to that later? Because I think that's vital, and it's a really important part of the discussion. I just wanted to. You mentioned Joseph Campbell, John. Could you just explain who he is and what?
Yeah. So he was a theorist, and he was writing in, I think, from the 50s and 60s, that kind of time, and he was inspired by a psychologist called Carl Jung, and what he looked at was these really deep patterns that exist in stories across the world. So he ended up coming up with this thing called a monomyth, which is basically that a hero story from South Africa would actually echo a hero story from Japan, which in turn would echo a hero story, like the Jesus resurrection story is another one of these heroic archetypes. So he saw this all over the world, all these patterns, and I think he kind of concluded that there was basically one type of hero story, and now we see that over and over again with Star Wars, with Harry Potter, with The Matrix. All these stories follow the same kind of underlying, like, really deep structure, and when it hits, it resonates and we feel it, and there's just something so deep that we can't even kind of understand it, and when a story doesn't kind of hit that, it feels wrong, or it disappoints, or it lets us down.
Yeah, because I mean, like Jung, I've used that stuff with my students in the past. The archetypes, and getting them to kind of really have a think about whereabouts on that wheel. Have you heard of the 12 archetype wheel? Have you heard of that, Chris?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, that's okay. You probably have, John. If you've,
I don't know about the 12 archetype wheel. Actually, that's
okay
for me, because I've been looking. Because Campbell comes up. I think he's got about 8 archetypes that he works with. So that's
okay. If you imagine a wheel, there's orientations. So there's freedom, order, social, and ego. So at the top of the wheel, if you imagine the top, we've got freedom, and then directly below that, there's the outlaw. And then on the opposite side of the wheel, which is kind of your order area, directly opposite the outlaw, you've got the ruler, right? Or the leader or the king. And this outlaw / rebel is opposed to the king, but they're also linked and connected. I won't go through all 12.
Okay,
but
I'll think I know. These are like the hero, caregiver, rebel.
Hero, caregiver.
Yeah.
Yep.
Digging in my mind.
Magician, lover, creator, everyman, innocent, explorer. Yeah. And it's this notion that these kind of archetypes kind of arise in story and in myth and in reality as well. And I think that's maybe part of it. Is I think that we've all got like at least bits of all of them in us, and maybe our kind of unique blend of them is our personality, perhaps. So it's kind of like they're opposing, but they're also linked and connected. And you know, you get stuff kind of like the rebel might win the rebellion and become the ruler, you know, and then there's a flip back, for example. And then you've got this thing with like the sage and the jester, for example, they're opposite, you know, the sage being the kind of the person that's really into kind of sort of serious learning, you know, and the
wise old owl,
wise, right. And the jester's the guy that takes the piss. Do you know what I mean? And everything's a joke. Yeah. But the flip of that is often the jester, the joker, the person that's taking the piss all the time is often the one that can really tell the truth in a way that maybe the sage couldn't. And so the jester can then flip and become the sage. Do you know what I mean? So there's this thing about them being connected and linked, but also opposite, which is also really dead interesting. So do you use those 8 for your character development then, John? The Campbell's ones?
You know what, I don't, because it's kind of more organic than that, I suppose. I don't sit there and go, right, I want this character to be like this, and you know, kind of look at those boxes. I think the nearest I'd do to that is, I don't know if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, but there's basically a character alignment sheet that I've found really useful. And I talked about this on an earlier episode of Stop Booking Around, but this is basically about someone being their chaos and order alignment, chaos versus lawful, and then whether they're evil or good or neutral. So you can have like a chaotic good, which is someone who does good things but is a bit kind of random and, you know, doesn't necessarily follow the rules, but they are ultimately good. So I usually think of this in terms of how can I get my character from lawful good to chaotic evil. So this will be a journey of, you know, someone basically the Breaking Bad storyline, for example, that follows that arc. That's almost how I do it, and then I'll kind of think of the points where that I can hit where I think, okay, in the hero's journey, for example, there's a bit where the character must leave his normal world. So I need a point maybe about 20% through the story where that's it. He's got to leave the home village and go out into the world, into an unfamiliar place, and learn lots of things along the way. So
20%?
Yeah, I find that's usually good.
Right, that just for you feels right with your writing, or is that like a rule that lots of writers will?
I think a lot of writers use that kind of area. You usually find 20-25%. If your character is still at home moaning about their life, they haven't moved on, it's going to be boring.
Right, yeah.
I think the only story I've seen that has done that well, where it's got a really, really long first bit, is Life is Beautiful, which is, I don't know if you've ever seen that film, but I think the first hour or so of that is just this guy's happy life, and then because it's about him going to the concentration camps, it actually makes it a lot more horrible. You know?
Right.
So,
would you say that's flipped on its head, though? Like, is it 75% with 25% at the end that's brutal?
It might be the halfway point, something like that. So it doesn't kind of fit that convention in the same way, but I think that when you look at movies, when you look at the 3-act structure, you know, this is in Matrix where Neo goes into the Matrix, he takes the pill, and it's in Star Wars where Luke leaves his home planet because he's found that his adopted parents have been burnt to death. Like that point appears again and again. It's Harry Potter going to Hogwarts, you know. It's that kind of thing.
Right.
Lord of the Rings as well starts up in the Shire, and it's
and he leaves and he has to go out into the world.
Okay, so that 20-25% is a significant ratio, like number that might be worth thinking about. Are there any others of those? Just whilst we're on them, I know in music there's this notion of the golden section, 1.61 or so. And roughly 2/3 of the way through.
2/3 of the way through will be your all is lost moment in a lot of stories. So this is the bit where everything has gone wrong for your main character. There's no way out. Everything seems like it's going terrible, but then maybe they bring together an idea from their first act, the old world, and then a new idea from the new world.
Yeah.
Bring them together, and then you've got the finale and battles and all that.
So that's the belly of the whale moment, right? 66%.
Yeah.
And then
I think Tolkien called that the eucatastrophe, I think. When it's like the opposite of the catastrophe has happened, and it's that all is lost, and then there's a glimmer of light, and so and it sort of flips. I'm sure he called it that the eucatastrophe, and again you see that in Lord of the Rings. I think of that moment when he's wrapped up in a spider's web.
Yeah.
Bit in Star Wars where Ben Kenobi dies, Luke's whole future's at doubt, and same with the Matrix. It's like, what's his name? Is it Cyrus? He betrays everyone, and it's all those moments where it looks unescapable. And I suppose this goes back to the personas and developing brands. Maybe it's those moments where we kind of empathise with people who hit rock bottom. We empathise with the people who've had trying times and then got through it. And I think that's the important bit, isn't it? It's like, how low can you go and then how high can you go after that? I think that's probably where empathy comes in.
Well, it's interesting you're saying this about the wheel, about the archetype wheel, because I suppose I haven't really consciously ever done this, but I think brands absolutely do this as well, because, if you take Apple, they're the creator. Nike is seen as the hero. Something like PG Tips is the everyman. So I think brands actually do that as well. Something like Dove or Innocent Smoothies or something like that, is the innocent archetype. So actually, it's something I hadn't actually consciously considered, but it really, like when you start working with a brand, when I've worked for a brand as a client, or again with an artist or a public figure, you do subconsciously actually go through, I think, this wheel that you mentioned and try and sort of pinpoint who they are.
And how do you get there when you're working with them? Like, do you just discuss it and then something appears to you?
The starting point is just observing and downloading sort of who they are. And just sort of like before I worked on the sort of marketing and development side, I worked as a journalist, as a music journalist. So a lot of those skills come into play because you're essentially interviewing them as if you're writing a piece on them, as if you're writing an editorial feature on them. So it really is sort of, shadowing them, downloading who they are, and then trying to distill it afterwards. So it's a lot of observing, I suppose, and then maybe polishing that up a little bit. Very few people are any one thing. It's probably combinations of these archetypes, or it's sort of, I guess, sliding, maybe moving around that archetype wheel a little bit in terms of character development. So no one is any one thing. But when you're working with a music artist or a public figure or whoever it is, you get the strongest sense of who they are. This is something that sort of shines out more than anything, and that's kind of what you amplify. So it's essentially taking who they are and finding ways to really amplify that and maybe exaggerate that. So one of the examples is a bit of a bittersweet one, I suppose. Actually, it's not one that I worked on particularly, but I sort of saw it happening. And it's Amy Winehouse, and I remember that it was very much like she has this wild child sort of, rock and roll persona, and absolutely they were like, this is marketable, this is something we can exaggerate, and absolutely did. And the sort of media lapped that up, and that became almost her story. And I think she started writing her own story in her head. And it's pure speculation now. I think what I saw happening there was, because I recognized it in the work that I was doing with other artists, where you create the narrative for that you don't create, you take the most prominent parts of them and then focus on those and kind of amplify those. That's what they sort of did with her, and then that became a bit of a runaway train.
Yeah.
Well, I think what happens is then also, because you have to remember you're working with a human being, this is the real difficult area, and it's one I still struggle with, actually, is that you're working with a human being, and actually, unlike creating a fictional character, their story doesn't end when you put down the pen. It continues. And actually, a lot of times I've seen them taking that story that you're sort of creating it and almost really believing it, and then really it almost becomes all consuming. And I think that's sort of what happened with her a little bit. I think that she believed this story that they'd created for her, and to the point where it's like, I'm going to write. And because, you know, she was actually an actress before as well, and almost ended up living this role. And then the ultimate conclusion of that is what happened.
Working with young artists at Elcom, that's a real like kind of fear of mine, you know, like that.
Yeah,
they buy too much into the brand or who, you know, who they are. That I think it's really vital. And, you know, I say this to all my students, or, you know, as many of them as I can, that, you know, when you step on a stage, something changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
And you see it.
That stage is a metaphorical one, right? And I guess it becomes harder and harder the more fame you attract into your life, because the more people are taking pictures of you, the more and following you around and writing the story for you or about you, or, you know, like presenting you it within that light. You can see it becoming harder and harder for individuals to be able to, you know, as that happens, to be able to draw that line and say, well, no, like David Bowie is not Ziggy Stardust. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. But then you take that example. He had to kill Ziggy Stardust. He had to kill that character to step away from it in the most dramatic way of doing it.
Yeah, right.
You know, and it's a bit like, I think probably maybe Lady Gaga is another good example of that. She absolutely created a character, amplified that character. I'm sure her marketing team obviously had a huge role in doing that. Because I know before she wanted to be the White Stripes and Strokes, that kind of vibe, you know, indie kind of vibe. And absolutely it was the people that she worked with, like, you know, dance is really happening now. And she's like, yeah, I can write a dance song. That's easy. Like,
wow, I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, and that's the bit that kind of took off. She worked with Rob Fusari, who produced like Destiny's Child and loads of other big pop and R&B acts. And then that became the story. And she created this narrative of this sort of larger than life character, and then really believed it. But then now I think you see her wanting to put that back in the box a little bit, and hasn't gone to the extreme of what David Bowie did of killing off the character.
Lady Gaga could be different to whoever's next. Like, she could kill Lady Gaga, couldn't she? And then be either do her or, you know. So I suppose
I think what she's done is step away. I think she's like, Lady Gaga's off and running now, and now I'm going to step out of that skin. And then what did she go and do? She went and did a jazz covers duets album with Tony Bennett.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
very different place on the Jungian wheel, isn't it? The Jungian archetype wheel.
And it's another character. It's the 50s Hollywood starlet. It's a classic Hollywood archetype character that she's stepping into there. And then with her next role, it's actually a cinematic role in Star is Born. She stepped into another role. You might say that actually that's just a continuation of the Hollywood starlet role, which probably is.
She's almost fit in, though, into the Madonna role.
Absolutely. And Madonna's another great example. And the thing that you said earlier about having having to overcome something, her story really kind of is that, to be honest. The reason that people resonate with her, I think, and that she's stood the test of time and has been around so long, is that, you know, she has this story of really coming from pretty much nothing, like fairly abject poverty, to be honest with you. And, you know, this story that she has of, you know, leaving home when I think she was like 15 or something, and having $20 in her pocket and saying to the cab driver, you know, take me to the center of everything. And he drops her off at Times Square, and she's like, okay, this is where I need to make stuff happen. I think that story, how, you know, separating myth from fact, and how, you know, how true that is. And again, I think whether, even if it's not quite true, it probably is true. I think she's just embellished it and polished it up, and that's become the thing, to the point where she probably believes that that's exactly what happened.
Does that matter?
No.
Like the authenticity thing, does it matter? So that you think no? I'm just intrigued.
Again, if it's a out and out lie, and actually she grew up in an extremely wealthy family and was given loads of money to be able to put into her music career and didn't have to work jobs, then that matters, because that's a complete fabrication.
Does that matter?
You know?
I'm going at this from the perspective of, you know, when you're talking about polishing a character, I see that in the same way that you would edit a character, you know, and you bring out the most important elements. So if a character gets too complicated, then in the genres that I write, that would actually muddy it for the reader and make an experience that wouldn't be good. So I try to create my characters so they've got maybe a couple of flaws, and these are the things that drive them, and then I'm building it around those few things, and then anything that I think goes off that too much, I'll edit it out. The underlying thing of the character is still there. The archetype is still there. The authenticity thing, I mean, everything I'm doing is made up anyway. But
is it? And sorry for being the guy that just asks questions and doesn't. But is it though? Because surely characters need to be at least a bit believable. Like surely we have to think that within the setting or the framework of the story, the character needs to be plausible. Or do we? This question about truth, I think, is a vital one,
Okay, it's truth within the framework of the expectations, if that makes sense. So, going to the Madonna example, if we hear Madonna's story and then we find out that it's a lie, that would eject people from her story. And it's like the thing of, if you've got a piece of literary fiction that is set, a professor is falling in love with a student, and then a genie turns up who summons a load of dragons, and then there's a zombie infestation, and you think this is stupid. But then you do that in Game of Thrones, and it's fine because it's expected within the framework. So I think it's almost like you have to be true to the story world, and I think you can have the story world as basically the framework for your pop star, the framework for whatever it is you're working with. If PG Tips suddenly started advertising themselves in the same way that Taylor's or Harrogate does, people are just going to be, I'm not having that. That's PG, It's...
If PG Tips suddenly all of a sudden was like, here's our luxury tea bag, our sort of Tesco's finest, I think people would be like, what? No, that's not, that's not the framework I know you in. That's not the place you occupy in my life.
So if whoever it is that owns PG Tips decides that they want to do that, then no, that's a different brand. It's a different narrative. It's a different positioning, a different place.
It's a whole new brand. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. With the music thing, there is this kind of woolliness in that, isn't there? Unless artists are very careful to be really careful with where they place themselves and how they frame themselves. It's like we all knew that Ziggy Stardust wasn't actually David Bowie, and that was fine. Like that was built into the, like the guys from Slipknot don't actually have those faces.
Of course, it's an exaggeration.
We know that. We understand the theatre, and so it's not like a surprise when we see them without the mask on anymore. Do you know what I mean?
It reminds me of wrestling, actually. The kind of suspension of disbelief that's required, and also the fact that those personalities are people. It might be their real personality, but turned up to 11 with the knob broken off.
Absolutely.
Or whatever,
so. You mentioned Trump really before, didn't you?
You said that. Well, yeah. I was just going to jump off your wrestling analogy.
WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump.
No, I was just going to say, I think one of the reasons the TV show Glow has been so successful is it tells those stories, and it does exactly what you just said. It shows this group of women that are brought into this weird world of wrestling and have to create their own characters. The whole series is about them trying to figure out who their wrestling character is, and then create it, and then polish it and amplify it and sort of deliver it. It's actually quite interesting. I think that ties in really nice.
I think with the Glow as well, the fact that your central character, Zoya the Destroyer, her thing is she starts off and she's not a very sympathetic character because of what she's done. It's interesting, and I think it's the same with the director's character. He's very unsympathetic, and then he becomes sympathetic. So
you really do end up feeling sympathy for these ones that you really shouldn't. Feel sympathy.
I haven't seen it actually, but it sounds dead interesting.
It's spectacular. Really good. And I don't know if you saw Cobra Kai at all. Did you either of you see that one?
I didn't.
No, I haven't.
It's basically a sequel to The Karate Kid, starring the original cast, but then they're obviously in their 40s, maybe older. And you've got the guy who is it Johnny? The bad guy in the original film. Like, he's now down on his luck. He's the empathetic character. and Danny is just a complete douchebag car salesman guy who keeps going on about the fact he won his karate championships back in the 80s.
Amazing. Oh my God, I love that. That's amazing.
Show.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because again, like you were saying before about projecting, we have this sort of human need to project a story or a narrative onto somebody. I think when these films or stories that you love end, I don't know if anybody else does, I'm pretty sure that people do. I know I do. I think, I wonder what happens afterwards. I sort of write the story in my head of what happens after. So it's interesting that essentially a sequel follow-on does exactly that. It tells the story of what happens afterwards, but flips it all.
Going back to Donald Trump, like I was thinking about this as you were talking, and I think the thing with Donald Trump is he's both a hero and an antagonist, depending on what side of the political spectrum you are. Because his story from his supporters' point of view is he's a guy who has overcome the mess in Washington. He's gone against the elites, and now he has beaten the deep state, and now he's ruling them. And people were saying that Hillary should have won. Who is this? What would you call her? Like a establishment figure. He's overcome that, and he's beaten them on behalf of America.
Yep. So that's your outlaw to ruler story right there, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. And Hillary is a woman who had her husband who cheated on her. She's overcome that. And then she was beaten by this corporate greedy guy. And now she's in this place where, hey, 2020's coming. Maybe she'll swoop in and try again.
And the campaigns did write those narratives to an extent. That would have been a whole part of it. It was their personal branding. How are we going to sell these to the voters? And they absolutely cast Trump in that hero sort of underdog narrative, which is totally ridiculous when you think it's born to.
When you think about it for 5 minutes.
When you think about it for 5, literally, when you hold any kind of scrutiny to it, he's born into just opulent wealth.
To be fair, though, there's a flip of that, though, as well, isn't there? You know, like portraying, and this wasn't probably the entire campaign, but portraying Hillary Clinton as some kind of like hard done by woman who's fighting off against the patriarchy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because she's in, it's.
But I think that the sort of, when you boil it down, I think like the sort of the key narrative they were trying to tell was elitism versus non-elitism. And the ridiculousness of that is that, what does elitism even mean? Because surely, inheriting billions and billions of dollars, from your dad's estate and and his sort of corporate holdings is really kind of the definition of elitism. And then you look at Hillary Clinton, who was seen as the elite. Her mum was on food stamps when she was growing up. And you're like, hang on.
Yeah.
What? It's like a complete.
The irony of that is interesting.
Yeah.
And the irony of that her journey, if that's true, I didn't realise that about Hillary Clinton actually. The irony of that.
Her mum was abandoned as a child and essentially raised by, I can't remember who it was, someone else, but basically lived on food stamps for a long time. It's funny because just one generation on, obviously since then she's made a lot of money and done a lot of
pretty privileged
corporate speaking, and as that's the thing, because the interesting thing with her, I suppose, she wasn't born into privilege, she found a way into it. But really you have to kind of say, well, it's how have people allowed themselves to swallow those narratives?
Maybe it's probably the power of the story. Maybe the Democrats just didn't tell as good a story. They need some better writers on their books. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think it comes down. I'm probably going off topic a little bit, but I think it always comes down to the fact that a complicated truth is harder to sell than a simple lie.
Is there any corollary with what? Because you mentioned before, then, John, about how the kind of stuff that you write, it's quite important that it isn't too complicated.
Yeah.
Because it's going to make the story worse.
Okay, I'll go back to my first novel, my very first novel I wrote, which never got published, and it will never get published because it's terrible.
I need to read that. I need to read it. I haven't read it yet.
It's got... so this was a story I wrote called The Slip, and it was I tried to do basically like a Game of Thrones in space, kind of Game of Domes, if you will.
Game of Domes.
Yeah, but what I had was a post-Earth solar system
Yeah.
So, and people lived on the moon, and but they didn't know that Earth had been destroyed. They just thought it was like a asteroid belt. And then I had a storyline in there that was a murder mystery, and there were these group called the Yao, which were like these almost like eternal post-singularity beings that uploaded their minds to this kind of thing. But their family held that technology. And then along that, so I had a murder mystery involving one of them rebelling and leaving and killing her family. And then I had a storyline in there about biopirates who were trying to steal seeds and kind of reverse engineer them so they could give them out to the people. And then I had a storyline about these traders. And it was like, I had all these different, I had 13 different storylines going on that were all crossing over. And I think it was like 17 point of view characters, and it was a fucking mess. It was just... It was crazy. But what's interesting is
sounds kind of amazing at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like I wasn't. I didn't have the talent to write it. Is the thing. I think if I did it, I could probably do it now. I think I had a massive ambition for what this thing could be, and it was just an absolute mess.
Maybe it's a collection of short stories rather than
this is what I've done is I've salvaged some of the things as short stories, and they work well.
Right. Yeah.
So there's one where it's like there's a bit of a rebellion going on Titan's orbiter, for example. Like that's a single story, and it works well, and readers seem to like it. So what that led me to do was go, right, I need a story that's got one main character that has one main goal. It's like and it was that, and so I wrote that, and then that became what ended up being my second published novel called Night of the Wasteland, which was a post-apocalyptic thing, and then ended up writing a prequel to that, which ended up being the first novel, and then I wrote the third novel. So each iteration I've made it a bit more complicated in terms of the storytelling and what's going on, but I've tried to just really, really whittle the story down to just one focus. I'm working on a set of stories at the minute that is going to be 22 novellas when I'm done. I've just written book 8, first draft of book 9 as well. So this is just following one character. Wow. It's told in a linear way, but it is really complicated because I'm doing a lot of different layers of. There's what I'd call like an external story, which is set in the world, and she's got to overcome obstacles. But then there's a few mysteries in the background, and there's internal stories in the sense that she's got this magical awakening that's happened, and she's got to deal with that and come to terms with the temptations of that. So I'm making it more complicated, but also because I'm doing this complicated stuff, I'm keeping other elements simple and grounded as I can. Right. If that makes sense. So it's like there's something for the reader to follow that's easy, and then I can play around with that. I mean, I wrote a scene for the last book, I was just editing it yesterday, which is basically a scene from the point of view of a sentient ship, but the sentient ship can see through the eyes of its crew. So it was skipping mid-sentence between the views of all these different members. So it's really messed up, but, I've given the reader 200,000 words of lead up to this to allow me to do that.
Right. Okay.
I've kind of held the hand through and dropped hints about what these ships are like and what they do, and then it's allowed me to do that. But
oh wow, I want to read that.
That sounds great.
I suppose what, like, on the kind of practical level, I mean, what is it that you do? Say you've got a singer, like, how is it that you're going, right, these are the things we need to emphasize, these are the things that, okay, you've got this weird quirk, let's not push that. How are you doing that? I mean, is there some kind of practical exercises you do or anything?
There's a few different things. I mean, there's some stuff around like performance, which is literally we watch them perform and we see what works and what doesn't. But that needs to be couched within the framework of the context. So there's a stylistic context, which is what's the kind of music that they want to be making. But kind of even below that, there are these kind of archetypal sort of themes that we need to find. That comes from conversation. What I like about these, so I might take them through these 12 archetypes and get them to rate themselves out of 10 on each one. Where do they want to be? How do they want to demonstrate? Which people do they want to attract? How do they want to present themselves? So then there's like kind of a numerical value attached to each one. I like to keep things as kind of organic as possible and use all of this stuff for when there's a decision needs to be made and it's difficult to make one. So they might come in the room and say, I've got no idea how I want to stage this set. I don't know where I'm going in terms of the fashion. I don't even know maybe even which instruments they want on stage with them and how much they want in the backing track and how much they want on stage. And so our way of coming to a decision on that is reviewing this past stuff, you know. It's kind of like, oh, okay, so you're saying that you want to be rebellious. How can we demonstrate rebellion? Or we need some kind of leadership symbolism here, or we need, you know, you said earlier that this is what you want to do. So if they have answers already because they're creatives, and I feel like if it can come up organically, at least to begin with, as much as possible, then that's the way, because I work kind of for them rather than, it's not like there isn't a demand from me that they make money in a specific way, so it's kind of for me it's about the art, and it's about serving that as a kind of an educator that's I suppose sort of paid by the hour and isn't attached to the need for profit to be made. Yeah. And this is the thing as well, teaching in an educational institution, I have a bunch of students that actually don't necessarily want to go on and be artists. They might want to go into teaching, or they might want to go into, but the whole course is framed around this need for them to build and create an artist.
Right.
I mean, obviously, because we're having this discussion, so there's transferable skills that they can gain by doing all this stuff. You know, they can apply all of this thinking to their CV if they want to.
Definitely.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So. Another one that I haven't really mentioned is I like to play the why game with people to find core values. So it's basically, we can do it. Does one of you fancy being the subject of that? Okay, do you want to go ahead, John? Right, okay. So, John, name something that you like. First thing that comes into your head.
Music.
Music. Okay, you like music.
Yes.
Okay, fab. Why do you feel at home listening to music?
Because I enjoy the fact that I can sit there, close my eyes, and not really have to think about anything.
Okay, so not having to think about anything. So can we boil that down to a single word?
Escape.
Escape. Okay. Why do you feel at home when you're escaping?
Because I am a creative person, and one of the things that happens when you're creative is you get bombarded with ideas all the time. Mm-hmm. And I just like that clarity and just not having, because it seems to put a stop to that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So there's a couple of threads there. One was creativity, right? And another one was clarity. Now, at this point, I would probably write those down, and we might end up coming back and following both of those kind of strings.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for now, just pick one.
Okay.
So there's creativity or clarity.
Let's go for clarity. So
clarity.
Talking a lot about creativity today.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, so clarity. Why do you feel at home when things are clear?
It's because there's a lot of noise around us. There's always distractions. There's always these things that go on in my head, which, you know, they could be positive thoughts, they can be negative thoughts, and they could be ideas for things. And sometimes it's just good to have that freedom from it, to take a breath.
Okay, so you mentioned freedom there.
Yeah.
Why do you feel at home when you're free?
Why do you feel at home when you're free? Because your thoughts often come when you don't necessarily want them to. They can be invasive. And so if you can have that moment to clear, you know, it's like defragging a hard drive or something like that, where you're just basically getting rid of the crap. It's something like that.
So I don't want to push you to put any words in your mouth, but you nearly said to clear, and so we were getting back to this clarity place again.
Right.
Is that a fair way of surmising? So you like freedom because it brings you clarity, and you like clarity because it brings you freedom. Are we? And by the way,
I think we've got some good circularity there. Yeah.
We've got, so that's an example of hitting a core value.
Okay.
So one or both of those words is like, you can't really explain one without the other. You can't go down any further. You can't go deeper into the whys anymore. All right. There are other ways where that happens. So, for example, sometimes people start trying to explain away the word that they've got to using like scientific or like biology or anthropologic language or something like that. So it's kind of, a human, it might be love at the bottom for them. And it's kind of like, well, why do people feel love? And then it's, love is an important device used for holding tribes together or what. When you're there, that's a core value. Sometimes people just don't know. They say, oh, I don't know why I care about freedom. I don't know why I feel at home here. It's right. And that then would be an example of another core value for them. So those core values, first of all, it's really interesting to do for yourself because you get to know what's actually at the bottom of what the things I enjoy and the things I don't like. And often when you're unhappy, it will be because one of those core values is transgressed in some way.
Definitely see that.
Yeah. But as an artistic tool, it can be really nice for you to decide your artistic persona. What are their core values? Are they the same as you as an individual? They might be, for kind of like your certain people, they want to make sure the music that they make really, really lines up with exactly them. But other people maybe not. For example, Slipknot, at the bottom of theirs, horror might be a core value, or like destruction, or probably isn't the core value of the artist that came up with the idea for Slipknot. For the band members as individual people, but it's a nice little thing to play. So, I don't know how could that apply for you, John. So maybe you could ask the question with your characters: what are their core values? What's at the bottom of their decision-making process? Where do they feel at home? And why?
Yeah. I mean, I think I word this in like the intention and motivation stuff is like, why is my character doing it? Because, and it's always, I try and make it lead back to something that, maybe I've given them a bit of a backstory that I don't necessarily print, but, I think, well, she reacts in this way. She doesn't trust people because she was let down loads of times by her dad in the past. And the core value thing is, I think that's one thing as well that I find useful in stories is that's almost got to shift. So if a character starts off and one of her core values is you can't trust anyone, damn it, by the end she's going to be trusting and have friends. And
I'm just trying to think of the word for that. What would that word be if you could boil it down? I don't trust anybody. What's
mistrust?
Is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, would that be freedom? Would the core value be for that? It's kind of like not wanting to be held back by anybody.
Yeah, I suppose it depends what's at the bottom of it, isn't it?
Independence, or but I suppose that's the thing that might be an interesting game to play with that that character. I don't know, maybe not.
Probably wanting to not have your freedom curtailed. So it probably is freedom. It's the defense of your freedom,
right?
And there's always that thing of, in stories especially, it's the idea that you give your character what they want, which in this case would be to be completely free and alone or something like that, but it's not what they actually need. So, I suppose there's a difference here then at the bottom of this is that we've got, in the stories, it is about the development of a character from point A to point B, where it's almost like you're kind of creating a static character, like a static representation or something like that, or helping someone come to terms with who they are in that moment or something like that.
It's interesting because your core values almost become your brand guidelines. Whenever we're marketing an artist or a brand, it's everything you do, you kind of always come back to you have some idea, some initiative you want to do, and then you take a step and go, how does this tie in with our brand guidelines? Brand guidelines, I really think, do come from your core values.
What do you mean by brand guidelines?
Like we were speaking about before, say like with like Tetley's tea, it's I think I can't remember what the archetype we said for it was, but I think it's like
the everyman.
The everyman.
Yeah,
Exactly. And it's like it's comforting, it's attainable, it's the opposite of like exclusive, or it's so everything that needs to sort of come back to that. I think with a personality, like you said, especially with Ben, when he's working with these young developing artists and maybe they're not quite sure what their sort of persona is, a lot of the times I think actually when it works the best is when they already have their core values there. They may not know that they have them. And I think what you did there, Ben, was with the why exercise is pulling it out of them. Yeah. It's already there. You're just pulling it out of them. And then I'm sure that there's a light bulb moment when they go, that is me. And often, when that ties in nicely with what their music is, that's when it's a really strong brand. It's translating the core value into a brand guideline, which is their sort of public facing identity, I suppose. And I think that's always way more effective when it's something that really is a core value. And it's not just something that's contrived. I think people can always sort of see through it when it's really contrived.
I don't know if you ever remember a guy called Donny Tourette at all, who was I want to say the Towers of London was the band he was.
Yeah.
And he just seemed like the most contrived punk ever.
Right.
I remember him being on, I think it was like Nevermind the Buzzcocks, and he lit up a cigarette, and the host just started like ripping into him, saying, "You're lighting up a cigarette, something that is legal in this country." Ooh, I think he might have been in Big Brother as well, and like leapt out of the house, and it's like these little stunts almost that just make people roll their eyes. So
and again, I think what that is he's seen that archetype before, and he's like, I like that, I really resonate with that, I want to be that. But then it's just tried to put on that person's clothes, and it's like,
maybe even worse. Maybe some label bigwig somewhere said, "Oh, we need a punk act.
This is working right now. Let's do this."
You're
absolutely.
that person,
and I've seen it happen. Yeah, you're that person. I've seen it happen, and it's so hard to do if there isn't a sort of, again, core value. If it doesn't come back to, yes, that is part of who I am, it's very rare for it to work. And even, again, I sort of go back to the Madonna thing here, when you say, well, Madonna always changes it up and does this and does that. And it's like, yeah, but I feel like it always does actually sort of come back from her. Like, that's genuinely something that she's interested in at that moment. She started as the sort of, I want to say pop punk, but I probably wouldn't even say that really. But, and her thing was like her whole name was like, Madonna, the archetype of the Virgin Mary versus the Mary Magdalene. That's the two archetypes that she was sort of working with. And that's why it was kind of controversial at the time, that she was like, well, I'm going to marry these two into one, because, hey, guess what? That is, that's reality. They're not these standalone archetypes. It's not just one or the other, She's like, human beings are more complex anyway. And then she's retold that story. She sort of, reinvented herself several times. But I feel like it probably does always sort of tie back to something she's genuinely interested in that moment. But when you put somebody, because what always happens is you get an artist that has something unique and it works, and then you get 5 or 6 other kind of copycat versions of it that never really do quite as well. They're always kind of half-assed, and you can tell that the artist really isn't into it, and it's not really who they were or who they are. And what they've essentially done is sort of abandoned their core values there. I can think of it like it's so many bands, and you get one that sort of comes out, and then you get all of the copycat ones come out, because
that happens so much, doesn't it?
Well, let's put something out there because it's like that, because that's hot right now. But it's always harder to follow the trend instead of making the trend. And then it's really hard to make the trend in the first place.
Because there's all stuff around Zeitgeist, isn't there? And
there were a lot of bands in the mid-90s that sounded, strikingly similar to Oasis.
Exactly, that's a great example. That is a great example. Obviously, I understand the business reasons for doing it, because you're like, this is the thing right now. But there's always the flagship act that sort of, and Oasis were arguably the flagship. I guess them, and maybe, I don't know, Stone Roses maybe. Because sometimes actually what you get is the one before the flagship, which softened up the ground for that scene. And then you get the one that is just as invested in it and is genuinely into it, and genuinely that's their vibe. But they just come just at the right time, where the sort of band that came before them softened up the ground a bit.
Yeah, there was all that stuff with Nirvana as well, right? There was the kind of the grunge thing was happening before them, but they were the grunge act. Yeah.
Which is why you can understand why a lot of the labels do this, because they think, well, maybe that's act that's happening right now is to soften up the ground one, and my one is going to be the one that sort of takes advantage of that.
So what we're saying is that some truth matters, right? For at least maybe in the music world, is from what is like there has to be something real about what they're doing.
I think people tend to see through it if it's not. I think it just doesn't feel, unless you're a very, very, very good, unless the artist themselves is a very good actor. And I'd say somebody like Madonna actually maybe is a bit of a, like I said before, it probably doesn't really matter because she had this story that was really strong. And actually, I think because she manages to embody it, really, I don't know.
Madonna is the shapeshifter archetype, though. That is an archetype.
Yeah. That's an archetype itself. That's a good point.
Yeah. So I think that's fine.
Have any of you learnt anything today?
There's always a tension in fiction writing for me between my ideal reader and the market. There's the tension between my artistic truth, or my desires as an artist, as a creative, and also making something that's palatable for a reader. And it is that balance. And this discussion about truth is what is interesting. Is I did a book that I released last May called Blind Gambit that I found really difficult to write. I did a really, really commercial novel. It was like Ready Player One. It was basically about a guy working through a game world, hero's journey, all that. I could not write just that story. And so alongside that, as a parallel story with the same character, I came up with the thing of he's visually impaired. He's dealing with going blind, which is something personal to me. And so it's like about him and his journey through coming to terms with blindness, coming to terms with dealing with his own independence and accepting help and all these issues. And now I think because I injected that truth, I think it's the best thing I've written because it's so personal and honest. And, and I think the people who've read it, it's either this is crap because there's too much about this guy, but then there's readers who've really resonated with it, and it's like, this is I needed to read this, it really hit home to me. So the truth thing I think is just really important. Probably underestimated it until talking about it now. So
and even if it's a separate project where you get to just do you and not many people buy it, but that that can be in the music world. That can be the way. It's kind of like, I think some of my students find that really important. Like maybe those that go and that they're doing the covers gigs on weekends. Having a thing that's their creative baby, and they're not just doing carbon copy versions of the hits of the past 30 years. That can be really important for keeping the love of the art.
Even if it never sells, even if it's never a commercial objective, I think that's right. And because ultimately you're never going to please everyone, and it's more important to balance sort of authenticity with what works for your audience and your tribe, I suppose, what they resonate with, rather than trying to be all things to all people.
Oh, that's cool. So, and you, Chris?
The archetype wheel is something I actually hadn't even heard of. Now that I'm looking at it, it's absolutely, I think subconsciously, completely always been in play in everything that I've done, which is so weird because I've never seen it.
You find that with Jung in general, to be fair. Like, it's deep stuff. I've only dipped my toes in, but I don't know if I dare to go much deeper.
That wheel actually, I think, is a really good exercise when working with a new artist or a new brand. Be like, where do you think you sit on this wheel? As a starting point, just for unlocking, their identity.
And just on that, like with collaborations and things as well, maybe. So
exactly.
If you can find somebody that's in a similar place to you, or maybe an opposite place, but however you want to frame it, but you can find someone who's because I'm thinking about, I remember when I first started teaching, there was a band, grime was kind of, up north anyway, grime was becoming kind of a bit of a thing in the kind of the underground. And it obviously it was years after it happened in London, because that's how it is sometimes. So that was kind of bubbling up. And then there was also like a kind of death metal band. This grime artist and the death metal band actually collaborated. It was really, really good. Looking back on that, part of the reason why I think it worked was because they both had this kind of outlaw, rebel, dark kind of rawness. Even though it turned up in different kind of musical traditions, probably different cultural backgrounds, it's like there's something underpinning both of those. If I'd have had access to that wheel then, I could have been like, oh, right, so that works for them. And then, we could take...
Are you familiar with the Enneagram at all?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is similar to the wheel, except it does link. I think there's 9 personalities, I want to say, and it links them, and it's like, who will you clash with and who will you resonate with, and it also has the thing of, okay, this is what the person is good at, these are their flaws, here's how you can balance it. So that's an interesting one. But,
Enneagram. Yeah.
So
I've learned some stuff. The 20 to 25% thing, the 66% thing. I'm thinking about, if anybody's writing their bio for their website, or they're trying to frame the story of their band, or just acknowledging that's cool. So I need to watch Cobra Kai, and what's the other thing I need to watch as well? There was another thing that came up. The one about the wrestling. What was I didn't write that down.
Glow.
Glow. Yeah. I've also learned I need to watch them.
Yes.
Definitely. Very good.
Yeah.
Have you got any plugs or anything you want to get out?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm all right. There's not much for me.
For me, I suppose if anybody is interested in kind of learning a bit more, like one of the things I'm developing is a sort of workshop / masterclass thing that's specifically geared towards artists, not necessarily just artists, but it's more geared towards artists and how they, develop artists and how they navigate through not just the industry stuff, but also this stuff that we're talking about, personal branding and
hit me up, Chris. Hit me up.
So I was going to say that this is something that might be really useful for your students. But and if they want to find out more, we're just at meledridigital.com, and you can find out more.
Excellent. And you can find me on Patreon now, so go on to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So if you've had any value from any of these shows or any of my other podcasts, please do offer your support. I post stories, articles, and exclusive audio, so please do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. To Stop Booking Around. I'm Jon Cronshaw, and I'm joined today by a guest. Today we've got Laura Marconi Cox. Now, Laura and I have been friends for, I don't know how long would you say, 17 years, something like that. It's
a long time.
And I think you're just starting to think about putting together your first book. Tell me a little bit about what has led you to this point.
Well, I suppose I've wanted to write for years and years, and I have tried before, but in a sort of that kind of way of just trying to, I've got an idea, I'll just start writing, and of course it just peters out, and I got stuck and frustrated. And that's sort of happened several times. There's usually sort of a 2 or 3 year gap between trying again. And this time I just came back to it because I felt like I really want a voice, really. There are things I want to share and also explore for my own sake. But I was struggling to kind of find a route into it, because something I've found often is, there's plenty of writing manuals out there, and they all tend to say the same thing of basically, it's very competitive out there. Why bother writing if it's not going to be a bestseller? You may as well give up now, love. And I thought, well, I'm not going to even bother with that anymore. And then I thought, Jon's a writer. I'll speak to Jon. And here we are. So
what I thought was interesting is getting my book thrown back at me in a way is you reading it and having some stuff from it. And I think in the book I list a lot of different methods for actually putting together a novel. And you've picked a method actually that I've never tried before, which is the snowflake method. Because isn't it like you start off with doing POVs for each of your characters, and then you build up profiles, and then you kind of keep building up until you've basically written a skeleton and things like that?
Well, at the moment, I'm planning it out. So I read Stop Booking About, which is really, really useful, by the way. And I worked through some of the exercises in that, like, what fears stand in your way of your writing, and identifying what motivates you to write, why you want to do it in the first place, that kind of thing. And I also did that sort of idea gathering thing of listening to an essay a short story and a poem every day. And I only did it for about a week, but it sort of proved a point, really. And there's a lot of ideas. And one of what I've ended up wanting to write about was a complete tangent to one thing I read. It was a poem, I think, where it was all based around one colour and memory around that colour. And then that got me thinking, and I thought, I went off from that. So where I am now is I'm working through the snowflake story planning method, which I'm finding really useful. And where I am on that is a roundabout sort of writing a summary of the characters, really. And into that I've brought in a sort of thing that I found online, which is where you kind of interview your main character or characters to find out a bit more about them and expand them. So I'm doing that with the main character at the moment and enjoying it.
Do you know what genre it is?
I'm sure there must be a genre for it. I'm not sure what it is, really. Suppose, really, it's the kind of book I like to read where I can learn about... I'm trying to think how to describe it. You know, like sometimes you read something and it teaches you something a bit about yourself because it holds up a bit of a mirror in some way.
Yeah.
I like that kind of book. The central theme of the book really is exploring how we reduce each other to 2 dimensions. Even people we love and are very close to, we still see them as maybe a role or a set of roles in our life. And it's sort of based around that idea, really. You start off with a single sentence, which is working on just summarising your idea in one sentence, which can change at any time. And then you take that sentence and you expand it into a paragraph. And then you expand that paragraph into a page. And you do the same with character summaries. It's quite methodical. It appealed to me because I was trying to think, well, when I'm working at my best, what am I doing? And at work, I'm incredibly efficient. I get a lot done. It's because I'm very methodical. I have a structured way of doing stuff. So I thought, okay, what if I apply that to writing? It is tedious in a way because you're really breaking down each stage into minute detail. It feels like I've got momentum going because it's little step by step. It's like, right, well, I can write a sentence, right, and I can expand that into a paragraph. Of course I can, and so on and so on. So I think I'm going to see it through to the end because I think it drills all the way down to having sort of a scene-by-scene structure laid out, and you expand that. But I think that appeals to me because potentially I think I'd end up sort of running out of steam when I was actually writing the thing. So far, enjoying it.
I think that is an issue a lot of new writers get is I think a lot of people are resistant to this idea of structure and resistant to this idea of actually having something to work from that is, you know, it's not a formula, but it's a kind of tried and tested way of doing things that has had success in the past. And it's like, no, I'm the creative one. I know exactly how this should be done.
I'm a free spirit.
Yeah, and then it fizzles out, and it always fizzles out.
And you blame yourself for that as well, for not being creative enough or something.
There are people who can do it, and more power to them. But for the rest of us, you know.
Yeah, there's structures. And it really resonated with me, actually, what you wrote in just Stop Booking Around, which was yourself had resisted having a structure on anything for a long time and then sort of finally gave it a go and found out, actually, you can be creative within a structure because you've got a space to work in that way, really. Otherwise, if the world's your oyster, where do you start? If you've actually put a bit of a framework in place for yourself, you can do whatever you like in that framework, then you're free.
There's a book I read, I think it was at the end of last year, it wasn't what I thought it was, because I've been trying to do some research on like military units and military training and things like that for my fantasy series. And I read a book by a guy called Jocko Willing, who's like a former Navy SEAL, and he had this book called Discipline Equals Freedom. And it was about how, like, almost the more restricted you are, the more open you can be. It's like a really oxymoronic thing, but, you know, it's this idea that the more restrictions, that it forces you to be creative, forces you to innovate. And, yeah, that really resonated with me, that idea. So how are you finding the actual process of getting things done? Because it's, you know, it's good having the structure and all that, but, I mean, how are you finding the day-to-day, finding time to write, actually getting the work done?
Yeah, that's the challenging bit. I find I've got a good space to go and write. I actually have a study, which has really helped. For me, I find what's challenging is at the moment I've got a temporary promotion at work and I'm basically having sort of crash course training. What they'd usually spread over 3 months, I'm doing in about 3 weeks because there's not really anyone on the team. So that's absolutely knackering. And then as well as that, I'm studying for a life coaching qualification, and I'm really trying to ramp that up because I want to get it done. And also because I do these things to myself, I also decided to write a book. So I don't want any of those things to fall off. I think one of my great paranoias in life is I would run out of energy and I would run out of time. So it's trying to balance those things up and figure out, well, they're all important in different ways. The work thing, I can't really do anything about that other than make sure I'm not taking on more than I have to. So really it's getting that balance between those other big commitments, the coach training and the writing a novel, moving them both forward at a steady pace, really.
With your life coaching, what would you advise to someone who had this issue?
I would probably ask them what have they tried before that's worked in similar situations, and I'd perhaps ask them to prioritise what's most important to them here, but probably, what's worked for you before when you've been in similar situations. And I think what I'd say to that, I can think of things that haven't worked before. Like when I've put quite a strict timetable in place for myself, that's not worked. I mean, anyone who's ever done exams and tried to do a revision timetable knows that can fall apart. So I can think of things that haven't worked for me and not do that. I think what helps, to be honest with me, is keeping my motivations really clear. That sort of helped me. So when I've been working well these past few weeks, whenever I have been, it's because I've been very clear on why I want to do each thing. So I would probably advise myself to be incredibly clear on what's motivating me to do these things.
That bit of advice is really good for writing. If you can keep that in mind with your characters, of like, what is the motivation? What's the intention? I've almost whittled down my process now to like the idea of obstacle and intention. So what does a character want? What's getting in their way? And just keep ramping that up. That's kind of what's working for me at the minute because I'm writing this ridiculously long series. So.
Sometimes you'll see the film of a book and it doesn't work at all because they've sort of fiddled around with the characters' motivations. I think it's that kind of underlying thing. You can almost do what you like with the setting and how they talk and how they dress, but change what's motivating the character and you've completely bugged up the whole story, really.
With you as well, I mean, I know the job you're doing, it is an easy job. It's quite stressful. And I suppose it's having the headspace, and I don't know what kind of breaks you get at work and things like that, but when I used to work at the Courier, a lot of my breaks, I would take my break, I would go off to the pub and I would sit and write 500 words towards my first novel, which will never see the light of day. I think you've read it actually, but you're one of the few people who has had that misfortune. But like finding those little moments, finding those little times and just kind of realising that it's not a sprint, that you can just kind of slowly hammer away at stuff, even if it's 10 minutes here and there. There's someone who, I can't remember if I referred to in the book, but there's someone who I know, another author, like she's just crazy busy and she managed to write, I think it was 160,000 words last year just doing stuff on a phone in 10-minute slots here and there.
Wow.
And that's my Wasteland series. That's about that length, 165,000 words, something like that. So, that's a full trilogy.
Yeah.
It's that thing of like working out, if I write 200 words a day, what's that going to equal? And it's just little things and finding those little moments.
One reason that can work is, like often we'll say, I'll do such and such when I just need to find the motivation. But you don't find the motivation, you do something, you drudge along, and somewhere along the way you get some sort of momentum going. And then it becomes like you get to a point where you're looking back and going, oh, wow, 3 weeks ago I had nothing written and now I've got this. And that's how you gain motivation, I think, is by doing and getting some work under your belt so you can see that you are making progress. So I think that incremental thing totally makes sense.
I find motivation like a bit of it's aiming for something else. It is like, right, you're not aiming for motivation. It is right, how do you write a book? You write a book. You know what I mean? You don't find the motivation to write a book. It's like you're doing something a bit removed if you're doing that. It's just, it's about the action, isn't it? So
yeah,
just get on with it, Laura.
I mean, the breaks at work thing could be good because I do get a lot of flexibility around breaks and lunch and everything. I think that could be something I'll might experiment with for, say, a week and see how it goes. Because on the one hand, my head can end up a total just drained at work. But on the other hand, it would be interesting to see if I'm kind of switching for 10 minutes or half an hour or whatever to writing, does that give my head a bit of a break? Because it's a different type of thinking. It's not just slogging through emails and keeping stakeholders happy. It's actually something creative to focus on. So
yeah,
that'd be worth trying.
It might energise you. It's really useful to track how you're doing with stuff like this, and to track how you work best and what works best. You know, if you're spending 10 minutes on your break and you get 5 words done and nothing's coming out, but then you go home and you can do 200 in that, you're just not, in the right headspace for that at that moment. Yeah. So, like, actually doing things like tracking stuff that's measurable. So this could be stuff like word count, or it could be stuff like when you get to the point of like words edited, or something like that. Or if you feel like you've progressed significantly in some way, then record it. You journal, don't you? Do bullet journaling, don't you? Or have you...
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so it might be worth kind of adding that.
I think so. I do love a tick list. It's like the snowflake method. I decided, that can be a tick list. So actually, I made one in PowerPoint, because these are the things I do on my left-alone devices. And that's nice, actually, working through the flow chart, ticking it off and seeing that I have made progress, because, look, I've written a character summary today, or I've broken that one sentence down into a paragraph. So, and I think the bullet journal thing is the perfect place for these sorts of measurables. And I'm willing to bet that if I type bullet journal writing tracking into Pinterest, it will be overwhelmingly full of entries. Probably very beautiful, copperplate handwriting. Unrealistic.
I'm actually in a Facebook group for authors who bullet journal, so it's interesting. I would really recommend, but once you've got to the point where you're ready to do a draft, invest in a bit of software. I think it's about maybe $35 or something like that. It's really cheap for what it is. It's called Scrivener, and it's a really cool writing software where you can basically set it up like a corkboard. And I think that would appeal to the way you do stuff. I think having that, so you can click on a scene and then it opens it like a Word document, and you can move them around physically. And I mean, maybe just have a look on like a YouTube demonstration of it, and you'll see. And I think it'll work better than Word for you anyway.
That does sound good, because it sounds more like if you're into mind maps and stuff, that sort of unfolding. And I am into mind maps. I don't spend all my time mind mapping and doing to-do lists, but probably an unhealthy amount of time. I'll look at Scrivener.
Well, I mean, anything like that, if you can incorporate that into the way you're thinking about stories, and there's not one way of doing it. A snowflake method is a way of doing it, but you have to adapt it to your own way of thinking, your own way of working.
Yeah, you're the only person who knows himself well enough to know what you need to support yourself,
What have you done then so far?
Well, looking at my tick list, I can tell you, I've done the one sentence summary, expanded that into a paragraph, and now I'm doing character summaries. So I've done one for my main character, and I'm doing writing a bit of an interview with her at the moment, which I'm finding interesting, because it's affecting a few things in what I had in my head for the story. So that's a positive thing. So I'm doing that. In fact, I've got 2 main characters, but one of them is dead. So that's going to be interesting. It's because the story centers around the relationship really between this woman and her relationship with her dead mother. But her mother's kind of a strong presence, really. So even though she's deceased, I'll be writing that character summary for her as well, and doing that. And then after that, I want to do sort of little descriptions for some supporting characters. And when all that's done, I'll be sort of then going back to the story and expanding that. Because I think the idea with doing it that way in the snowflake method is your characters will feed into how you end up structuring your story and the content of it. It makes sense so far anyway.
One thing that might be useful to look at with your coming up with your secondary characters and things is to have a look at something like either Carl Jung's or Joseph Campbell's archetypes. So you're making sure that you get almost like a spread of characters, if that makes sense.
That does, yeah.
So not all your characters are the same type of character, because you don't want a story with 5 heroes in.
I think sometimes you read books where you start to feel bad for the protagonist because everyone they come up against seems to be the same. They all seem to be the cynical buddy or whatever. And you're like, oh, come on, give them a break now. Everyone they meet is sort of sarcastic and bitter. This doesn't seem fair on them. So I like the idea of using the archetypes. I think I've actually got a book on that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you can find any Joseph Campbell stuff, I mean, it's what is it? The Hero with 1,000 Faces is kind of mystical in a way. It's a lot of Jungian stuff and a lot of it's all about the monomyth, which is all these folk stories and myths from around the world, and almost the single version of that, all the parallels between them.
I suppose I'm curious about in your book you mentioned the different fears around that get in your way of writing, and I know that you write now as a living and you write regularly. Do you ever find that those fears ever stand in your way and you have to sort of readdress them?
Every day. Yes, constantly. Yeah. I think this is a thing because it's when you're in that kind of creative mode, in that zone, it's you're opening yourself up to the good stuff, and you're also opening yourself up to the barrage of shit.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And it's weird. So it's I found meditation is actually really helping with that. So I'm trying to do that every weekday at least, because obviously I've got a 6-year-old son who wouldn't give me 5 minutes to meditate. So.
They're not terribly compatible, the two, are they?
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know if, because I know you do Reiki. I mean, do you meditate at all, or have you got that?
No, and it's almost embarrassing to admit it that I don't. I do occasionally. I go through phases of doing it. Funnily enough, you're not the first person to mention this in the past few days to me. So I think there's a bit of a message coming through there that I really do need to just sit and be quiet, which I really struggle with. I mean, I struggle to just sit down and be still anyway. I tend to jump up and do something. So I can tell I need to. I tend to find if I start having really weird allegorical dreams, that's because I'm not giving myself time to just think during the day, and it's making my head go a bit odd at night. So I think meditation's something I need to have a go at again.
I found the Headspace app is really good. It's kind of guided meditations, and I think doing that, especially for the fear stuff, I think my biggest fear is, and I think every day when I start to write, I feel like there's a bit of a wall. You know what I mean? It's and I just think, what am I doing? I've done this thousands of times, just whatever. There's that voice still there, just going, John, you crap. John, no one wants to read your stuff. John, remember that 1-star review you got? Oh.
Yeah, it's just, and it looks for evidence, that voice does. It's very clever. It tries to protect you from potential failure by making you feel like you've failed already.
It is like you are putting a part of yourself out there, even if you're writing stuff about wyverns and magical blades or whatever. It's there's still a lot of me in those stories. I mean, God, we evolved to be on the African plains about 10,000, 100,000 years ago or whatever. We're not evolved for this kind of thing of putting stories out and having them read by people across the world. It's crazy. I suppose it's natural that we would have these weird fears and resistances and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And also, our brains, we can't tell the difference inside between a very real threat, like about to be run over by a bus, and the threat of feeling like I might fail at something. As far as your mind's concerned, they're both as terrifying as each other, and it will try and protect you, thinking, there's something awful is going to happen. So you there's always this thing inside where there's the bit of you that's sort of conscious enough to know what's going on is saying, no, it's fine. I appreciate you worried, but I'm not. If it doesn't go right, I won't die. And there's this pacing mad bit inside you that's going, no, but what if? And you've got this constant dialogue where he's trying to reassure, but not push your fears away too much. I think with fear, it's a delicate balance between keeping it at a safe distance, but also kind of trying to embrace it in a way as well, and not disown it.
I mean, Jung talks about that, the idea of embracing that shadow side of yourself and really pushing towards it and using that. I don't know. There's that side of us, isn't there? There is a dark side to everyone, and this is why people who are really nice, really polite, can write a really gruesome murder mystery or something like that.
It's come out well.
Yeah,
it really has.
But that's not saying anything about the person who's written it. They could just be completely lovely, but they've got this in them as a thing. Like I've found with the fear stuff, it's the idea of just working out other fears. And I was talking to a guy recently about the idea of kind of getting to your core values, working out what they are and things like that. And I think when you're doing things that go against your core values and things like that, it can have a detrimental effect on you. So it's putting up a even bigger fear than the writing one. So I don't know, for me, like not writing now is more of a fear. Not being able to write is actually more daunting now, because I know, for example, I've got the Easter holiday coming up. My wife and my son's holidays aren't meshing, so I've basically got, I think it's 3 weeks off writing, and then my sister's coming to stay the week after, so it's really 4 weeks not writing, and that's really scary.
Yeah, I can see why. You've built this you've really built this structure up and this habit, and suddenly it's going to be sort of whipped away for a little while.
Yeah, so because I think the momentum thing is really important, and just kind of doing stuff. So I'm going to have to find a way, even if it's just to do an hour or something, just to keep up that momentum. So
yeah, you could do the thing of what would you advise someone in another situation.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to have to have a conversation with my wife and just say, look, I will be really antsy if I don't get to write for at least an hour. So, I will be a better person to be around.
That's a good argument.
I'm sure it'll be fine. You know my wife, so she'll get it. She'll just take my son out to the library or whatever. So
she's very practical, and she'll understand that.
Have you got any fears that are directly related to the writing then, or?
I think any fears that I've had are outweighed for me by the fear of not doing it, really. The fear of missing out and of one day looking back and realised, oh, you know what, I tried to do that about 10 times and I never made it work. I never got to the point where I could at least go, oh, well, I tried it wasn't for me. I mean, there's all fears like, I'm going to write something that's going to be crap, no one will want to read it, that kind of thing. But I feel like the fear of not doing it and my motivations for doing it are bigger than those fears. Because for me, I have various motivations behind it. One is I want to see if I can do it and see if I can make that voice for myself. Another thing is, I'd love for my mum and dad to read something I'd written, because it's because of them that I grew up with a love of things like reading and making things and having the belief that you can totally create something from scratch. So I think it would be lovely if I wrote something and they could read it. I think they'd like that. I suppose they're my main motivations, really, and they're sort of enough that it is keeping me fairly focused on what I value about it. For me now, it's more just actually the practicalities of how am I going to fit it in, where am I going to fit it in, and balancing that out, which I'm going to go away and try for a week. I think the idea of seeing what happens if I fit it in here and there in breaks. But I mean, one fear actually we've kind of touched on, which is that fear of being overwhelmed by it. So that's, I think, where potentially meditation or similar comes in to gain that headspace.
The thing is, having that awareness of yourself and knowing when you are getting to that point. You're not doing this as a business, you're doing this for personal reasons. Yeah. And so the pressure you've got is self-imposed. There's no external things putting this on you. It's finding the joy in it. You've got to love it, because it's torture otherwise. You know what I mean? It's torture at the best of times. So from what you just said there, you have put some quite high expectations on yourself. I would say actually you've got a quite lofty expectation within what you just said.
That's what I do.
Yeah. The lofty expectation in it is the idea that you're going to find your voice at this point, and the chances are you're not.
It's a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, the voice thing is really fucking hard. Like, I've tried a lot of different voice. You know what I mean? I've tried to find my voice, and I think that with my writing, I've just got it with the fantasy series that I'm on now. Yeah. Like, I think before that, I've been kind of reaching towards it, and I think some of it was a bit more verbose than it should have been, and I think I've got more of a flow now that feels natural. But it's, you know, it's taken me writing however million words with journalism and then doing fiction writing, and, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's that thing. I mean, I mentioned it on the podcast loads. I'm sure I must have mentioned it in the book about the idea of aim to finish something shit, aim for your shitty first draft, and then you can improve it and you can build on it.
And I think that's very inspiring, actually. That's what kind of got me thinking, oh, you know what, I will give it a go.
Yeah, I can write shit.
I can do that. I'm sure I can do that. Part of the motivation for me is that I am at the start of this journey, and it's going to take time. So I need to actually do it. Knowing that there's those challenges ahead for me at this point is a motivation, because, as I say, I'm always kind of have quite an awareness of time, generally ticking away. And I think, well, I can either start now and plod along at it for years and gradually become better at it, or I can keep waiting, finally have a go when it's too late and not get anywhere. So, oddly enough, the difficulty itself is a bit of a motivation.
Yeah.
I may not feel that way in a month or two.
What I would suggest as well is just work on your outline thing, work on that, get to a point, and then break off and let the story simmer in your head for a while. Maybe work on some short stories, maybe do some flash fiction, so stories that are less than 1,000 words, just so you can actually work on writing single scenes, finding your voice that way, so that when you do start your novel, it's not just like, wow, now I need to learn how to write and do all the craft things, because that's just hard.
It looks it. I mean, it's like, you know, sometimes you read a book and it's amazing and it's made you feel or think in a particular way, and you sort of think, how on earth did they do that? Then something so finely crafted, that's a lifetime thing, I think.
They make it look so easy, don't they?
Just so smooth. It's
trying short stories out, just actually working out how to tell a story and how to find a character's voice and how to make a little story resonate within 1,000 words. Like, that's a challenge, but it's worth doing as an exercise. One thing I did, which, you know, based on what you're saying, probably won't have time to do, but I did a short story a week for a year.
Crikey. That's impressive.
Yeah, but I mean, you've read some of them, and they're just like, some of them are like 1,000 words or 400 words. You know, some of them are really short, but there is a story in them. Don't be discouraged by what I'm saying, by the way. It's not meant to be discouraging. It's just like, if you get motivated by doing things like giving yourself goals for writing, make it 50 words in a day, you know what I mean, make it really low, then you haven't got that thing of, oh crap, I've not hit my 5,000 words today. It's like, oh, I wrote 100 words today, that's double my goal, yay. So, I don't know, like, making little goals for yourself that you can tick off that you've done, that are also very achievable.
I think you're right, and that thing does tend to work for me, like something I do if I'm studying or writing or anything, or even writing a job application. I'll set a timer for 15 minutes and do that thing where you tell yourself, like, I won't be distracted, I'll just do 15 minutes, by which time you're quite engrossed in it, and your timer goes, and like, right, I'll focus again for another 15 minutes, and you're tricking yourself in a way and conning yourself to keep going. And I think kind of similar with a word count, chances are I would probably write, let's say it was 50 words. That's not going to be all I would want to write and be like, oh yeah, but I want to continue this or finish this bit. So it's always leaving yourself wanting more in a way.
Well, I mean, 50 words is basically 3 sentences, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
it'd be a really bad day to not do that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been there, but
flu or something, I guess.
If you've got a writing aim and you want to write a novel in a year, then if you do 150 words a day, then you've got a 54,750 word novel.
That's not bad.
That's really doable. 150 words a day. You know, have that as your aim, and then you know that you'll have a first draft within a year.
Yeah, I like that way of looking at it, and I do like that thing you've mentioned before of not rereading till it's done. Because that's a horrible temptation, and everything's just going to sound crap at that point.
Yeah, Which is why, actually, again, Scrivener might be good in terms of, okay, you know those scenes exist. You've got a little, like essentially a corkboard note just saying what's in the scenes, but you don't click on it, you don't look at it until you've done. Don't look.
And it's that interruption thing as well, isn't it? I think generally if you're interrupted working on something, it takes about 20 minutes to get back on track, which I can vouch for from work. Yeah. And I guess if you're writing and then I'll just go back and check that paragraph, then while you're doing that, and then you're distracted, and then you've got to get back into it.
You're switching your brain, it's like, I think they're left brain, right brain kind of tasks, and it's like you want to stay in the one zone for as long as you can. Don't look back, just keep going. I think the fact that you're motivated enough to consider an outlining method, I think that is really good. I think that's going to really help you, because I've got several novels that go up to about somewhere between 15 and 20,000 words that just didn't go anywhere because I ran out of story.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Without your outline, you kind of might have it in your head, that's roughly a book's worth. Yeah. Actually, no, that was 2 chapters.
But like being excited because I know that my midpoint's going to have an awesome flip in it, and knowing that my finale's got this and really want to write about it, so it does drive you and motivate you just to race to it.
And I think sometimes if you've done a lot of planning, you've taken a lot of basic decisions off your hands by the time you're doing it, that can be a really good thing for any big project. If you've pre-made decisions in a way about the little things, so then you just focus on your bigger decisions and getting those done. Yeah, if you've already done all the boring bits.
Yeah, I think it allows you to kind of be more creative on the on the micro level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're not there thinking, you know what, should that character be tall or short? I don't care.
Yeah.
No, but if you've pre-decided it, you don't ever have to think about it again.
Anything like that where you have to stop and think, what's this person like? My thing with that now is I will just